Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, September 10th. This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones at this time. Thank you. Now may I ask that all of you rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we will be covering all of the items noted on our September agenda. But first, Madam Secretary, let's proceed first with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So first, let's go to Carson City. If there's anyone wishing to make a public comment in Carson City, please step forward to the podium. Okay. Seeing none, anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record, please. Sir.
I'm Adam Christian, ADAM, CHRISTIAN. I work at Red Rock Casino as a food server at T-Bones. I've worked there for 19 years. I'm a union leader and I wear my union buttons and organize every day. My employer put me on their mud list as pro-union. What I want for me and my coworkers is simple and not complicated. We want respect. We want the discrimination to stop, and we want a contract now. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you provided your statement to the enforcement agent? Okay, very good. Sir, are you prepared to make a public comment?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, please proceed. The button in front of you.
Oh, push.
Hit it again, actually. No, one more time. There you go.
All right, we're good. Thanks, guys. Okay, my name is Rory Kirkendall. It's RORYKUYKENDALL. I'm here from the Culinary Union. Oral arguments are set to begin next month at the DC Court of Appeals in an appeal involving Red Rock Casino Resort and Spa. We have a copy of the DC Circuit's order on oral arguments to submit today along with our comments. At stake in the appeal is whether a June 2024 decision and order by the National Labor Relations Board was correctly decided. Among other things, the NLRB found that Red Rock Casino Resort and Spa's extensive, coercive, and unlawful misconduct stemmed from a carefully crafted corporate strategy intentionally designed at every step to interfere with employees' free choice whether or not to select a union as their collective bargaining representative. The NLRB also found that the most important unfair labor practices here were planned and executed by the respondents and Station Casino's top management and owners for the express purpose of interfering with employees' Section 7 rights. In reaching its decision, the NLRB questioned the credibility of testimony provided by Red Rock Casino's chief financial officer and chief legal officer, finding that they testified with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly implausible forgetfulness that the judge was fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable. If the DC Circuit sides with the NLRB, then its finding will stand that Red Rock Resorts Incorporated CFO or CLO were not credible witnesses on the subjects they testified about. As we have urged you before, you should ask yourselves why there should be even a doubt about a Nevada gaming company's CFOs and CLOs' ability to provide transparent testimony in a government proceeding. We hope you will follow the Red Rock Casino appeal before the DC Circuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to make a public comment at this time? Seeing none, that will close our public comment section for today. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's dispositions and minutes.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for August 2025, the special disposition for August 2025, and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on August 20th, 2025.
We all have had the opportunity to review the dispositions and minutes. So would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the dispositions and minutes?
Yes, Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move for approval of the following: the August 6th, 2025 Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items, the August 20th, 2025 regulatory workshop meeting minutes, and the August 21st, 2025 Nevada Gaming Control Board non-restricted special agenda disposition item.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick? Sorry, Chairman Dreitzer. Muscle memory.
I've been called worse. Aye. Passes. Thank you. So with that, we're going to start with matters on our non-restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern were uncovered during these investigations. And because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's non-restricted consent agenda.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority doing business as Mohegan for deregistration as a holding company. Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Lucas Gums for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Are there any discussions to be had by the board on these items?
None by me.
None by me either. Thank you.
So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on non-restricted number 5?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 pursuant to draft number 1 of the order terminating registration dated July 31st, 2025, and non-restricted agenda item number 10, both as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. With that, then we'll move to Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of the Catalyst Capital Group, Inc. for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc. It is also the applications of Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc. for registration as a private investment company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of BGT1, Inc., and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of BGT1, Inc. for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole member of BGT2 LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of BGT2 LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for licensure as sole shareholder of Blueberry Gaming USA, Inc., and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Blueberry Gaming USA, Inc., doing business as Blueberry Gaming for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Newton Glassman Gabriel De Alba, James Riley, Andrew Burke, Stephen Cohan, William Register Jr., Kevin Whalen, and Michael Brennan for finding of suitability and/or licensure as a controlling shareholder, officer, director, and/or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Welcome, Mr. Shear. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, along with my associate Connor Shea, on behalf of the applicants, including Blueberry Gaming USA, Blueberry Gaming Canada, and Catalyst Capital Group. With us today on behalf of Blueberry are Andrew Burke, and to his left, Billy Register, Chief Financial Officer, Mike Brennan, Chief Product Officer, Casey Whalen, Chief Commercial Officer, and Christina Fenner, Director of Compliance. On behalf of Catalyst, we have Newton Glassman, Managing Partner, Gabriel De Alba, Managing Director and Partner, Jim Riley, Managing Director, and Rocco DiPuccio, Managing Director and Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Chairman, we have affirmative presentations on behalf of Blueberry, Catalyst, and each of the individual applicants. We understand that you would like to hear from Blueberry first, and then the individual Blueberry applicants, followed by Catalyst and the individual Catalyst applicants.
That's correct. Thank you.
And this is an exciting day for Blueberry. I think an exciting day for the state of Nevada. Blueberry is a very innovative company, makes excellent products that have been very popular throughout the rest of the country. So we're excited to have them come into Nevada. I think many of the Nevada licensees are excited to have them come into Nevada as well and be able to provide their products and offer their products to customers here in the Silver State. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Burke to offer the Blueberry Company presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Board Member Sendall, and Judge Assad. Thank you for having us here today. It's truly an honor to be here to present to you about our company. I'll just take you through our presentation that we provided. I joined the company in late 2019, early 2020, January of 2020 as a first-time CEO, which was just months before the pandemic, which is perfect time to become a first-time CEO, as you can imagine. And the business was not the business it is today. In 2021, we actually shared a slide that's very similar to the one that we were showing you on page 2 here, framing up Blueberry and the idea of this 5-act play. The company had been around for a very long time in various formats and had a real strength in technology and art, but hadn't really understood the market and really didn't know how to drive the business into a real proper gaming manufacturer. And starting in January 2020, when I got there, the business was really in a turnaround phase with a lot of support from a lot of really amazing folks at the company, many of which have been with the business for 20 plus years. We were able to build some really fantastic products, turn the business into a professional business, and really start growing. So we've had a tremendous amount of growth over the last several years, in part by a lot of really great products, a lot of really talented people and processes, and some really great support from our financial partner to help us get through, which really was a very, very tough time when COVID happened and the business was already struggling going into COVID, which, you know, any of you around businesses at that time, it was a challenging time to be running a company. But we're very excited about what the future can hold for the business. We think the future is brighter even than it is today for us. Page 3 is our corporate structure. Scott, I don't know if you have any comments on that, but.
Just to run through that quickly, Blueberry Gaming Canada has applied as a private investment company. We'd be happy to answer questions about that after the company presentation if you have any. And Blueberry Gaming USA is the company seeking licensure as a manufacturer distributor.
On page 4, I'd like to talk to you a bit about my team. I know they will all be introducing themselves to you, but I would just like to say a few words about all of them. They're extremely passionate, dedicated group of folks with a ton of experience, starting with Billy Register, who's sitting next to me here. Some of the materials that Billy puts together in our business, the financials that Billy puts together in our business are the best that I've seen in my career. I've worked most of my career in finance at other operating companies that worked with private equity firms, but his attention to detail really allows us to manage the business at a really professional level. Mike Brennan, who you'll be hearing from later, is our Chief Product Officer. Mike is a true creative genius and is very process driven. It's really been a lot about our success has been about our process. We've had some really amazing, great games, but we aren't dependent on sort of one hit game. We have a process that develops games consistently. And I'm happy to report that we've had one of the highest hit rates in the industry in terms of developing games and putting them in the top 25 list as a company, which has been really a pleasure to watch Mike at work. Casey Whalen is longtime sales executive from the space, been in the business for over 20 years, one of the most well-regarded people by all customers throughout the country. And he's just a joy to work with. And he's a total champion for culture across our business. And then Steve Cohan is our Chief Operating Officer. He is like a Swiss Army knife. There's not really something that I found that he can't do. He works tremendously hard and has a great Midwest work ethic that he brings to work every day with a smile. Page 5, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our company culture. For us, culture is not a buzzword. It's not something that we just say. It's something that we live every single day at the company. And I think that can be a really easy thing to just say, hey, we have a great culture. But when you have a really great culture, the things you say and the things you do match up. And for us, we're obsessed with creating an environment where the work is really challenging, but the environment is not. And I know that's working when I talk to our employees and I hear things from them like, this is the most collaborative company I've ever worked with. People are so helpful here. We all work together towards one common goal. On slide 5, you'll see some of our core values. These are not things that we took lightly. We spent hours and hours with our company trying to develop these. And if you walked through our building today and talked to our employees, you would hear them using this language when they talk to you. But it is truly a team sport, which is a big one for us. Our company is made up of multiple cultures. We have folks from Canada and Quebec. We have folks from the US, but we work together towards a collective goal. Standard operating success is another one for us. We sometimes look like a fun, playful business, but we take everything very seriously. We have rigorous processes internally. The way we report on the business is a very professional level and a high standard. And then being the easiest company to do business with is something we're really looking forward to bringing to our customers here in Nevada. You can't always control everything you do when you're creating products. Some products are going to be good, some products are going to be bad, but you can show up and you can be easy to work with for your customers. And that's something that we can't control every day. And so we think about that a lot as we're operating with our company. We do a number of other things just to make sure that the things we say and the things we do are aligned. We have an employee survey we do every year. We do roundtables where we talk to every employee every year. And then I speak with every single employee that joins the company within a year of them being at the business to really understand from them what's going on at the company and how they're feeling about how they're being treated at the business. Page 6, just a quick high-level overview of the business. In 2019, when I started, we had 66 licenses, and we're really applying everywhere, but without a real strategy or a plan. So we actually paused our growth mode at the time. They wanted actually to, at the time, apply to Nevada in 2019, and we really felt like we weren't ready to do that. Today, we have 194 licenses. We have 12,000 units in North America. That number was 1,500 in 2019. We've grown revenue about 4x over the last 4x over the last 3 years. And we're pending approval in a number of jurisdictions. We also do business with a number of Nevada licensees already in different jurisdictions, the list of which is down here. But that's really been a helpful thing for us as we know what their standards are. And many of us have worked in the business for a long time. We know what it means to be a Nevada licensee and the standard we have to meet to operate here in the state. And then one thing we're really proud of is the number of titles we've been putting out every year, which is a real indicator of growth, has grown pretty significantly. From last year, we put out 7 titles. This year, we're going to put out 14. We've made significant investments in R&D to continue to do that. On page 7, just want to talk about our presence in Nevada. Nevada is really important to us. I moved here 13 years ago with my wife, and I grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio, which I'll talk about in my intro, but I never thought I could love a place as much as I love Nevada. It's really become my home. It's become our company's home. When I came onto the business, we had about 21 folks in Nevada in a really tiny office. Last April, we opened an 80,000 square foot facility with manufacturing and office. We have 92 folks in that building. And about 3 years ago, we opened an office in Reno. We just moved into a new home in Reno where we have 20 employees and growing. So Nevada is a really important part of our growth story. We have a number of vendors that operate here in Nevada as well. Our cabinet manufacturer, VSR, is a Nevada-based company. BMM Test Labs, our test lab is a Nevada-based company. And then our banking partners, Western Alliance and Nevada State Bank, are also Nevada companies. But we really enjoy Nevada. It's home for us. Number 8, I'll just kind of talk to you about a little bit of our products and the rest of the business. We have 6 studios generating content, which when I started the business, we only had 1 studio. That's been a lot of Mike Brennan's hard work in recruiting talent and growing our ability to put out new titles. We now have multiple product lines. We have a premium recurring revenue product called the Beacon Elite. We have a for sale product called Beacon Plus, and a brand new innovation that's kind of an industry first, this Beacon Lighthouse, which is really a merchandising package that has a ton of industry first light and sound components. We have offices in 5 different places. So Las Vegas sort of being our corporate headquarters. We have a studio in Reno. We have a brand new studio in Austin, Texas. We have a large office in Quebec in a town called Drummondville, which is about an hour and a half outside of Montreal. The primary language spoken there is French. My French is not very good, so I'm working on that. And then we also just recently opened an office in Moncton, New Brunswick, which is in the Atlantic time zone, east of Maine. And it's been a really great office for us. Blending those 2 cultures has really been a superpower for us at our business. There's a ton of creative talent in our Canadian offices, and we've been building some really great products with them since. On page 9, talk to you about our relationships with gaming lenders. We recently did a financing round of $55 million to help us get capital and also to help return some capital to Catalyst, as they'd been supporting us through the early stages of the business. And they honestly supported us when there was a lot of reasons not to support us, probably. The business was struggling. The product wasn't where it is today. And they really helped us through that hard time. So we felt very fortunate to be able to be in a place with the business that we could safely return capital to them and still maintain liquidity to grow our business and drive our business, which is what we've been doing over the last several years here. That syndicate was led by Citizens, but Nevada State Bank and Western Alliance were just absolutely great partners and really want to be involved in our story because we are here in Nevada, which was a really cool thing. On 10, I'll just talk to you about our regulatory compliance process. Today, Steve Cohan, our COO, is our acting compliance officer. He works closely with our director of compliance, Christina Fenner. And then we also have outside counsel that we rely on if we need help in any other jurisdictions. We formed voluntarily a compliance committee in 2022. Every member of my team sits on that compliance committee. We have Glenn Wachinski as an outside member sitting on that compliance committee with us. We report those findings back to the board. It is a process that we take very seriously here at the company. We have a number of licenses, obviously, that we maintain, and we've had a really good track record so far. So I'm very happy about our current compliance program. And then number 11 was talk to you about our involvement in the community. We're very involved in the community. We have had interns from Cristo Rey at the company for the last 4 years. That's been really an amazing program. We're really involved with Goodwill Southern Nevada, which I sit on the board of. Spread the Word Nevada is another charity we spend a lot of time with. We try to get as involved with the UNLV Yes program through Bo Bernard as we can. And then we've partnered with Reno and the EDP program also. So it's really important to us to get back to the community. Like I said before, we love it here, and we're really happy to be here. I really appreciate your time today and letting me present on behalf of our company.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. We appreciate the detailed presentation and the passion with which you present the Blueberry story. As you may know, I am familiar with the Blueberry story, but I do have a few questions for you that I think would be important to talk about on the record.
Absolutely.
And you touched on a lot of this. When you came to Blueberry, Blueberry, as you indicated, was a company that was a French-Canadian company,
Yes.
had a very specific culture, has a very specific culture. Can you talk a little bit more about how you were able to blend that culture with the culture you wanted to build for the company in Las Vegas and Reno and elsewhere?
Yeah, absolutely. I had just come out of working for another company that had been owned by a private equity firm that was a very robust private equity firm, and I was working a gazillion hours a week. And I thought coming to Blueberry, like I really wanted to be quality of life guy, and I wanted to focus on culture. And I remember my first week in the office in Canada that everybody told me they had 6 weeks of vacation, and we closed for 2 weeks at Christmas. And I thought, maybe I didn't want to be that much of a quality of life guy. So it was a real adjustment and a culture shock for not only me, but for them as well. And we spent, I would say, the better part of 2 years really trying to figure each other out and to come to a middle ground on where our working knowledge should be. One of the things that really stood out to me is that they really didn't know where they were in the market. Like they thought they were kind of much further along as a business than they were. And I remember having just a tense conversation with them at a restaurant in Drummondville about, we had to admit where we were. And, after some discussion, we said, hey, we're not where we want to be as a company. We need to do better. We need to work harder. And we got really aligned and started working really hard. We still have some things now that I don't know that we would have if we had a French-Canadian company. So for example, we now close the office around the holidays for 2 weeks. That is not, you don't have to use your vacation time to do that. It's something I've actually come to love every single year. We have an agreement as a business that we get everything done before that time. And if people need to work to support our customers who are 24/7, we will. But it really was one day at a time, trying to accept each other. And I think it's actually turned into a really special thing between our two cultures.
Thank you for that. I know that can be a very difficult process
Very
and an
much so.
ongoing process, I'm sure. With respect to your product and your approach to product, as you well know, oftentimes the hit rate in terms of the games that get made and their placement doesn't often translate into success. In fact, it's often lower than, I use the term Mendoza line, right?
Yeah.
200 hitter kind of thing.
Yeah.
So how do you square that in terms of your development process and the number of games you make? How do you address that issue? Because you have to have enough, certainly enough games to place across all the jurisdictions you're in.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I think one of the things we think about at Blueberry is we try to think about everything differently. Different can be good, different can be bad. But our number one priority on building products is quality. And we made a decision very early on that we would focus on a lower quantity of higher quality games and figure out how to scale that. And when we started, we put out, I think 4 games the first year that we put out, but all 4 games were really good. And it was really a light bulb moment for us that a lot of times you end up chasing volume and you get sort of a diluted product, if you will, because you're cloning games or you're doing things to try to create volume. And I really believe that Mike Brennan and his team, through a tremendous amount of research and data collection, have developed a process that creates consistently better than average games. And it doesn't guarantee that we will build absolute home run successes every time, but it has raised the floor on our worst games. So we've had very few games that just, didn't meet house average as an example. We've had a really high number of games that have cracked the top 25. And so once we figured out part 1 of the equation, which is how do you build a good quality game, we then had to figure out part 2 of the equation, which is how do you build more of them? And so our answer to that has been to add studios. And so we've invested in a new studio almost every year that I've been at the business. And it takes about 3 years for one of those studios to really fully ramp and start putting out good games. So as I sit here today, we have 6 studios, but 3 of them are really fully ramped. And those studios can put out between, call it 4 to 6 games at quality in a year. And so we have, 3 additional studios that are just coming online, 2 of which will have their first games out this year. And so that's how we're scaling the business, is really focusing on maintaining our commitment to quality, which is really a process-driven approach, paired with quality, and then paired with creativity. and then scaling it by investing in new studios.
With respect to the studios, how do you allow the studios to maintain their own unique character in the games they make while at the same time being Blueberry games?
Yeah, it is definitely a really great challenge that Mike Brennan is very good at managing. And I think you cannot stifle the creativity because creativity is the lifeblood of this business. But what I think Mike has done really, really well is provide a deep understanding of the market to our game developers, where you just understand that certain things don't work in the market and certain things do work in the market. And if you include the things that do work in the market in your game, you can take a lot of creative risk. If you don't want to add things to the game that work in the market, then you don't get to take as much creative risk. So it really is a balance and a negotiation sort of on every single game. You know, really fortunate to have such a talented team of game designers and folks that are working on that.
How much of the slot portfolio is, shall we say, a follow-on from what works versus truly unique content? Yeah,
I would say for us, the majority of what we do is a unique twist. We really don't believe in what the industry would call fast follow. I guess most industries would call fast follow. We really believe in iterating on things that work. And so really what you find in our games, and I think our best games, are a combination of things that are on trend and working right now with something new sprinkled into it. And that recipe for us has really worked. And, you know, our big hit game, Devil's Lock, was actually an example of that, where it was sort of some things that were familiar in the market, but maybe a little bit off trend, and, you know, repackaging them in a unique way created a game that was a really great game for us. And that really has become the recipe for us for success.
Thank you for that. Now, in terms of the business, the vast majority of your boxes are direct sales.
We're about 70% direct sale
Okay.
and 30% recurring revenue. And the recurring revenue has been a significant growth driver for us year over year.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah.
I want to shift gears a little bit. Mr. Kohan, who I'll talk with, well, obviously we'll talk with later. He's the acting compliance officer.
Correct.
So what are your plans? Acting implies that something else is going to happen.
Yeah.
So what are your plans for that role, I should say?
You know, we've been talking about this for a number of years, and getting the business to a scale and size where we really find a great compliance officer. We're at that size now. So in discussions actually with my board yesterday, and we have an official board meeting later today, we've agreed to sort of openly to open that position and formally go find that. We really want to find a person that has deep gaming compliance experience and also has experience entering new jurisdictions, which is a big part of our journey and you know, learning process, if you will. So we are gonna find the right person to fill that role here shortly.
Okay, so it's your intention to fill that. I appreciate that
Yeah.
feedback. In your tenure, you've had a few CFOs.
Yes.
I believe this is your third.
Yes, it is.
So that I know is a very important role
Mhm.
for the business. So can you describe, and obviously we'll talk to Mr. Register as well, but from your perspective as a CEO, can you describe the partnership that you and he have?
Yeah.
And why he's the right man to help grow Blueberry moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a finance degree, so I can be a bit pedantic about finance. And I think, you know, having Billy as a partner has been really a breath of fresh air for me. His attention to detail, his rigorous financial analysis, his forward thinking and ability has just been outstanding. And it shows up actually not just from me saying that, but when our banks talk with us, for example, Citizens, who led our syndication, said the materials that we send them are some of the best materials that they get from any company. And in our last projection, we met it within like the smallest ratio they've seen, you know, somebody hit that number. So I really just appreciate his attention to detail and rigor around finance. And it was challenging in the early days to find a CFO that wanted to work at a cash strap business that was, you know, in a turnaround mode. It wasn't a super attractive job, you know, so, you know, when we got to the point that, you know, we could really attract a top level talent, you know, Billy was available, and it's been a really great partnership.
I appreciate that. And we're going to be hearing from Catalyst later, but can you give your perspective on your relationship with Catalyst moving forward, number one, and number two, what your relationship is with Catalyst on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and how they work with you as you grow the business?
Sure. Yeah, it's been a really good relationship. We worked through the turnaround together, which is the hardest thing to do, I think, for anybody working with a financial firm. I think I've spent most of my career. I started at a private equity firm out of school and have spent most of my career working with private equity firms. And that is they speak a certain language, they see a certain thing, and they want a certain thing, and I understand that language. And so I think that helped me in my working with them and kind of understanding what we needed to do during that time period. And then coming out of that was, it's been a really great supportive relationship, really the whole time. And we have quarterly board meetings. Obviously, we talk to a couple of their folks casually on a weekly basis. And then we talk like every other week with Newton to give an update and provide an update on the business. Those are very constructive conversations that we kind of cover a whole range of topics in the business. But it has been a really good partnership for us.
So you speak with Mr. Glassman, of course, regularly, Mr. Dialba as well?
No, Gabriel works on other companies, so he doesn't spend his time on our business. So I don't interact as much with Gabriel.
Tell me what happens when you and Mr. Glassman disagree on something.
We generally debate for some period of time and try to come to a mutual discussion, or we just talk about it at the board meeting. Jim Riley is our chairman, is at those board meetings, and we generally mediate, through that process. I find that process to be very similar to every private equity firm that I've worked with, where we've had sort of that structure that, even generally when we've had a board that way, it's been two private equity people, one company person, and you have to have a mutual understanding of the issue and come to an agreeable solution. But I would say I don't feel like I've ever had anything crammed down my throat that I didn't want to do or didn't think was the best thing for the business, because I frankly wouldn't work at the company if that was the case. I really value my integrity and my what I do with the company.
With respect to Blueberry itself, what are your plans in terms of ownership and things of that nature moving forward? How do you see that?
It's really not all of my decision, obviously. I really hope that this is my last job. I would love to work at Blueberry for the rest of my career. I really think we have a bright future ahead of us. I see us as more of a platform for growth as a company. And at my previous company, we sold the business 3 or 4 times, and I was still there and taking bigger roles with different partners. I mean, clearly Catalyst is a private equity firm, and at some point we'll look to liquidate their business. But our hope is that we find another financial partner that we would grow with, and Catalyst would most likely be involved with that. So,
thank you. 2 more questions on the international front. Where do you see as growth opportunities beyond the United States?
Yeah, we think there's a number of areas. We actually shipped a game to France this year, which is our first. So that's going to be the first foray for us into international markets. Believe it or not, it looks a lot like the United States in terms of the product mix. We have a ton of people at the company that speak French, so that's certainly helpful. And then we've been sort of going through a process where we rank and evaluate every jurisdiction that we're not in and put those into a priority order. So our first and primary focus is obviously expanding throughout all of North America, which we believe will take us through at least 2027. And then after that, we start sort of really engaging in more international markets. But France was sort of an easier one where you sell to a distributor and it's sort of a one-on-one relationship. If there's other opportunities like that, we'll explore them. But we have been really focused on North America mostly.
And so, last question for now, in terms of being home here, how many employees do you have in Nevada?
We have about 92 employees,
92.
Growing a little bit every day.
And I was going to say
Las Vegas, sorry, and 111 total because of Reno as well.
92 in Las Vegas and 112 total.
Yeah.
And is it your intention, if we're successful this month, for you to continue to grow the number of Nevada employees?
It absolutely is. This is when we're hiring, the primary number of folks we've been hiring have been here in Las Vegas. Reno has been a great growth area for us as well. But yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and I appreciate your affirmative presentation and the chairman, and in your presentation, you answered a lot of my questions. One thing that I noticed is you recently hired like a senior VP of sales, I think, in May.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about that and that person's role.
Sure. Yeah, we recently hired Mike McKiskey to run the sales organization underneath Casey Whalen. It's been a really great hire for us. I think we have really amazing client relationships, and we're really spending a lot of time in front of clients, which Casey in particular is flying all over the country doing a lot of that. There's a whole nother part of the business, which is the way we like to use data and to use Salesforce and our system to systematically understand how much business do we have with each customer, when's the last time that they bought from us, and how do we forecast the business going forward. And Mike is brought in to really help us to professionalize that part of the business even further than it is today, and to allow our sales team to go and sell and be in front of customers, which some of our people are just so great at. But he's been a really great addition. He's only been in the business a few years. We have a saying at Blueberry that it's kind of called Blueberry time, where you're there for a month, but it feels like you've been there for 6 months. And we're not actually sure if you've been there for a month or 6 months, because there's so much to do every day. And it's been a lot of fun, but it's been great to have him.
Great. And he's here in your corporate offices?
Yes.
in Las
Yes, he is.
Vegas? Yeah, you went over, I think, a little bit about your future growth plans. I know you talked internationally, and then here in the States, it sounds like most of your future growth is in Nevada, is kind of what you're looking at?
There's going to be a lot of growth for us, hopefully, knock on wood, in Nevada. This is really the largest jurisdiction that we're not currently in the world, honestly.
Okay.
And so we're really excited about being here.
Well, I think those are my general questions. You recently entered into a credit agreement, some terms. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you tell us
Yep.
a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah, that was
Generally?
the agreement we did with Citizens. It was a $55 million deal. We were able to repay Catalyst proceeds that they had put into the business, and then we're able to get ourselves some liquidity as well for growth. That's been a really good partnership. They've been really great for us. I don't know, Billy, if you want to say anything, else about that. Put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. It was a fantastic deal for us liquidity wise. We sort of the liquidity side of that was a $10 million revolver. So it was a $45 million term loan and a $10 million revolver.
And that's sort of helped you grow into, you mentioned, more studios, right? More opportunities.
right.
And growth.
Yeah, and
more
to grow our
employees.
recurring revenue business, which has been it's a very capital intensive part of the business, and but it pays a lot of dividends over time. And so that's been, super helpful to us.
Great. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Droyson. I don't really have any questions. Everything's been pretty well covered by my colleagues, and we had a thorough briefing yesterday from our agents. So just want to thank you and commend you for moving your operation here to Nevada and employing Nevadans. It's always a good thing, and we do appreciate that. I appreciate you moving here with your family as well. You have any kids?
I do. Yeah, 2 girls. They're 11 and 8. Let them pick out my tie this morning. So that was that was a big to do.
Well, as a 45-year resident of Nevada, Las Vegas in particular, my suggestion would be that you put them in private schools.
Yeah.
Public school system here is not very good.
Yeah.
So that's my
Thank you. Yeah.
parting advice to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, Mr. Berger did such a good job. Why don't you just roll into your own personal background?
You got it. Absolutely. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is the town I'm fiercely proud of growing up in. It was an amazing Midwest place to grow in. My father worked for General Electric, and my mother was a school teacher. I went on to go to the University of Cincinnati, where I majored in finance. I was a student body president my senior year, which was like a culmination of a whole bunch of things in my college career, because I really didn't pay that much attention in high school. So I had a lot of catching up to do, which I did in college. much of that was at the encouraging of my wife, we are high school sweethearts. We went to prom together. We've been together for 20 plus years, and she's really been a great positive influence in my life over the time. After school, I moved to San Francisco to work for a private equity firm called Alpine Investors. Moving to San Francisco from Cincinnati, Ohio is a little bit like moving to Mars. It was just I was on my own. I'd gone to college by myself. My parents had actually moved to California already. And, living in the city and working at an investment firm where I worked as many hours as one could possibly work every single day. I learned a tremendous amount and was very fortunate to get that job out of school. Alpine owned a slot machine manufacturer called AGS at the time. And in 2008, when the stock market blew up, we weren't really making new investments. So I entrenched at AGS as an Alpine employee to help them out I was in my early 20s and I just did whatever they wanted me to do. And I traveled all over the place, trying to help with sales, trying to help with finance. And I learned a tremendous amount about the gaming business. And then in 2011, a gentleman by the name of Bob Mayadunsky, who was the CEO at AGS at the time, told me, he said, you either want to be a private equity guy or you want to be a gaming guy. He's like, you can't be both. So if you want to be a gaming guy, I suggest you move to Las Vegas. And I said, I want to be a gaming guy. So I moved to Las Vegas from San Francisco with my now wife. And it was actually a lot more like living in Cincinnati, to be honest. I think there's a tremendous amount of similarities between our two cities in terms of the workforce and the people and a lot of the dynamics. I worked through AGS for a number of years, and we sold the company eventually to Apollo. And I stayed and ran the slot division as we took the company public on the New York Stock Exchange, and learned a ton in that role and had a lot of responsibility for a lot of people. And the company had grown from 150 employees to 800 employees during that time when I was there. And in late 2019, I got a phone call from a recruiter who asked if I'd be interested in taking the job at Blueberry. And it was just the right time for me. I'd been sort of working on AGS for a really long time, and it sounded like a exciting opportunity, which I think as I describe it to other people, maybe it didn't sound as exciting. It was a struggling business based mostly in, Canada and, needed a lot of help. But to me, that was exciting and seemed like a really great opportunity. So I was thrilled to take that role. I'm responsible mostly for setting the strategy and vision and driving execution. I have 7 amazing direct reports, which include the folks that are here today, as well as our head of HR, Jen Bauer, our head of corporate development, Greg Roberson, and then my executive admin, Susan Pierce. And I'm really, really fortunate to have an amazing team that are so good at what they do that it allows me to focus on the future a lot and thinking about what are we going to be in 5 years from now as a company. My wife and I are very passionate about the community. I think I mentioned earlier, but I'm the chairman of the board for Goodwill Southern Nevada, which employs roughly about 800 folks here in the Valley and is focused on workforce development, helping people get back to work. It's truly an honor to work with that organization every day. And it's a very humbling experience when you see somebody go from living in a car to getting a job that's making a livable wage here in the Valley. So really proud of that work. My wife is the chairwoman of Spread the Word Nevada, which is helps with children's literacy here in the Valley. She was just elected in that role, and we're really proud of her at home. But we just think there's so much opportunity to get back to the community, and we're very committed to that. And then our girls, Sloan and Dagny, my 2 daughters, are 11 and 8, and are in every activity you can imagine, and are at school in Henderson, and are just a joy. So, and really the center of our life. So, thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. It's always interesting to me. Paths to the gaming industry oftentimes aren't straight lines, and it's very interesting to hear people's stories. So I appreciate your story. Can you tell me with a little bit of specificity what your days look like?
Yeah.
And what you're doing to manage the culture and the growth and all the above?
Yeah, I every day is a little bit different. I try to have some structure to keep my sanity, but we have a pretty regular operating rhythm to the business. So every Monday we have a sales call that's a pretty, hour and a half long call going through all of our numbers. On Tuesday, we sort of touch base with Catalyst. Then through the rest of the week, we have various operating meetings to go over everything going in the business. So I would say on any given day, there's sort of one divisional operating briefing or discussion. And then when I am free, I try to spend as much time as I can with our employees or our customers. So I think I mentioned these new hire meetings, but every week I have 2 to 3 new hire meetings, which it used to be 90 days, but we've hired so many people that it's really hard to do it every 90 days. So sort of within their first year, I try to spend 15 to 20 minutes with every single employee and have a conversation with them about what they're doing. And then I get to spend a lot of time thinking about the future, which is really a pleasure for me, because the team has done such a great job just spending their time operating the business.
Very good. So between the materials you provided and yesterday's meeting and today, you've answered all my questions. I will note for the record that you were very cooperative and forthcoming, which certainly we appreciate. And I know you to be eminently qualified for this role, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Jim.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Yes, you've checked a lot of the boxes off and gone through everything, and I was curious how you got into gaming with your background. So that's very interesting, and I'm glad you did.
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
Happy to have you, and I'm glad you're here in Nevada. So you've never been licensed in Nevada before, correct? But you have some pending and active licensing in multiple jurisdictions related to this role. Is that
That's right.
correct?
Yes,
And maybe you had some previously, I believe as well.
I did. Yeah.
One thing I was just curious, you mentioned meeting with new employees. So then are you traveling to these different locations, or are you
If
pretty
I'm-
much always in?
I try to be once a quarter at least. I try to go to one of our offices, which is very challenging, as you can imagine, to get to and to see customers as well. But we do a lot of them. If I'm not in the office, we do a lot of them over Teams. But if we can do them in person, that's my preference. We also do have a big holiday party in every single office at the end of the year, which is a really amazing event for us. And me and my team travel to every holiday party in
Lucky.
December. So it's a lot of fun. It's just great to see everybody and to be there in person.
And so does every office close for 2 weeks?
They do, yes.
No,
We have
that's
to
what I
obviously
didn't know.
have staff on, our customers are 24/7. So if
Right.
our casino customers need something, they're available, but yes. And it's really become a dream, because in my role, you don't really get a lot of time off unless everybody's off.
Right.
And so those weeks are pretty precious to me.
Well, I'm happy to support your application, and thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all, Chairman.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm more than thrilled to support your application. You're eminently qualified. You have a spectacular resume here, and well-educated and well-experienced. So I, along with my colleagues, I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Okay, so Andrew, you're done
Yep.
for the moment. Shall we proceed with Mr. Register,
Yes, please.
please?
Hi, my name's Billy Register. Good morning. I'm happy to be here today. So like Andrew said, like Andrew, I sort of have a winding path to gaming. So I think it's important to kind of go through a little bit of my background. I'm originally from Washington, DC, born and raised. I went to undergrad at James Madison University, which is in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. I went on to get my 2 master's degrees from Syracuse, one in economics, one in international relations. But really, I started my life as a Peace Corps volunteer. I was in West Africa working with the Ministry of Tourism there. That sort of led me to private equity in emerging markets focused on Africa, which then in a big geographical leap led me to private equity in Los Angeles. But really for the last 12 years before coming to Blueberry, I worked for an entertainment company there called Deluxe Media. It is a multinational private equity backed post-production company. I started in corporate development, sort of in-house M&A. That led me into being a divisional CFO there. And then I finished my time as the EVP in charge of global finance for the company. So 2023, my path crossed with Andrew, who's no longer sitting next to me, Snow Casey. And we were introduced by a mutual friend, and Andrew came to me with, the opportunity to join Blueberry, high growth company, super innovative, and to be part of the management team that he was growing, which, was a really exciting time in Blueberry's history. I couldn't really pass it up. So I joined as the CFO. Like I said, I've been there about 2 years now. It feels like a little bit I've been shot out of a cannon, sort of new to gaming, but not really new to finance. Finance tends to sort of be a little bit industry agnostic. So I was able to bring everything that I learned from, the last, at that point, 15 years of my career to Blueberry. My portfolio there is, I think, a pretty standard CFO portfolio. Finance, accounting, operations, tax, audit, financial strategy, third-party financial relationships. So I work with our lenders, I work with Catalyst, being a business partner to the rest of my executive team. But I think also is important for me is being a good steward of the company, for our employees, for our customers, for our vendors. It's really important that we show up for the industry. So that's a big part of my job as well. Just maybe to wrap up quickly, like on a personal note, I have recently, well, maybe not recently, but I've officially moved to Vegas from LA. It's been a great experience making that transition. I really enjoy Vegas. I'm a subscriber at the Smith Center, and I've really started to try to embrace, kind of what it means to live in Vegas, having been in LA for most of my adult life. So now I'm sort of looking at how I can kind of continue to grow with Blueberry, and I'm excited about being here and looking forward to be a part of the Nevada gaming community.
Thank you, Mr. Register. We appreciate that. How big is your team?
We are 11 strong right now. We've got 6 on the accounting side and 5 on the finance side. And most of us are in Vegas. We're actually one of the few teams at Blueberry that's fully in office 5 days a week. And we're a strong, close-knit team.
You anticipate that, given what's ahead of Blueberry, that the finance team will have to grow?
I do. I think, there's some operational sides of accounting in particular that will have to grow, as just the volume of what we do grows, processing invoices, just the nuts and bolts of running an accounting team. And then on the finance side, as we grow and look at strategic opportunities, we will absolutely have to grow as a finance team as well.
I'm interested in your perspective as a finance guy. What's your take on the culture of the company?
That is a fantastic question. So I think Blueberry, one of the things that attracted me to Blueberry was the culture and the culture that Andrew's building. He talked a lot about that, but I think one of the sort of lines we have to walk is in finance, there's attention to detail, accuracy, urgency, all of the things that go into making a world-class finance work. And sometimes you do have to balance, some of the other aspects of culture, and that is challenging at times. But I think Blueberry gives us the space to be able to do that, and sort of the grace to be a world-class org, but also focus on what it means to be a team sport.
Can you talk about how you manage obviously the Blueberry side versus the Catalyst side, and how that looks for you on a daily basis?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I come from my prior company was a private equity backed company. The first firm was called McAndrews and Forbes, no stranger to gaming, owned Deluxe. And then after that it was Platinum Equity, also no stranger to gaming. And so I've spent most of my career dealing with that, either on the business side or on the private equity side. So when it comes to, working with Catalyst, I do try to maintain, a close relationship with them, and they're very collaborative and do work with us quite well. Relative to other experience I've had with working with private equity firm owners, they've been a great partner for Blueberry.
So how different is gaming, if at all, from the other companies?
It's also a great question. I think I can answer that sort of 2 ways. I touched on sort of finance is finance, right. But when we think about, coming from entertainment, post-production in LA, it's a content-driven business, creatively driven business. Blueberry feels very familiar in that way, whether, you're making Star Wars or Devil's Lock, it all sort of feels a little bit familiar. So I was comfortable with the dynamics of, being a creative content company, sort of regardless of what the setting was.
And the same question I asked up the chain, what happens when you and Andrew disagree?
So what I really like about working with Andrew, and I appreciate what he said earlier, you know, he and I have a fantastic relationship, you know, personally and professionally, and we don't always agree, you know, and but what Andrew creates in his team is a space to be able to sort of hash it out, talk it through. He doesn't mind disagreement, and we typically do find our way back to agreeing in the end. You know, I had a boss that always used to say, you know, you have to be able to say no without being disagreeable, and Andrew creates the space for that.
Thank you. Well, I can say from the information we received timely, we appreciate that level of cooperation you provided. I appreciate your background. It's certainly very solid. And it seems as though you and Andrew and the other members of the team have formed a great partnership. You're clearly eminently qualified. I'll be happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation and background information. Yeah, you have quite diverse background, so I was interested in the story and how you landed at Blueberry. And so you have not been licensed before in Nevada, similarly, but you do have active and pending and some licenses, I think, in other jurisdictions related to your role here. I'm happy to support your application, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Just curious, you finished up your bachelor's in public administration in '99 from Jimmy Madison, and there's like a 4-year gap before you went for the master's at Syracuse.
Yep.
What did you do in those 4 years?
So two of those years were Peace Corps, and then 2 years were emerging market private equity. I was sort of on a path, you could say, to like sort of international finance sort of route, hence the finance or economics and international relations.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I too am happy to support your application. You're eminently qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Assad. One question, what country were you in West Africa?
Ghana, West Africa.
Very good. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay.
Next, we'd like to proceed with Casey Whalen if we can, and then Mike Brennan will follow him.
Very good. Mr. Whalen, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. Chairman Dreitzer, Board Member Sendall, Judge Assad, thank you. Really excited to be here today. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Blueberry today. I have direct reports in legal and contracts, so everything we do related to patents and trademarks. I oversee sales, everything we do land-based in North America, Canada, and US. And then as we grow the business, Andrew touched on it, but our online space, how we represent that, going international, France, some of the other things we look at. So as we consider or contemplate other verticals down the road, I'm working with that team there. I moved to the Silver State in 1997. I was actually recruited in a former life. I was recruited by Dwayne Knight, the Hall of Fame golf coach at UNLV, and I was the assistant men's golf coach there for that powerhouse team. So that was my first entree to here. All 3 of my kids were born here. My 2 sons were born at Valley, and my daughter was born up at Mountain View Hospital off of Cheyenne. So I'm really proud of what the state means to me, and love being here. My kids all went on to get college degrees, so enjoyed growing up here and have moved on. So I'm kind of an empty nester at this point. In 2005, through some family friends, I met some people in the industry, and I was basically hired at Valley Gaming as an account executive. And my territory that I covered was Mesquite, Laughlin, Pahrump, and downtown. So I learned a lot about the history of gaming in Nevada and how important it is. I actually even got to have multiple Friday lunches at the El Cortez with Jackie Gahn and sit around with his team and tell old stories. So that was really super interesting. After 6 years at Valley, I was recruited away to Konami Gaming. I spent 8 years at Konami taking on different roles. At the end, I was the vice president of North American game sales, all the land-based stuff in Canada and the US. So I learned a ton along the way there. And then at the end of 2019, a friend of mine, Andrew Burke, now my coworker, my boss, came and said, "Hey, will you have coffee with me? I'm thinking about making a move. And I'm going to go to this small little company that needs a lot of help." I had a great run at Konami, and I said, "Man, wouldn't that be interesting? We took some of the great things we learned at these companies and tried to bring them to this small little startup and turn around the business." So at the top of 2020, I left Konami, and Andrew and I handshake. So now I'm 5+ years in here, and this has been the greatest job of my career. It's been amazing to be able to spend time with these long-term, dedicated French-Canadian employees that have been through a lot of different iterations of the business and then grow it here in Nevada specifically. And so it's just been an amazing job for the last 5 years. We'd be super excited and humble at the opportunity of being able to, bring our games to this market, have our employees be able to drive down the street and see the things they've created. So that's been really important to us, and getting to work with people like Mike, Billy, and Steve, along with Andrew here, this sort of people that have been other places and have this really interesting collaboration has been really exciting. And again, just super thankful to be here.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Whalen. I will leave the golf questions to Member Sendall in a minute.
Okay.
But could you describe your day-to-day activities? And then I assume you have a lot of travel, and what does that all look like?
Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, we have grown the business at such a rate that it's interesting. Once you get your first set of games in a certain place, there's a new host of challenges with regards to the upkeep and the maintenance of those sort of things, how you build out a sales team to make sure that the customers feel like, you're doing the proper things along the way to maintain the base. And then along the way, we've been applying to all these new jurisdictions. You can see, down the road, ideally after Nevada, we'd love to get to Illinois and Mississippi and Pennsylvania and some of these other jurisdictions. So we spent a lot of time in front of customers. So a lot of my time spent there. And then the other thing that was important, and Andrew referenced this earlier, was before we came to Nevada, we wanted to make sure that the corporate companies, MGM, Boyd, Caesars, Valley, everybody else who had, sort of opportunities in other states or surrounding states, they felt good about the business. So when we came to Nevada, we were kind of a known entity, and they could make investments with us when and if we got approved in Nevada to be able to come here. So I spent a lot of time customer facing in front of them, talking about the challenges of the business and our opportunities to grow the partnership with them, because these are truly long-term relationships with these customers. So I spent a lot of time customer facing.
Now, you certainly have had success with several titles. How do you balance that in terms of saturation? Because I know there's largely often a temptation to put out as many games as you can, but oftentimes I'd imagine that's not the best idea. So what are your thoughts about how you balance that?
That's great. I think we live and die by fair share. When we talk about fair share, the simple math is if we are 1% of a casino's floor, we want to be doing 2% of the revenue. And if you continue to maintain that delta along the way and you take fewer games than maybe you ideally would like initially, you can continue to grow at a healthy rate. So oftentimes somebody will say, hey, can I take 8 of your games? And I'd say, I'd rather you take 6 or 4. Let's get these right. Have you feel good about the business. Now we're building a foundation of trust, understanding, but at the end of the day, the games are earning for the customers, and we feel good about the manner in which we're growing the business. So those are the sort of things we talk about all the time. Michael, who's sitting next to me, will talk about, hey, here are the titles we have coming down the road. I'll talk about a particular footprint with a customer and say, look, are we going to have the proper number of titles to support the cabinets we have on the floor, not only this year, but as we go forward. So that's just part of our ongoing day-to-day, strategy that we continue to wrestle to the ground.
I appreciate that. Having worked in a larger company, as you have, and now a smaller company, both in the gaming equipment manufacturer space, can you compare and contrast the different environments and what the different challenges are between a big company and small company?
Yeah, for a small company, it's fun to play the small guy card, because sometimes we've had financial challenges along the way where they'll maybe meet you a little differently on creative terms. We like to be a little irreverent and do things, a little bit differently how we think about art. Our art's amazing. People have always liked that along the way, but I think being able to collaborate and do specific deals that make sense for each customer, meeting them where they're at. And the nice thing is, because we're only licensed in about half the jurisdictions in the country, we haven't been spread too thin. So as we continue to grow the team, we get to spend a lot of time right in front of our customers and talk about their immediate challenges, where I think sometimes the bigger companies are kind of a little more disparate and spread out around the way, where we get to focus on just what's kind of in front of us. And we've grown things methodically since my 5.5 years being here.
I appreciate that. Well, I can say for the record, the board appreciates you were very forthcoming, very cooperative throughout the entire process. You're obviously very qualified for the role, and I would support you in your application here today. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Hitting on your kind of sales role and customer forward facing role, how much are you traveling and where is most of your time spent?
Quite a lot travel. We have a lot of focus or areas of concentration in California, Florida, Oklahoma, and Washington periodically. But the unique challenge is, for instance, in the last year, we just had a Louisiana license. as you make these first forays into these new markets, you want to really make sure that the customers feel good about that first impression that you make. So not only am I going to, Florida, California, Washington, Oklahoma, like I talked about, the new markets are super important too, to make not only that first good impression, but people feel, hey, I didn't just buy these games and I've been left out, hang out to dry. So we'll talk about dynamics of, hey, are the customers talking about our games? Are we giving you the marketing support that you expected from us? So I think it's important to balance both, but I do spend a lot of time on the road.
So you're essentially the main contact then, right? You're the face of when you
Yeah,
start
for
new
sure. We have
contracts
our account executives are customer facing, but I always have kind of backstop them along the way, along with Mike McKiskey, who you asked a question about before. We brought Mike along the way. So he and I spent a lot of time collaborating. Hey, can you go to Indiana? Well, I'll go to Washington, divide and conquer, those sorts of things. So.
And, I heard you talk about UNLV golf, so you got to tell me a little bit more about that. So you were a coach?
Yeah. So I was only a 5. I was never a great golfer. I went to Arizona State. I was never going to make the team there, but I always loved golf. And so right out of school, when I kind of came back in 1996, I got hired as the assistant women's golf coach at the University of Texas in Austin, which was amazing. And then during that off season, Dwayne Knight on the men's side was looking for an assistant golf coach here. And I came in and they've been #1 all these years leading up to it. And ironically enough, the year I was here, we won the one and only national championship they ever won. I had very little to do with it. It was dumb luck.
Just
If
right
anybody
place,
knows
right
me,
time.
we had this amazing team. I think I have this effect, or this is part of my thing as a culture person. I'm just kind of, I kind of meet people where they're at. And one thing I learned in golf was, there's not one golf swing for everybody, but everybody has one golf swing. And so not everybody wants to be treated the same way when people are doing well. They want to be, some people want to be left alone, and some people want you to be all hands on. And I think that was one of those things, whether I coached all women at Texas or all men at UNLV, along the way, it's helped me in my coaching career of trying to meet people where they're at. Yeah. And so as I interact with customers, internal or external, I think that's one of my superpowers where, I don't have a lot of ego or a lot of hubris. I don't care about getting a lot of credit. I just want to have some fun and success and have everybody find whatever their definition of joy and happiness is.
That's great. And so I have to ask then, do you get to integrate your golf into work? And, you're working with the customers. So is some of your work done on the golf course?
I'm good for a couple shots around. That's about it. I play a lot of scrambles, so I'll play in the customer events and stuff. But it's funny, if you work at a donut shop for a while, sometimes you get tired of donuts. So I don't enjoy 6 hours on a weekend at all. From in Southern California, I enjoy surfing now. So it's a little bit more like that, but I still love golf. It's an amazing thing. I got put in the Southern Nevada Golf Hall of Fame. I got put in UNLV Hall of Fame. It's something I really was an amazing time in my life, but, and I'm really proud of that. Working at UNLV was great. I got to sit on Gucci Row for some basketball games, all those sorts of things. So, and my son went to UNR with a management degree and still lives in Reno. So my oldest, so I think you have Reno roots, or you're proud of UNR. So yeah, my son lives in Reno. And then my other son just graduated from Arizona State and moved back and is working for the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians at the Palms. So I have 2 boys back in this Silver State as well. So
yeah, and so one working in gaming then.
Yeah, fill out his application, and it's with our compliance department too. So
Good. Well, happy to submit your application. I just had to ask about your golf background.
Yeah.
And, thank you. And thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Very good. I'm glad you got out in 2 questions. That was good. Appreciate that. Judge Sod.
Thank you, Chairman Dreutzer. I too will be supporting your application. I don't have any problem with anything in the paperwork here. I was just curious. Well, when you were playing with Jackie, hanging out with Jackie Gone, did you get involved in any of his poker games?
No, it was lunch. He'd eat chicken tenders. We'd sit there. They call it the table of influence. And there, he had this round table with 10 or 12 people, and we'd sit around and he talked about, where he owned land and the mint days and all those sort of things. So it was really something I cherish. I know he passed away in 2014, but these 2005 and 06 lunches that I had with him was super interesting. Really helped me, understand how important not only gaming is, but also the background math, how you treat customers. Jackie was always customer first, and specifically his employees. He always talked about, hey, we can work through most things together. So it's really impactful to me. So
You didn't try to hook you into fantasy football contests?
no, I love football, and I've actually never done fantasy football. Something I'm very proud of. I don't know.
He was pretty good at it. But
yeah.
Pretty good at poker too.
Yeah.
So on the, you worked before for Konami. When did you leave Konami?
I left Konami 2020, the top of 2020. Yep. And so
Was there a non-compete for a year or something?
Yeah, I just sit out for 3 months and I started in June of 2020 with Andrew. Yeah, correct.
Okay, and then you went right to work for Blueberry after that?
Yeah, I sure did. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, good, because there was a little kind of confusion in the paperwork here about
Sure.
when Konami overlapped with Blueberry and all that, but that's fine. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Mr. Whalen, thank you very much. Shall we keep going? Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me. Happy to be here. My name is Mike Brennan. I'm our Chief Product Officer. I was born and raised in Buffalo, New York. Go Bills. A little bit of the Rust Belt connection, to Andrew. And then I graduated from the University of Rochester. I had a double major in English and political science. So I have a pretty unique path. Like you talk about lines that get people to gaming. Might be one of the stranger ones. I started as a technical writer for Atronic, if anybody recalls Atronic. They were European owned, and I ended up being there about 16 and a half years, but it ended up being about 4 or 5 different companies. So merger with Spilo, that was bought by GTech. Automatica bought GTech and then ended up becoming IGT. So from tech writer, I was able to get a job managing a little service team and then got interested in product. And really my curiosity of the industry, nobody, like we say, really plans to get in gaming, but just the fascination on the whole environment, getting on the road. And so then I took various roles in product management, was kind of a generalist. So I was out a market-facing product manager, really working with sales. And this is where I think, I gained a lot of kind of the experience that led me to where I am today. So I tried to hit almost every casino in North America. I mean, I was wanted to visit every place. I was listening to customers, was playing slots, was engaging with our end, user, which is the player. And so over those 16 years, I ended up being the vice president of product management up until about 4 years ago. Same story with all of us. Andrew, reached out and, we talked about what could happen with bringing someone with product experience to Blueberry, and, best decision I had ever made. It's just been part of that 16 and a half years. Was a small company, then one of the biggest in IGT, and just I really valued the amount of input and influence you can have, in a smaller company. And so, since then, my responsibilities as a CPO is really the end product, right? Is how can we create compelling solutions, hardware, games, and how can we do it with a disadvantage, right? Because most of our competitors have much larger operations than us, and so that kind of led us to kind of think differently. And my background really focusing on research and the end player, and then really balancing process and creativity. That's what's great about this industry, is there is no playbook. There's a lot of science that goes into what works here, but then there's just this intangible, right? It's like the passion of the team that spent a year and a half on this game. It's how everything comes together: the art, the sound, the math, the ride. And so my day to day is managing 6 or 7 direct reports. I've got 139 people, and it's product management and marketing, but it's also R&D. So all those game studios we talked about, our teams that make our hardware, our technology. And I think what's great, and reason, I think we're all really just love Blueberry, is that, having different teams together, reduces a lot of friction in decision-making, reduces a lot of maybe non-valuated time. Being out on the road in those years at my previous company, I got empathy for sales. And so we have really great a relationship. We're at that size of a company where we can really make quick decisions. And so, we're looking down the field. My job is to make sure that we can keep this up, right? When you grow as fast as we have, you just got to keep the product going, and you got to do it without losing that quality. And part of that has been focusing on our player. We focus group test our games with players, and actually with Nevada players. We like to do it at a couple places around here. And part of our turnaround was very detailed and challenging. There's a lot to it, but probably the best way to simplify it is we really focused on the player. That's why we made less games. We took longer on them. One of our design commandments is we make games for players. We have all these red flags during it's kind of this internal term when we're looking at a game and making sure that it's really player focused. And so that's what we're excited to hope to bring here to Nevada, right? We make fun games. There's art talent, as you've heard. So like we don't like to just do, what's out there. We like to put a little twist on it. We have a really great production values. We like to put in some mini new to market features. And probably the culmination of this, it was about 1.5 years ago. We heard from a competitor who probably said something that was one of the better things we've heard is because, we were focusing on, we have great characters in our games too. We have like these different characters that can help the player. As they said that, we helped make making games fun again. Right. So like there was a time period where everything kind of looked the same and it was pretty volatile. And, we were able to, they were saying that we helped making games fun. We just helped make the industry a little more fun with our games. So that's why we're really excited and hopefully be privileged to bring that product here to Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for that presentation. Can you talk a little bit about how you manage the internal creative teams? It's widely known one of the hardest things to do is manage creative teams. So how do you do it? How do you do it across the multiple studios you have? And how do you get them to balance their desire to be creative with the business requirements?
Well said. Yeah, it's really difficult. I think first is earn their trust, like get out there and, visit them. So I'm always on the road visiting our studios. Then we have this phrase, creativity within confines. So it's like, hey, and they have to have creative input. People came to Blueberry like from our competitors because they don't want to just, clone a game or be told what to do. So we put in structure. So we have a very creative and enabled process in our studios, but we have these milestone gates where in order to graduate, you got to kind of show your work and explain what you're doing. And I'm very engaged and actively involved in these gates. And I think it comes down to, making sure that they understand the parameters and that they can play, and Andrew said it well too, that they can really do whatever they want over here. But if you're doing this and creating risk in your game by like, let's say putting a photorealistic human as like a character, that's hard because you get a little uncanny valley. People will see something they may not like in that person. But if you want to go that direction with art, then make it safer with jackpots. So we talk a lot about risk and balancing it and looking at a game with a lot of factors. At G2E, we're going to showcase like we have this spider graph tool that has like 8 factors of risk, and we like showing more of the process to our customers. So it's pretty amazing what we share with them, and it's really letting the team shine through. So it's no easy answer other than they have to have creative control, but they have to do it really within the market standards. We're students of the industry. I mean, we're obsessed with knowing what's going on and give them that information and then let them play in that sandbox.
Are you a player, a slot player?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And when you get feedback from your customers, how do you integrate that into your creative process?
Yeah, so 2 customers as the operators, right? And we're doing pre-G2E last week, this week, and next week. And so they come, that's where, our customers come into our showroom and we give them kind of a one-on-one hour plus presentation. We take that very seriously. We ask them questions, we're taking notes. So they'll, customers are great at feedback on like hardware, especially like, are we thinking of the drop team, right? Not just the aesthetics of the cabinet. So that customer and sales, because we have the tight relationship, we get a lot of information, through them. And then for the player, I would say about 80% of our games go through player focus testing, where we'll bring them in or go to a casino. It's usually groups of 6, 5 a day. So we get a good sample size of 30. Then we do player intercepts afterwards, where we'll go and talk to players with the knowledge of the property, just ask them questions on our games, what they liked about it. We'll ask very specific questions too. So, I mean, we do a lot of postmortems. Like the only way that we can succeed and compete as we're growing our R&D is just every game has to be, more well thought out, more player focused, and really just, we don't have the luxury of having a handful of misses. So we take it really seriously on listening to the end user.
I appreciate that. And you've answered what I was going to ask. The hardest question of all is, how do you make a good game? And I guess you certainly have answered that.
That's the thing is like, you think that this industry is humbling. You think you figured it out. I will say that when we had, Devil's Lock was our hit game, and it was like, the indexes are all across, but it was like a 2-6 game after 90 days. And I remember thinking, oh, we can make a 2X game every year. And it's like, man, to really have a game that, it stands out in the industry where there's, maybe 500 games released a year is really hard. So the goal is to try to figure out and learn from your successes and failures and try new things and pay attention to the market. But, there is no recipe, and that's what makes this so fun and challenging. And I think when people get in here, they don't want to leave because, it's the never ending quest, and it's been really fun.
How many people do you have on your R&D team?
Yeah, we got 139. and some of those are in product management and marketing, and they're spread across those 4 locations.
Very good. Thank you. You've answered all my questions between the materials you provided timely. We appreciate that cooperation. Definitely see your passion for the industry and your qualifications here. So I'm more than happy to support your application. Member Sendall.
So I have to ask, how's Sharks Lock doing? Isn't
Oh.
that the new one, the more?
Yeah, so
recent?
we had Devil's Lock, and then we did a spinoff. We called it a deconstruction. We like our funny phrases, and it wasn't a clone, but it was like a deconstruction and rebuild. It did really well, but we have a second version now. So we have a Sharks Lock Slice and Dice and Devil's Lock Slice and Dice, and it's doing well. It was a cool story. Sorry, I'm talking about games, but it's the lifeblood of what we do. But the devil was red, and we wanted to do a sequel that had, and a devil is a little edgy, right? In Devil's Lock. And so a shark was the perfect character that the team came up with. We made it red instead of blue, and it's a little edgy with its teeth. And it's helped us create a whole brand. And that's another thing we can bring, to players across North America, is we're creating some real IP. Our Lock brand has a following, and we spun it off a couple times, including the shark game.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because I know it's newer. So.
People love sharks, right?
Yeah, no, great pick, Just curious how that came about, but well, I'm happy to support your application, and yeah, I was interested in your background coming from being, was it the writer, technical writer? Is this a lot more fun than what you were doing before? Or just
Yeah,
different?
I mean, do you read manuals that you buy in tools? Because I wrote those, so yeah, it was pretty thankless, pretty thankless job.
Someone has to do it,
Yeah.
right? When you need it, it's very important.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm happy to support your application. Thanks.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thanks for being here in person. I don't play those games at all. I don't know anything about them, but what do you attribute the success of what's it called, Devil's Lock to?
Yeah.
Why is it so successful?
Great question. We've talked about this a lot. We actually broke it down. We thought the components. I think the easiest answer is we hit the market with a game that was unique. It was grounded in features that were popular. So there's this term cash on reels, where there's like a cash ball that had these pot fillers. So we had 2 or 3 things that were very popular in the industry, and then 2 or 3 things that were very different. The reel set was like independent reels, which is, it kind of fallen out of favor. And it had, we hit the market. Timing is so important in life. And at the time, the industry was very focused on volatile games that maybe had Asian graphics and a different math profile. This game had a giant cartoony devil up front that was kind of mischievous but helpful. And its math ride was a little softer, right? Where maybe players were getting a little frustrated, and this gave them more time on device. And so we spent a lot of time breaking it down. Its bet structure was a little cheeky. It cost 66 cents to play, playing on the devil side a little bit. And it had some, a lot of unique things there. And I'll say the last thing is the team and the gentleman that made that was so passionate about it, was so obsessed with like even nanoseconds of when this happened and this, and the sound was amazing. And it really is a testament to our creative teams that, there is a science industry, as I said, but you can see the passion and the drive and, the love that team had that manifested in that game. Just like, when you see a movie and it just works because the writer and director are in sync. And Devil's Lock was just this perfect storm, I think, of hitting the mark at the right time, believing in something different, having support from team and management to take our time. The game was also late. Right? In our industry, I have this phrase like, nobody remembers when you're late with the best games in the industry. It can't be late because you got to deliver. But yeah, this just all came together in this maelstrom that was catapulted to us where we are. But we also want to say we're more than that, right? We've had this process that we think, who knows if we'll ever get another game like that, right? That could be a once in a career, but we can get close.
How long has it been out there?
3.5 or 4 years. Yeah, but we've sequelized it a couple times. We have a brand new version that just launched a couple months ago.
So is it, you just accumulate points or something, or do you win a jackpot, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's a traditional game, but it's a little lower volatile. So like you're winning, you say you're betting a couple bucks and the jackpot's a little lower, so it's more attainable. So it's like for players that maybe want to take a bit more time. It does have some punchy, you go in the bonus, you get a bit more wins, but it's for, a bit more time on device.
So you can win actual money. You
Oh
can
yeah, yeah,
like
for sure. Yeah.
What's the biggest jackpot that you can win on it?
Devil's Lock is a little lower. I think it's like a couple thousand dollars. The market's around 10,000 for standard games, or they have bigger jackpots. So people aren't playing it really for the jackpot.
Yeah, it's like a pastime thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slot where they're gambling. Yeah, but yeah, some pass some time and
Killing
win
time.
some.
What's the hold percentage on it? Do you know?
That's up to the casinos, right? So anywhere between 85 or 86 up to 94. It's all really market. We design the optionality, and then our customers put in what's right for their players in their market.
So you've been licensed in several other jurisdictions.
Yes,
And you have several pending applications
yes.
in other this will be your first Nevada license
Correct.
as well, correct? Great. And do you guys manufacture any poker machines also?
No, it's part of what we've been able to, I think, grow is we're pretty focused. So we're really just doing video slots. Yeah, not one company's got really a stranglehold on that market.
Who's that?
IGT.
IGT?
Yeah.
Okay. Konami doesn't, and some of these other companies, they don't do poker at all?
No, there's been a couple other entrants.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why? I mean, poker is really popular,
Yeah, and that's part of the
10
reason, there's a lot of player loyalty. They're the market experts. I mean, they created, they were.
Is it a
second.
patent thing? Do they have like an
The
exclusive?
patents have expired, to my knowledge, but it's really, it almost doesn't matter because even the font that they use on their product is, the way the buttons feel and are lined up. It's just a extreme player loyalty to that
Wow,
brand.
interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, you're eminently qualified as well, so I'm happy to support your application also.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Judge Assad, and thank you, Mr. Brennan.
And last but not least, on the Blueberry side, we have Steve Cohen.
Excellent. Good morning, sir.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Sendall, and Judge Assad. Super excited to be here. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to talking with you. My name is Steve Cohen, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Blueberry Gaming. I grew up in a small town in Northern Illinois, and I'd often joke like, well, all my friends and their families were heading to Florida to go to Disney World. My parents took my brother and I to Las Vegas. So although I didn't move here till 2010, it's fun reflecting back that, Vegas gaming and Nevada has been a big part of my life. I attended Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, which is just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. Graduated with my bachelor's degree in business management and marketing in 2009. Right after graduation, I actually started at a casino called Lumiere Place Casino in downtown St. Louis. It was just an entry-level marketing job. So worked in the Players Club, did a little bit of database marketing, and got to jump on the mic for some of the drawings on Friday and Saturday night. In 2010, I decided to pack up my Dodge Neon at the time and move out here to Las Vegas with some close family that lived here. In 2010, I started a 10-year career with Konami Gaming, held a number of different positions with Konami across the company, including analytics, product management, jumped over to the sales side and was actually the direct salesperson for Northern Nevada was my first patch. A lot of miles driven through Winnemucca and Jackpot and Reno and all those fun places. And then eventually sold here in Southern Nevada as well to the corporates of MGM and Caesars, Boyd, and so on. I did jump to a sales leadership role, so director of sales for the West, and then left Konami Gaming in 2020 as the senior director of sales for the corporate region. While I was at Konami, I also decided to pursue my MBA here in town at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas through their EMBA program. So I graduated with that degree in 2016. Started my tenure here at Blueberry in January of 2021. Started as the Vice President of Sales for our Western region, working with Casey Whalen. And as the company continued to grow, made the jump over to oversee kind of the internal functions of Blueberry, the operations side and the service side, which ultimately led me to the position I hold now as Chief Operating Officer. In my position now, I have 5 direct reports, which represents 83 team members here at Blueberry. The different functions I oversee and partner with our compliance team of 8 with Christina Fenner, our director, who's in the crowd with us. Our operations team of 29, supply chain, production, warehouse, order entry. Our service team of 34, which includes our schedulers, our field service technicians, and our tech support crew. Our enterprise data and systems team of 5, which is responsible for our ERP system, CRM, making sure all of our data is talking to each other. So we can help feed Mike's team with data to make as best decisions as we can on developing games, as well as Casey's team to make sure we're making the right decisions in the field for customers. And then our internal IT team of 8 based in Drummondville, which is really cybersecurity, making sure everything is set up, new team members have their laptops, logins, and stuff like that. On a personal note, I've got a 9-year-old son named Wyatt. He's in his second year on the Henderson Bulldogs club basketball team. So he has aspirations of being a running rebel and eventually make it to the NBA. I hope he's a lot taller than my wife and I, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I also have a 7-year-old daughter, Alviana. Her birthday is actually this Sunday, so happy birthday. But she's a dance fanatic over at Dance Zone on Eastern and is one of just the sweetest, kindest people I've ever met. And then can't go on without mentioning my awesome wife, Kateri, high school sweethearts, grew up in the same small town in Illinois, and she chased me around the country until we landed here in Las Vegas. But we spend a lot of time around town, assuming we have kid coverage, going to concerts, comedy shows, whatever it may be, enjoying all the restaurants in town. Yeah, I'm super thankful to be here. Appreciate your time and look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Khan. We appreciate that very much. Could you be a little specific about what your days look like? You obviously have a pretty broad area of responsibility. How are you able to manage all of it in a growth company?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the most important thing is having department leaders you can rely on. So I have an amazing team around me. I think we kind of cherish that at Blueberry in general of like, let's build teams with the strongest leaders and the strongest people sideways, upward, and down. Typical week for me, I do participate in some of the meetings that Billy and Andrew mentioned, revenue review on what the Catalyst calls every couple weeks. And then there's not a day that goes by where I don't interact with all of my direct reports in some form or fashion. Lately, since kind of stepping into the acting compliance role, I've been spending a lot of time with Christina and her time. I'd say close to half my time has been involved with compliance. When I have something new I'm responsible for, I like to dive in, understand why we do things, ask a lot of questions, and really challenge our teams to improve, get better, and make sure we're set up not for tomorrow, but for 5 years from now, 7 years from now, or 10 years from now. So it's kind of depends on what's going on, but a lot of compliance, supply chain, and then just regular check-ins and communication with all my direct reports.
So Mr. Burke hit on this earlier that you intend to hire a compliance officer, and I didn't ask this earlier. To whom would that role report?
To Andrew, I believe it would roll directly to the CEO. Yeah, we want to create compliance as its own vertical and function separate from anything else. Yeah.
Okay, and that's something that was indicated is imminently in the works.
Yeah, we're going to be putting it in the budget for 2026 to kick off the search and find the right individual.
Would you anticipate that you'd have the person hired by the end of this calendar year?
I think that's hard to say. I think we want to make sure we have the right person, culture fit, the right amount of experience, understands the industry. So I don't know that I'm comfortable putting a time frame on it. Ideally, we'd find that person as quickly as possible, but we also want to make sure we find the right person.
Given your background on the commercial side of the business, was it difficult to deal with what is a healthy tension with compliance, and how did you manage that?
Not really. It's interesting. Like I've been in the industry most of my professional career, 15 years, and both on like the product management side, I had a lot of interaction with compliance, more so on the product compliance side during my Konami days. And then you jump over to the sales side. And now we're interacting with shipping compliance and regulatory compliance regularly. I'd say it was a fairly easy transition, actually. We definitely, believe compliance before commerce. We work together. I think it's important that the entire executive team is on our compliance committee. We definitely lean on Glenn and outside counsel wherever we have questions. And what I found is if there's any question or doubt, you just reach out to the regulatory body and they're more than happy to clear any questions. And they actually are appreciative if you reach out to confirm you're compliant. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Cohen. I want to say for the record that the board appreciates you were very cooperative and quickly forthcoming with whatever was requested.
Yeah. And
you, of course, are, from my perspective, eminently qualified. So I'm happy to support your application. Member Sendall.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as COO, then are you traveling much, or can you tell us much about how much you're going to see your direct reports, or all of them here in Las Vegas?
Yeah, 4 of the 5 of them are here in Las Vegas. Our IT directors based in Drummondville up in Quebec. Made quite the career transition from sales, being on the road frequently with and like Casey and Mike McKiskey, to Now I'm in the office pretty much every day. Most of my teams are there. We manufacture here in Las Vegas. Our service leaders based here. So I'm typically in the office unless I'm, try to visit Drummondville as frequently as possible, and then the holiday parties, different customer events and things like that. But the vast majority of my time is here in Las Vegas in our office.
Got it. And then can you tell me a little bit about the core program you did, the credential readiness a couple years ago, or
Oh
what
yeah, so
precipitated that, or?
yeah, so I've done love continuing education and just like learning and trying to grow my skill set. So after leaving Konami, I did have a 6-month non-compete before I started at Blueberry Gaming. So during that time, it was COVID also, and it's like, okay, how do I maximize this time? And wanted to pursue some of the like Harvard business courses online just to get prepped and ready and just learn as much as I can about business as a whole. So yeah, did some of those courses during that non-compete, and have done a few small things like that, including EDP through University of Reno and some other continuing education.
Got it. And then I have to ask, I noticed a comic book collection, if you're willing to share. I don't want to embarrass you, but I was just really curious
Why
about
would
what
I
it
be
was.
embarrassed about that?
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. No, I've got a little comic book collection. I just big part of my childhood is growing up with toys and comics, and specifically the Ninja Turtles, for the record.
Okay.
Like that's
what I want. I'm like, which one?
yeah, that was it. So I don't collect a bunch. I don't collect often, but it's fun to find. Sometimes chasing them and hunting them is fun also. But yeah, got a small.
I
comic
think
book
it's good to
collection.
have a hobby. And I want to add, I think you said a 9-year-old boy is going to be in the NBA. I also have a 9-year-old boy who insists he's going to be in the NBA. So maybe they'll be on the same
Yes,
team
awesome.
together one day, and then we'll hang out at
Let's
their
go.
games.
Yeah.
So happy to support your application. I know first time being licensed in Nevada, and wish you best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sandal. Judge Assad.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So what is your strategy for implementing the company's vision and objectives?
Oh, I love that question. Pretty broad, but yeah, so we spend a lot of time as an exec team with Andrew specifically talking about the vision of where we're going, how we're going to grow, how we're going to get to new markets, new products we're going to have with Mike. And I look at it as my responsibility with all of my teams internally to pour the foundation to allow us to get there, give us the runway for the plane to continue to take off. So we look at it like pretty closely throughout all the areas. We definitely believe in setting up a scalable business by leveraging technology and making investments in technology early at the size we're at now, before you move 5 years from now and say, I want to change our ERP system or CRM system. So it's really about finding the best of the best scalable technologies, having the teams implement them properly, and making sure we have the right processes in place. Like just bringing out a piece of technology doesn't solve anything if the processes aren't updated and put together properly.
So what countries or jurisdictions here in the United States show you the best prospects for expansion?
I'd say the biggest is the state we're sitting in right now, obviously with Nevada, but we have a number of other jurisdictions currently in queue, including states like New Jersey, Mississippi, British Columbia up in Canada, several more. We have a whole roadmap Andrew mentioned. We kind of stack rank all the jurisdictions we're not in, understand how much effort, development, cost goes into that, and then we prioritize those and just go execute the vision. So
the gaming explosion is supposed to really take place in places like the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Al Marjan, Japan. Do you have any plans or expectations to moving into those markets and tailoring your products specifically for that market?
Yeah, I think our primary focus is expanding and touching as much of North America as possible, because we know our products work well, they translate well. But like, I think we also have a vision to bring the Blueberry product to the entire world if possible. So, we do have that business development team looking at all sorts of international jurisdictions, new places like the UAE, and just understanding what it takes to go there. How does our process and product translate to that today? And if it doesn't, how do we get there for future growth?
So you were with Konami for about 10 years?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you work with Tom Gingoli
I did, yeah, absolutely.
directly or?
Yeah, so I've always I worked actually reported to Casey Whalen at Konami Gaming also as director of sales. Well, he was the VP of sales who reported up through Tom, but you know, being based in Las Vegas and responsible for the corporate region, I spent a whole bunch of time with Mr. Gingoli for sure.
I'm sure you learned a lot from him.
I did, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of credit to Tom and Steve Sutherland and a lot of close friends and former colleagues over there that still stay in touch with. So
And you picked up your MBA from UNLV.
I did, yeah.
What's your take on their program?
So it's actually the executive MBA program. So it was an 18-month program. I decided to do it 2 months before our first child was born for some reason. So thank you, Kateri, my wife, for supporting me on that. But it was an amazing program. It was 18 months. It was the same 24 people throughout this program. Built a lot of close friendships. Some of my close friends came out of that program. I stood in my friend Scott's wedding, who I had known only 4 months at the time, but we spent so much time together through that program that the relationships grew so quickly. But I highly recommend that program to anyone looking to pursue continuing education. Yeah.
Good quality of curriculum.
Yeah, absolutely.
You learned a lot.
I did. Yes.
Great. All right. Well, you're eminently qualified in my estimation, and I'm happy to support your application.
Awesome. Thank you all for the time. Really appreciate it.
Mr. Khan, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Shear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we'd like to move to the Catalyst presentation. So we know that there were a couple of areas of concern with a couple of the Catalyst individuals, and we'd like to have them lead off those presentations because they're going to be involved also in the company presentation. So I'd like to ask Mr. Glassman and Mr. D'Alba to come forward first.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, and Board Member Sandal. I am Newton Glassman. I want to begin this morning by apologizing for any delay caused by my inattention to initial document requests. I have learned that the Nevada licensing process is much more detailed than the others we've gone through previously. And at the beginning of the investigation, we mistakenly followed the process we had in other jurisdictions, where questions were mostly answered by our paralegals or assistants. Ultimately, it was my responsibility to ensure that fully completed information was being provided in a timely manner. When I recognized that I needed to take a more active personal role in the investigation to ensure that happened, I did so, and I believe that there was a marked improvement in our responsiveness. I've learned an important lesson, and you have my assurance that we will be responsive going forward if there are any issues. Catalyst and I are fully committed to ensuring your and all regulators' questions are fully addressed. Our revised internal processes are intended to ensure such happens going forward. We therefore thank you and your staff for helping us to continuously improve.
Okay, Mr. Shear, how did you want to proceed from here?
If we can ask Mr. D'Alba to make a brief presentation, and then Mr. Glassman will kick off the company presentation.
And then from there, we'll go to the individuals.
Yes, after the company presentation, we'll go to the individuals.
And I appreciate Mr. Glassman's statement. Certainly will address that as part of this. So thank you.
Good
Mr.
morning, Chairman
D'Alba.
Dreiser, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for having us here this morning. It is an honor and a privilege and a responsibility to be sitting here presenting in front of the state of Nevada in the city of Las Vegas, in which I have a very personal and appreciative commitment to as co-chairman of the Cirque du Soleil, which, as you know, is a company that employs 900 people in the state of Nevada and entertains millions of people on an annual basis. I'm happy to tell you that we went through the journey of rescuing the Cirque du Soleil when it was closed. I also want to thank the agents and investigators that did a very thorough review of our packages. And same as Mr. Glassman, I recognize that we should have done a better job on an expedited basis in order to provide the right and responses to the agents. As Mr. Glassman has said, we're committed to a much improved process, and you can have our personal and my personal commitment to have transparency on an expedited basis and full accuracy on any future applications, inquiries, or reach outs from you or any of the members of the board.
Okay, well, I guess since we're talking about that, maybe we'll take that up. As you might imagine, the persistent failures on both your part to provide information early on in this process caused substantial delay. And it, by estimations of the agent, it delayed the process a minimum of 6 months, if not more, which is, from our perspective, rather significant. All we ask for is that things get responded to timely and fully. And I'm sure as very successful and sophisticated business people, you understand this. The need to be able to have, if you have your team wanting to do their job, they need to have access to the information they need to have. And so there was a significant amount of time, frankly, wasted in this. Now, what I can say, we looked at this thoroughly because obviously this is a critical portion of this application, and what has been represented internally at the board, and then from what I believe, that ultimately all the information that was required to be provided was provided, as well as the fact that there was no intention to deceive in terms of what was provided, which of course are good things. But nevertheless, there is a significant concern around the delay here. And I appreciate that both of you say you have a commitment going forward to complying. Certainly in Nevada, we have very high standards here, right? It's a privileged license, and we need to make sure that, the things that we're asked for are provided. I've been licensed in many jurisdictions, as you have, and certainly while we have help in this, you have help in this, your paralegals and others, ultimately, as you say, Mr. Glassman, I certainly agree it's your responsibility. And so that led to some significant concerns here. Could you explain, you described that your process has been revised. Could you explain specifically how your process has been revised to make sure we don't have these sorts of matters happen again?
Sure. We had mistakenly believed that the process that we had in place, where we already had accumulated information organized through different counsel in different jurisdictions, because we're in other regulated businesses, was a sufficient process and that it would be handled. What we didn't appreciate is that Nevada is at a completely different level in terms of detail, and that the detail required by Nevada was significantly more than what our previous process had required. As we went through the process and as it became known to me that there were possible deficiencies and tardiness, we went and we relooked at the entire process. And going forward, not just for you, but for all jurisdictions, and we're in other regulated businesses. And as you may know from the presentation, we own a large casino operator, second largest in terms of dollars and largest in terms of locations in Canada. We've overhauled it internally everywhere. We have applications that come up for renewal. And it was foolish of us to not consider the fact that even that part of the process and that part of the business in which we're in is dynamic. It changes. There are things that change and people need different requirements. And we were treating it like it was a static process. And that's just wrong. So you did us a favor by forcing us to look at it. We are deeply sorry, not just to the commission, but frankly to Blueberry. Our causing a delay for Blueberry has hurt a business that we're extremely invested in, both emotionally and financially. I don't want to let down my partners. So the process has changed such that we now have to review ourselves, all of the materials early in the process instead of after the initial process. And we are going to make sure that anything that is different on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis is highlighted and brought to our attention. That's the first part. The second part is we're reviewing how we're using counsel and whether we're over dependent on outside counsel. It's not their responsibility. They're our agent. We're responsible for it. And I want to make sure that internally our process has changed from relying on it to getting assistance for it, which I'm sure you can understand is very different culturally.
Absolutely. Have you developed thoughts about how you're going to use outside counsel, or is that a work in progress, so to speak?
We've already instituted some of the changes.
Okay.
I suspect that one of the lessons learned is that this is dynamic, it's not static, and that we're going to have to constantly review it to make sure that we're on top of it. And it's going to become part of my day-to-day responsibilities. You'll hear about this in the presentation, but we divide our portfolio companies by partner. I'm responsible for Blueberry, and both Gabrielle and I are responsible for Gateway. Gateway is a much larger business. It's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of cash flow. But notwithstanding that, we need the partner in charge of the file to take responsibility for making sure that that's getting done properly. I am responsible for this. I will make sure it's done properly.
Okay, as you know, as sure you learned in this process, the Nevada licensing process is very detailed, certainly, which you've learned. It's also very front-loaded in the sense that there's a lot of information requested up front. And if and when you're given the opportunity to have a privileged license, then the burden shifts, meaning away from you. So I'm just not sure at this point whether I'm prepared to shift the burden. And by that, I mean, there's opportunities and things we can do, potentially offering a limitation on the license. And what that does is it would be a limitation on time, which would give you the opportunity to move forward with the license, but at the same time, have an opportunity to show us that you can do it correctly, right? To show us that all these lessons you've learned are in place. So I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. They probably have questions of you about this matter, but where I'm at now, I'm thinking about some sort of limitation in time moving forward, in large part to give you the opportunity to prove to us that the burden should be shifted and you should get a license with, without limitation after that. But there may need to be a period of time where you can show that this is done properly. But I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. Member Sendall.
I appreciate you, coming forward, taking responsibility and acknowledging the differences and noting perhaps that Nevada is a little bit more detail oriented. But I will also, I have to note too that our file did note that there was just some general inadequacies, or misinformation as well. So although it might be more, I can see where when you're filing in so many jurisdictions, it can, you kind of go into straight mode. I'm just going to go ahead and do what we did before because it's always worked. But as you pointed out, that's, how you use your counsel, your jurisdictional counsel, that role. At the end of the day, you are the applicant, right? You're the responsible party as an attorney. You're the one signing off, right? It's your name on the brief. So it doesn't matter what the paralegal did or put together or failed to put together. I'd like to think about that for now and move forward with the affirmative presentation. I appreciate both of your guys' upfront acknowledgement of the inadequacies that were noted and the time failure and the impact really that this had to Blueberry, which at the end of the day, right, I think we just heard some amazing presentations on that company and its key executives and them wanting to move forward and do great things here in Nevada and grow their business. And unfortunately, as you stated, that kind of was the unfortunate, victim of all this moving forward and what, to your point, you can do moving forward to ensure it doesn't happen again. So I'm at the point where I'd like to just move forward and reserve sort of thinking about what a potential limitation would look like for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. First of all, thank you both for being here in person. I appreciate that. You're eminently qualified, Mr. Glassman. Doesn't get much better than this. You got your bachelor's in economics and finance from Toronto University. Then you pick up a JD from the same institution, and then you go on to UPenn, I guess it was, right? Pick up your MBA.
Word.
Yeah, that doesn't get much better than that. And Mr. Alba, same thing, D'Alba. Your credentials are impeccable. Your financials are rock solid, good cash flow, good EBITDA. And when you said, and I wrote it down, quote, "I am responsible for this. I will take responsibility." As a former judge, that's music to my ears. I love hearing that. And there may have been some, miscommunication, difference in Nevada's application process to other jurisdictions. Maybe some, like you said, maybe you shouldn't have relied on counsel so much and so forth and so on. So I don't know. I don't see any reason why we should put a limit on your license. I'm in total mindset to give you a full license.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to say that we understand and appreciate that it is unequivocally a privilege to have a license. It's not a right. And my concern is that we conveyed the wrong message early on by not handling the process properly. We are committed to making sure that any misunderstanding that may have been conveyed by my failure to oversee the process properly will be corrected. Whether you do it on a limited basis or not, we appreciate the privilege, and we will make it right. We have a lot of businesses. That's not an excuse. We're pulled in a lot of directions. Our business structure is that we are a small team on purpose, so that senior members are involved in the operations. We're very operationally involved. That doesn't matter to Nevada. What matters to Nevada and the gaming board is that this needed to be done more efficiently and more appropriately by us. And I cannot give you an excuse. I can only promise you that it will not happen again.
Judge Assad, anything further?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, I had heard from Mr. Scheer prior to the hearing that you were very anxious to speak to us and set the record straight. So I very much appreciate that. And so I think this has been a productive airing of that issue. So what I'd like to do now is maybe set that aside. And if we could move to the catalyst presentation, and then from there, the individual presentation. And then after that, we'll have deliberation as to all of it. So please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity. The Catalyst Capital Group is a Toronto-based private equity fund manager focused on active turnaround investing, which currently has over $7 billion of assets at enterprise value under management as of March 31st, 25. Since I started the firm in 2002, Catalyst raised 5 funds with over $4.3 billion in capital commitments from prominent university endowments, charitable foundations, pension funds, family offices, and financial institutions. After many numerous distributions and monetizations, approximately $7 billion of enterprise value remains across our portfolio. We specialize in, quote, buying what we build or what we can build, close quote. We try to invest in companies and situations where we believe Catalyst can create a sustainable business that benefits stakeholders and employees, like establishing companies with strong market positions that are undermanaged, undervalued, and or poorly capitalized. Our original involvement in Blueberry was through another portfolio company called Calidus. Calidus provided a loan to Blueberry. Calidus and Catalyst decided to support Blueberry now more than 10 years ago. Most often, we result in control or influence investments in distressed or undervalued situations. The firm is based in Canada, but the businesses have become global. Our track record of working with governments, regulators, banks, and management teams is to ensure long-term success of our portfolio companies. Our structure for the funds, which is a little bit different than most, is that we sought early on in 2002 the proper alignment of our interests with both our limited partners, but also our investees. We have a very large commitment by us in each of the companies and in the funds. We have what's known as a European-style carry, and 100% of all fee income is used to offset management fees. We seek out what's known as the fulcrum security. It is when companies are in distress, it's a highly adversarial system and situation. We seek out that security, which will allow us to try and have as much safety and security as possible, even if it means giving up some of the return. And later on, if we think that the situation warrants it, we invest further. That is what has happened in Blueberry. Our organizational structure is such that I'm the managing partner. Gabrielle to my left is a managing director and partner. Rocco DiPucchio, who's our COO and is right here. And Jim Riley is a managing director, all of whom you'll hear from later. As you'll see from our structure, it's very flat. We do not delegate and try to leverage off of junior people. We are personally involved, which kind of contributes to the mistake that we had made with the Nevada Gaming Board because we're all quite busy. Separately, we have a separate finance department that is run by our CFO, a guy by the name of Mark. In our funds under management, we have 5 funds, one of which has been totally shut down, Fund 1, and then Funds 2 and 2P Squared was an extension fund, Fund 3, Fund 4, Fund 4P Squared, which is an extension fund, and Fund 5. Funds 2 through 4, Fund 1 is closed and has been liquidated. Funds 2 through 4 are all in partial levels of realization. Fund 5 remains active and deploying capital and realizing on it. Gabrielle, perhaps you can go through some of the portfolio companies.
Yeah, just briefly. Thank you, Newton. Just really want to highlight again the investment that we have on the Cirque du Soleil, a company that has a very important office in the city of Las Vegas, employs about 1,000 people. We have 5 shows across the strip, selling millions of tickets on an annual basis, and also investing hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Nevada to support the entertainment, support hospitality, and the industry as a whole. That company, we invested during COVID when it was shut down, when the company was over-levered and needed to find a white knight that we came and rescued. I was here on the strip when all of the properties were shot, and I was very happy to be one of together with the teams from our operators at the Cirque, as well as with our casino operators, for example, at MGM. I was very proud to have been at the opening of entertainment back to Vegas in July of 2021. We still have, again, 5 shows which are doing extraordinarily well, and we're looking to contribute to additional entertainment to the community. By the way, in addition to the shows, every single time there's a Super Bowl or there's another event, for example, like Formula One, the Cirque du Soleil participates also with the community, not only with charities, but activating those events. We have a foundation called the One Drop Foundation, which contributes a big part of, usually the pool of capital that it deploys to our various communities is about $100 million. That's the budget that it has. And an important part is going to the state of Nevada. Also want to tell you again that our employees are very active in the community. And from my own behalf, I come here usually at least every once a month, not only to visit our properties and our teams, but also work with the board and our partners. So very much committed to the ongoing success of the Cirque du Soleil and the contributions that it has to the community. I'm also, as Newton mentioned, executive chairman of the board of Gateway Casinos, Canada's second largest casino company, that we have grown from $70 million of EBITDA Canadian to now approximately $300+ million of EBITDA. It's been an extraordinary journey, and again, a property again that needed a white knight to come and rescue that, and we have done it in a close partnership with our regulators in the various provinces in Canada. Another investment that we have that I chair is called Frontera Energy, a public listed company, is in the energy and infrastructure space. It does approximately $400 million of EBITDA on an annual basis. Again, a company that had $5 billion of debt that we recapitalized, we rescued, and it's one of the most successful stories, not only in terms of performance, but actually has been declared for 4 years in a row one of the most ethical companies in the world by a third party called Ethisphere. It's also been determined as one of the best places to work, especially for women. Again, and these have been independent awards. So we're very proud with how we, as Newton mentioned, we buy to build as part of our culture and drive at Catalyst.
Two other companies worth mentioning is that we're extremely involved in a biopharma business, which creates something called IVIG, which recently by a nonprofit called EveryCure, IVIG is considered one of the most important on-label pharmaceuticals to help people, especially with long COVID. So it boosts your immune system and it helps your immune system fight things. And we think candidly that Evolve is a very, very important business, not just financially, but because of how it can help people. We're also still in the lending business called Frontwell, and another business on the real estate side called Full G, where we own a bunch of hotels and an office building, and a small little business called Metalcore. My personal favorite to watch grow, kind of like in a quasi-parental role, has been Blueberry. Watching a company that was in such great distress that Calidus had to seize collateral, go through a bankruptcy process, then had to face COVID when nobody was willing to buy any machines, and watch this team that you just met develop that business to where it is quite remarkable. Obviously, some of the businesses we own are much, much larger. This management team is as sophisticated, if not more so, than in any of the other businesses, even though it's much smaller. And I'm not really sure they're quite a humble bunch of guys. But if you actually look at their systems, if you look at the math, if you look at how they approach it on a portfolio basis for their customers, this is bar none top of breed. This is an extraordinary group of individuals I don't know how big they'll grow the business, but I know that quite frankly, we've just started. And it's one of the reasons we're very committed to staying in the business and watch it and help it grow as much as we can. Our role has grown from literally helping them manage cash flow during COVID, literally sometimes daily, sometimes weekly, to becoming more and more involved strategically. I'm not going to teach Andrew Burke anything about how to operate that business. He knows way more than I will ever know in that business, and the same with his team. We might be able to help them figuring out strategically steps, where to go, how to structure it. I'm fairly certain we can help them in normal private equity stuff, like how to build a balance sheet and a capital structure to support the business. As you know, they took a facility last year. There were two reasons for it. The first reason for taking that facility was it reduced their cost of capital dramatically. And the second is it creates discipline within the business. They're no longer reporting just to a partner, they're reporting to a bank syndicate that has certain requirements. That discipline is good for the business, especially as you grow. Our experience with growing businesses is so much is going on that often you can't do everything perfectly. Sometimes the 80% rule comes into play, and it is a good lesson for the management team to learn how to decide what they need to focus on in what order. And it's sometimes better and easier to hear it from a bank than it is from your partner. In terms of our gaming related licenses, Catalyst hold licenses in the following states and provinces related to Blueberry: Alberta, California, Maryland, New Mexico, New York, Oklahoma, West Virginia. Catalyst has licenses pending approval in the following states and provinces related to Blueberry: British Columbia, Iowa, Mississippi, New Jersey, and Ontario. We hold licenses in the following provinces related to Gateway: Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario. The Catalyst investment team recognizes and sees a very compelling investment opportunity for suppliers of electronic gaming machines, EGMs, and the ability to earn outsized floor space with casino customers by delivering high quality games. I think Mike referred to fair share. We pay a lot of attention to fair share. We think it's important, and we think marrying fair share to our performance relative to house average provides an opportunity for both the operator of the floor to improve their performance, and thus our ability to give them a service of value, but also for the player who comes to enjoy the entertainment of playing the EGMs to enjoy it. We're not looking for hits. We're looking for a portfolio that continuously provides above house average so that we can actually demonstrate that the person playing the game is enjoying it. That's why they're playing the game. And the floor manager is benefiting from it. We believe that needs to be backed up with superior customer service. And we've spent a lot of money in the last year and a half building out that customer service. And my submission to you is that if you ever wanted to take the time and you ask the customers, because I do it behind the management team's back, they're actually very happy and they're pleased with the approach to customer service. I think that's very important. The investment thesis we have centers on two key assumptions. Casino customers generally prefer to diversify their floor rather than rely on a few suppliers. And two, the value proposition to casino customers is derived through game quality. Do people enjoy the game? In line with this thesis, on July 5th, 2019, certain Catalyst funds acquired Blueberry in a related party transaction from Calidus, a separate portfolio company that was a lender. Calidus was a Catalyst portfolio company, of which Catalyst funds owned approximately 72% at the time. The next largest shareholder, Braslin, owned 14%. Braslin had a policy against submitting regulatory filings in jurisdictions in which their company did not operate, and we saw this as hindering Blueberry's growth plans. We therefore bought out and owned and decided to transfer 100% and direct ownership to the Catalyst funds, the more natural owner of Blueberry. A special committee was comprised of independent directors of the Calidus board, because it was a public company at the time, was formed to evaluate the transaction, and it retained BDO to prepare a fairness opinion. The Catalyst funds ultimately acquired the shares at the midpoint of BDO's fair market value range of 92.7 million Canadian. Since then, we've obviously invested a lot more. As Calidus was then a publicly traded company on the Toronto Stock Exchange, the related party transaction required and received approval from unrelated shareholders, securities regulators, and the Ontario court. As a land-based supplier, Blueberry's growth potential lies in its ability to win new casino customers within existing jurisdictions with more game and hardware offerings, and to expand into new jurisdictions such as Nevada. Immediately upon acquisition, Catalyst, on behalf of the funds it manages, initiated the turnaround phase of its investment strategy. Catalyst hired a new chief executive officer from Play AGS, who's actually our third CEO, on January the 8th, 2020, and built out and helped him build out, really, the senior management team to execute a new business plan. The Catalyst funds continued to fund needed working capital investment through this phase and during COVID, when it was very uncertain as to what would happen. New business plan developed by Andrew focused on quality gaming content, organizational culture, and cash management. Andrew moved certain operations from Drummondville to Las Vegas to be more centrally located with suppliers, customers, and industry talent. He reduced the cost of Blueberry's EGMs by approximately 40% through redesign and renegotiation of supply contracts. Andrew and the team optimized the company's licensing footprint, literally giving back licenses in certain jurisdictions only to apply later, which initially resulted in letting some licenses expire and reapplying once those licenses became more profitably appropriate for the company. Andrew and the team aligned technical services and sales teams within licensed jurisdictions to optimize for travel costs and response time. Andrew finally took a disciplined, measured approach to research and development, along with Mike, obviously, and the development process and game performance. Financially, Catalyst eliminated legacy debt and provided new funding for strategic growth initiatives and building out of the team. This enabled Blueberry to make growth investments like new game studios while in the turnaround phase. And I'd like to add that we also support the reinvestment currently. The company is obviously EBITDA positive and quite profitable. We have, as a proportion, the highest R&D reinvestment that I know of within the industry. And I've looked at the comps. I don't know all of them because some of them are private, but we are continuing to reinvest at an extremely high rate rather than taking the money out of the business. We plan to continue to support the business financially and strategically. We're exploring a continuation vehicle as Catalyst believes that stable ownership and a stable management team are key to Blueberry's success at this stage of the business. In the event that a continuation vehicle is not possible, Catalyst funds, at the right time, will eventually seek to exit their investment in Blueberry, either through a sale or an IPO of the company.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I had a question, this may be for Mr. Scheer. Could you describe the 15C analysis as to how this qualifies under the reg, please?
Certainly, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Scott Shearer. Certainly, Blueberry Canada is a privately held legal entity. It's not a natural person, so that's one of the requirements under 15C. It owns indirectly a 100% beneficial interest in Blueberry USA, a corporation which has applied for licenses as a manufacturer and distributor. And it also has all of the characteristics set forth in subsections A, B, and C of Regulation 15C.010 sub 1. In particular, the economic securities of Blueberry Canada are held by Catalyst Fund Limited Partnership 3, almost 21%, Catalyst Fund Limited Partnership 4, a little over 63%, and Catalyst Fund 4 Parallel Limited Partnership, almost 16%. They are all managed by an investment manager, Catalyst, which has more than $1 billion in assets under management, as required by Regulation 15C.010(1)A. All of the currently outstanding voting securities of Blueberry Canada are controlled by one or more legal entities, as required by the regulation, and which are controlled by one or more controlling persons, in this case, Mr. Glassman and Mr. D'Alba, who are before you for licensing today. Finally, Blueberry Canada is not publicly traded. Therefore, it meets all the requirements of Regulation 15C to qualify as a private investment company.
Okay, I appreciate you making that record. Thank you for that. Wanted to get that for the record. So, Mr. Glassman, it's your intent to potentially continue this investment well beyond the scope of the availability under the fund?
That's very much our intent. There's a lot of work to do and a lot of growth available, and we think our investors are best served by at least going through the next phase of the growth of this business.
And so I know you had said that you deferred to Mr. Burke around the business, but can you describe just a little bit more what your relationship is with Mr. Burke on a day-to-day basis or week to week, or how your involvement exists within the business?
Well, I kind of like to believe that it's gone beyond a professional relationship to a personal relationship. In fact, I like to believe I'm friends with all of the senior management. We've been through a lot together. It's very difficult to describe what COVID was like for a business like this, that even before COVID was bleeding money and we didn't know what to do. And we really needed strong people to try and help us build it. In terms of professionally, my day-to-day relationship with Andrew is that it's not uncommon that something happens in the industry or I read something and I'll just call him and ask him what he thinks the impact of it is, or he'll call me I think he's seeking advice on an issue or two. We speak on a formal basis at least every other week where we review the business. There is a formatted package that's very extensive that goes through performance through that period of the quarter, financially, sales, service, customer changes, jurisdictional issues, compliance issues, which, by the way, we've been pushing and want a standalone compliance officer. We didn't believe the company could attract the quality person we wanted until it got to a sufficient size. So I'm actually very thankful for your asking management earlier about it. It's been a very key area for us for the last year. We go through comps and developments in the industry and frankly, what we believe are the best and maybe not the best players in the industry are doing and where they are and how it looks like they're executing on their plans. So it's a pretty fulsome review every 2 weeks.
I appreciate that. And at the Catalyst level, you don't have a compliance officer?
We do.
Okay.
But that is a separate function than what would be at a portfolio company.
Okay. So your view is that if Blueberry were to move forward with a compliance officer, then that would be all that's necessary relative to Catalyst's ability to comply. Would that officer at Blueberry, again, going back to our issue, want to make sure that, I would imagine if things moving forward, let's say they needed some information from you, right? That I just want to understand how that would flow up to you and how it would be addressed and who would be waving their arms saying, you really need to pay attention to this. This is very important. Because that seems to be some of the breakdown of what happened.
Without going into excessive detail, Catalyst itself has made a very substantial personnel change, in part related to this. We have a new CFO who's also the new compliance officer at Catalyst. I would expect, and I've had discussions with the new CFO about what that reporting should look like through compliance you asked for changes and I really wasn't going to go into this detail, but now that you've asked it specifically, I obviously feel that I need to elaborate it for you. I've had separate conversations with Mark, our CFO and Chief Compliance Officer, of the rapidity, time, and responsiveness that I expect, both from Mark to Blueberry's compliance group, but also Mark's ability and empowerment to demand it from the personnel at Catalyst, including the partners. And I've empowered him to enforce it.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that insight. Member Sandal, any questions about Catalyst?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, walking through and your commitment to Blueberry. And it sounds like you've been through a lot and you've grown together. And, when you struggle together, you get closer. And it sounds like through COVID and even just the time before COVID, it was quite an opportunity. You've kind of hit my main question was, your exit strategy or thoughts on Blueberry. And at this point, it sounds like you have some long-term sort of interest in maintaining that. You've stated that on the record. You have had, Catalyst has had other, just wanted to put on the record, you have had other gaming investments, correct, in the past, is my knowledge. Gateway Casinos, Entertainment? Great
We're still
Canadian?
involved in Gateway.
Okay.
We've been involved in
Right.
Gateway for 15 years.
Right. And a major owner there. Great Canadian Gaming, I think that finished, but that's just kind of wanted to make a point to note that you do have experience in gaming. You went through your overall structure, and I appreciate the candid response here to the chairman's question. Most recently, as your changes that you've made to your management and your CFO. I think those are all my questions that I had. And we're still going to go forward with the personal backgrounds, correct?
Yes, we will,
Right, okay.
right after the conclusion of the Catalyst presentation.
Okay, great. Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Assad, about Catalyst, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I appreciate that analysis and that explanation. It was very insightful. I don't have any specific questions.
Thank you, Judge Assad. So with that, if we could quickly turn to the backgrounds of Mr. Glassman and Mr. De Alba. And I'll say for the record, we received all of that information, and Mr. Scheer was very helpful in answering rump memos and some other things. So we got a lot of information about each of you as individuals yesterday that answered many of our questions. But that said, Mr. Glassman, a brief presentation, please.
I would have hoped you've heard enough from me. I think, Your Honor, Assad went through my education. I went to the grew up in Toronto, University of Toronto undergrad with a bunch of academic awards, University of Toronto Law School, Wharton MBA. Probably more interesting, I started out in private equity and became an operator and helped turn around 2 operating businesses, one of which the founder, Jay Hennick, and I to this day remain extremely close and good friends, and he's built a combined market cap for FirstService and Colliers in the tens of billions of dollars. The other, and I helped in a very small way in the early days when it was in trouble, went and did it again at another business, got hired away to join Cerberus, was one of the original, not the original, but one of the early partners at Cerberus. I lived in New York for 6+ years and was responsible for Canada, telecom, half of Europe, a whole bunch of stuff. And I saw an opportunity in Canada and I started the firm in 2002. It's a very, very different kind of firm. It's very flat. It's not meant to create leverage, operational or financial. It wasn't ever meant to build a huge business. It was always intended to be operationally focused and to help businesses grow. We have unfortunately been in the space where it's highly adversarial getting in. So think of distressed as people fighting over a bankrupt company. So there are people fighting for a larger slice of a shrinking pie. It's always by definition in court. So there are certain skills like having gone to law school that are helpful. And in other ways, it's not helpful because when you're growing a business, people have to get to know you in order to understand that you're interested in relationships. Gabrielle and I have been together for 20 odd years. I know his children. I held his babies. He's held my baby. We've been together forever. Rocco and I have been together forever. His children and my child are close. We're a very close-knit. Jim Riley has gone skiing with me and we've been together forever. It's a close-knit family. We're a very relationship-oriented, probably too inward-looking group. In terms of my current responsibilities, as I said earlier, we break up the portfolio and different partners have different responsibilities. Gabrielle, Rocco, and I share Gateway. It's a very large, very complicated business operating multiple casinos in multiple jurisdictions with multiple lines of business ranging from gaming to hospitality to F&B. It has, frankly, a different regulatory environment in at least 2 out of the 3 jurisdictions. And again, we're very close to management. We speak to them every week. We have a similar kind of setup where we go through a structured approach of what's going on in the business. We look at variances from plan. We see all the numbers. We know what's going on in each line of the business. I'm responsible for Blueberry. I'm responsible for Full G, which is the real estate arm. And I'm missing one other. Evolve. Well, all 3 of us are jointly involved in Evolve because it's a very complicated business. In terms of personal issues, I woke up when I was 48 without children and decided that I was probably missing out on something important in life, and took the unusual step of starting a surrogacy process to have a child alone. That resulted in my son, Graydon, who's now 10 and a half, and is singularly the most important thing in my life. I moved in part from Canada to the Bahamas because as a single parent having 100% custody, I did not want to farm out raising my child to a nanny. So I restructured and reorganized my life so that every morning my son and I walk on the beach with our dogs together at 6:20, 6:30. We have breakfast together. Instead of an hour commute to school, it takes me 5 minutes to take him to school. I go to work, I pick him up after school, I have dinner with him every night, I put him to bed every night. And it sounds like you may have children, or at least member Sandell does. I figure I have a good 4 years before he wants nothing to do with me and wants to be with his friends. So my entire focus is about trying to maximize that time with my son. He's highly athletic. He's been invited to the European Downhill Championships. He competes on a horse, he competes in tennis, and he competes in swimming. He is probably going to kill his father by being so active, because I can't keep up now. So I don't know how I'm going to keep up later. Aside from my son, my single most important outside of work interest is that I've been involved in building numerous NICUs, neonatal intensive care units at different hospitals, both in Canada and elsewhere in the world. And if I had my choice, I would continue that. If you know the statistics, it's pretty scary. And if you don't have a proper NICU in a hospital, the incidence of death, even from the WHO, World Health Organization, is actually quite shocking, and it's avoidable. So I've decided that that's a very important area of philanthropy for me.
Very good, thank you. Did either of my board members have questions for Mr. Glassman about his background? Member Sindall.
No, you've addressed everything. I know you've never been licensed in Nevada, and you've had some pending active submissions in other jurisdictions and in Canada. So yeah, I'm happy to support your application, and we'll see kind of what that looks like moving forward. But thank you, and I appreciate you being here today.
Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Judge Saad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, I appreciate that explanation and presentation on children and the need for having something more important in your life than money and a business. So I can relate. I mean, I've got 2 natural kids, 1 adopted daughter, and 2 grandkids. So I can definitely relate to what you just said. And I appreciate, and I'm very mindful of your altruism and what you mentioned about neonatal clinics and so forth. So that's all good. And you check off another couple boxes for me.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I want to say, Mr. Glassman, I appreciate your presentation today. You, in great detail, addressed some of the concerns we had. With respect to your business background, you, of course, are eminently qualified to hold the position that you do as a controlling shareholder that ultimately owns a licensee. There's no question about that. I too appreciate your commitment to your children and to your child, sorry. I have 2 sons of my own, and yes, it was right around 14, 15 where they wanted nothing more to do with me. So you are in that window for a couple more years. There's no question about that. I appreciate the charity work that you do. And so, yes, I will support your application. The question in my mind and the discussion we need to have is around how to address the issue, respecting our staff and the fact that there was a significant period of time where we had a gap and our staff couldn't do their job. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, but certainly otherwise, I think you're, of course, again, eminently qualified, and would welcome your participation with the Nevada licensee.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. D'Alba.
Yes, Chairman Dreiser, happy to present Josh Assad, member Sandell. I was actually born in Mexico. During my high school years, did a student program in North Carolina and also studied in Germany. So I happen to speak actually 5 languages. For me, I wanted to really experience the American dream. So I actually left Mexico to start my studies at New York University, where I did a triple major in finance, economics, and international business. I was in a rush to get into work that I actually completed in 3 years. I started my career also in New York, following again NYU, working at a bank called Bankers Trust, which was actually quite an innovative bank at the time. It was one of the banks that initially started to provide financing to casinos and other companies that during the 1990s really did not find banking from the traditional banks. So I was happy to be able to participate on that, and also had to deal with some of the credit crises that took place during that period of time. If you recall, there was a tequila crisis in 1994, 1995 that collapsed the credit markets, not only in emerging markets, but also in the US. I was very proud at the point in time to work with many companies that have received financing, from banks or from bondholders to help them get recapitalized. We provided capital when they needed, we reduced their leverage, and we helped them actually improve their operations. We were actually quite creative at the time by figuring out products that were not common. For example, structured products that were using receivables from sales to be able to provide financing when the companies needed. My team ended up performing very well. So we got hired away by Bank of America to establish again a merchant banking private equity investment group, also based in New York. During that part of the 1990s, there was a lot of growth in the markets, especially on regulated businesses that transitioned to more competition, especially, for example, in the telecom market. There were also a lot of developments on the technology sector, you recall, during the 1990s. And that was really my focus of investing and supporting companies at that point in time. I ended up not only being, again, one of the founding members of the private equity merchant banking group at the bank, but actually leading their capital markets desk to provide financing to multiple companies. As I was working on these transactions, I also got an executive MBA from Columbia Business School. So I did it while I was working, and also got studies in mathematics and computer science from Harvard in order to enhance my knowledge of technology, and again, how technology was becoming more and more applied to improve performance and efficiency across multiple businesses. Coming from a family of operators and entrepreneurs, I didn't want to have my career only at a bank, and I actually left the bank to lead the restructuring of AT&T's business focus on the US Hispanic market and Latin America. That business was struggling. AT&T had to spin it off. So I participated leading the restructuring of that business, not only from the US market, but aligning sales, systems, processes, controls, and obviously the relation with the regulators all the way from the US across the Americas, all the way down to Argentina. That turnaround ended up being very, very successful, and we sold the business to Bell South and to Telmex from Mexico. As I was completing that sale, a former colleague of mine from Bankers Trust happened to be Newton's roommate during his time at Penn, and he introduced us together. And it turned out that several of the companies that I had worked on refinancing and restructuring at Bank of America had been companies that also Cerberus had invested. So we immediately connected, and we started to talk about companies, especially on the telecom sector, the fiber, the number of customers, the churn. And immediately we realized that there was something very special about combining, again, not only the financial restructuring expertise, but really helping companies transition via Catalyst acting as a white knight on their investment. We started again working together in 2002 and raised more than 5 funds. My focus, as mentioned, is actually not involved in Blueberry, even though I'm very proud with what the team has achieved, and I'm very proud of what the execution and growth that the Blueberry team members have done. But I'm not involved in that investment. As mentioned, my focus right now is on the Cirque du Soleil, which again we rescue from having more than $1 billion of sales to being fully shut down. At that point in time, the company had $1.4 billion of debt, and it didn't have a dollar to pay. The previous investors, TPG, the Caisse de Dépôt from Montreal, and Fosun from China, basically abandoned the company and actually tried to really prime the lenders. So working together with the management team, working together actually with our partners here in Las Vegas, we ended up recapitalizing the business and committing that we were going to be supporting the performers, the technicians, the artists, even while the business was closed. So we did, we made sure that people got trained, that people got paid. That was a very important thing that we executed on. In July 2021, in Las Vegas, we experienced the reopening. I'm very proud, having walked the Bellagio Casino with all of the crew from all, getting ready to reopen the show with a team from MGM, from Bill Hornbuckle to everybody else. Really, Corey Sanders, really excited about the reopening and actually, being continued to deliver the most successful show in human history, which is all. In addition to that, MGM wanted some improvements on our operations. So we ended up designing new shows and also investing in upgrading the shows. So we brought a new show to the New York Theater. That show is called Marapo. And again, we're very excited and we keep improving it as we find opportunities and get the feedback from the customers. We invested in other shows. For example, the Michael Jackson show, which we know just last year, we invested approximately $20 million just on an upgrade. We operate also as well, obviously in the MGM Grand, the Cash Show, which I don't know if you have seen it, but again, it's an extraordinary performance where the platforms become horizontal, vertical, and again, delivers extraordinary wow. So we're really, and we have Mister, which has been a classic for many years. We also have the Blumen Group in town. And again, we're very active in the community, not only delivering great entertainment, but our teams are active directly in the local charities. And from my behalf, from the chairmanship role, again, the One Drop Foundation not only conducts fundraisings here in Nevada, in Las Vegas, but brings resources back to the communities. And again, the plan that we have there is more than $100 million, in which we invite communities to really have more cohesiveness, to have either better feasibility on water or respect of water. Obviously, water is a very precious resource, especially in Nevada, as well as in other places where the circle operates. So we spend a lot of time with water education, bringing performers from the Cirque du Soleil to connect with the communities and show them that. Very happy again that we are experiencing a very strong international expansion. We opened a new show last year in Hawaii. We are opening a new show in the fall of this year in the Pacific side of Mexico. We're opening a new show, a new Cirque du Soleil show in Berlin, Germany, in the fall of this year. So we're bringing again the extraordinary geniuses that we are delivering every day in Las Vegas all around the world. I'm very, very proud of that. Moving to other investments that I focus on, as Newton mentioned, Gateway Casinos. It was also a company that was previously over-levered. The previous owners were Crown, an Australian operator, as you know, and Macquarie, an Australian bank. They had also put $1.2 billion of debt on that business. This was around the 2008, 2009 crisis. There was too much leverage. At the time, the business was only doing $70 million of EBITDA. Imagine $70 million against $1.2 billion. It was really unsustainable. And from the get-go, that capital structure got in trouble. We as Catalyst came in as a white knight again, working with the regulator and restructuring that business. Mr. Chairman, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I appreciate that. And certainly we've talked about that already. And from my perspective, all the questions that I had about your background have been answered through the materials provided and through other information that was given to us yesterday. I appreciate your commitment to Nevada in particular through Cirque du Soleil. We all know what that means to the community. So that's fantastic. I think that you of course have tremendous business acumen, and as with Mr. Glassman, eminently qualified. Same comment around discussion at the board level here around how we move forward with respect to your suitability, but meaning you're eminently suitable. The question is, will there be some sort of limitation? That will be the discussion. So from my perspective, I certainly welcome you to participate in this as a shareholder. And I myself have no further questions. Member Sandal, do you have anything for Mr. D'Alba?
Yes, and thank you. Hello? Okay. I appreciate your presentation and being here and getting that on the record. Just for the record, you have not been licensed in Nevada, but you have been, you have pending applications in other jurisdictions. And you also have no direct role in the Blueberry operations, is my understanding. And Mr. Glassman works directly with the Blueberry management team. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Judge Assad, any questions as to Mr. Dialba's background?
Thank you, Chairman Director. I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
Very good. Then with that, we will ask a very patient Mr. Riley to briefly provide his background and go from there.
One of
Sir.
the benefits of going last, you have very little to say because it's already been said and no time to say it. And so I'll try and be brief.
Okay, thank you.
I won't go through my education in any detail. I went to undergrad at Queen's University. I didn't finish my degree there because after 2 years, you can qualify to go to law school. I chose after 3 years, don't ask me why, and didn't finish my 4th year for the degree. I then went to the University of Toronto for 3 years. I subsequently articled at a firm called Stikeman Elliott, which is now one of the largest firms in Canada. And I then went to Harvard. The reason I went to Harvard was in those days, I wanted to be a securities lawyer, and you had to have the academic credential of having been to Harvard and studied under Louis Laws. However, there I was more influenced by Victor Brudney, who steered me towards corporate finance. I then did, when I came back, I did banking work. I did insolvency work, including one of the largest restructurings in the day, the Stikeman reorganization of the Reichman family. From there, I went from Stikeman's. I was recruited to start an office for Ogilvy Renault in Toronto. I did that, and in 5 years, we went from 0 to 100. One of the little anecdotes that'll put forward to you is Cirque du Soleil was created by Guy Laliberté. Guy Laliberté's law firm was Ogilvy Renault. Ogilvy Renault is well known in Quebec, although it no longer exists in that name. It's now Norton Rose Fulbright. From there, I finished off my career, my legal career, with a firm called Goodman's, a smaller firm but very well respected firm in Toronto. Along the way, I developed a relationship with Newton and with Gabrielle, doing some restructuring work for them. And several times Newton talked about coming to CCGI. I had decided that I was now ready to go, mainly because he'd asked the right question, which was, when are you going to decide you're sick of practicing law? I then went and was, as chief operating officer and a managing director, helped develop that function. I was intimately connected with Blueberry during the insolvency period in Quebec and helped to engineer this transaction, which got Blueberry out of the Blueberry assets out of the existing Blueberry. I've continued that connection. I do have one comment on I think one of the mistakes we made in the registration process is, I don't know if you like military history or not, but the charge of the Light Brigade is a mistake of misunderstanding orders, bad communication. I think we'll have a function where I'll be on the compliance committee in Blueberry. So I will be a voice that can easily get up the chain and we'll have that connection. So I think it's one more piece of the puzzle because it means there's a more direct contact. I also think we've developed, I think through this process, a good relationship with your investigating staff. I like to think that once we got the message, maybe took a baseball bat, we actually were responsive and had the right information at our fingertips. Didn't have to be a strenuous exercise to get it. So I would say I'm not apologizing as much as I'm saying we hear you, and we think we're working to get the process to be better. We'll need feedback, constructive feedback, to make sure we're getting it right. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Riley, in particular, the last comment you made, and given your background and experience, I think having you on the Blueberry Compliance Committee actually gives me some comfort that there will be that connection, because it certainly seems like without that link, things could go on at Blueberry and Catalyst, and oftentimes, I guess potentially here from what you're saying, there wouldn't be a full linked understanding of what's needed.
Yes.
So I
think that's right.
So I appreciate your willingness to serve, and I would certainly support both your application as eminently qualified and your steady presence as a member of the Blueberry Compliance Committee. Fantastic. We appreciate that, and I have no further questions of you as an individual. Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. I was curious, I noted that, you're in a kind of a semi-retired state of working, but I guess long-term, what are your thoughts on an involvement and staying involved, in your role at Catalyst?
I think as long as I could continue, I'd like to continue.
Okay.
And by that, I mean, if I could be a meaningful contributor, I think that I'm familiar with I'm familiar with the individuals. I'm very familiar with Blueberry, and I'd like to do it as long as I can.
Well, I enjoyed reading your report, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Riley, your credentials are very impressive. You have an excellent resume. You've been around the block, you know what's going on, and I appreciate the comments you just made. And I have confidence that with you on the team, this company is going to be moving in the right direction. So I'm more than happy to support your application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we conclude the presentation. I guess from my perspective, I'll begin the discussion here. First of all, from the perspective of Blueberry and the story in other jurisdictions and now bringing it over to Nevada, I think it's remarkable. I think we certainly welcome Blueberry to the state of Nevada. You've been here already, but not as a licensee, certainly. And we welcome you and the ability you have to bring your unique products to Nevada casinos. I have no doubt there are multiple casinos who've already asked you for your product, and there'll be many more. So we definitely look forward to that, fully support that. And I think, Mr. Burke, to your great credit, you've assembled a terrific team in a very, very difficult industry. And to be able to carve out your niche and then grow from there against some of the giants who have been established for decades, that's kudos to you, and we really appreciate having you here and having your team here. As to Mr. Glassman and Mr. De Alba, let me say, first of all, I very much appreciate your presentation today. I appreciate your candor about what has gone wrong. I appreciate your commitment to fix what needs to be fixed from the compliance communication perspective. And so I think that was all great to hear. And I have frankly every expectation that you will do absolutely everything you've said and bring the Catalyst compliance effort closer to what we need in Nevada. I fully understand and respect you've been involved in gaming in other jurisdictions, as you indicated. And of course, we agree Nevada is different. Nevada is its own standard. I think by now you certainly recognize that and you see what can happen when that is not addressed fully. So, but again, I appreciate your and Mr. De Alba's candor in needing to address that. We appreciate your commitment to Blueberry at a time when probably difficult to commit to. And then here you are ready to bring this company in and participate fully in our gaming economy, which again, we think is terrific. And of course, Mr. De Alba, as we've said, we appreciate your involvement with, among other businesses, Cirque du Soleil, huge part of the culture in Nevada. It wouldn't be the same without it. So we certainly appreciate you for that. And then we have Mr. Riley, who I fully believe, given his background and skills and commitment to not only Catalyst, but to Blueberry, will be an excellent addition to this picture, most directly as a member of the Compliance Committee. So I definitely would feel we need to support that. And certainly I appreciate, Andrew, your commitment to hiring in the near term a compliance officer. I certainly would agree from the prospects of the company at this point, it sounds like you can attract a tremendous candidate in that role and in other roles. And so we look forward to seeing that gel and develop. So having said all that, what I'm prepared to do is move forward in all regards with one modification. As you know, the Nevada process is front-loaded. And it requires a lot of information upfront. That's just the way we do it. So we only have certain things that we can do when things come up. I think it's important that, again, while Mr. Glassman and Mr. De Alba presented, I think, a great presentation about what they're going to do to comply moving forward, I think it's important that from what we've heard and seen with respect to the issues that have come about and the delay that their inaction has caused. And I realize that was then and this is now. I think we need to send a message of accountability in this particular case, and in doing so, give the compliance team at Catalyst some time to gel with the new CFO as it pertains to adhering to conditions and requirements in the state of Nevada. So what I would propose to my fellow board members is we move forward with the limitation on Mr. D'Alba and Mr. Glassman of 4 years as to the finding of suitability. So they get a full ability to move forward with no problem, gives them 4 years to, certainly more than enough time to do what they need to do to gel and then have them come back. I'm not fully comfortable because of past occurrences shifting the burden fully at this point. But at the same time, I think that again, Catalyst is an amazing company and has done great things, and I appreciate their support of Blueberry. And so I would support a full licensure with the exception of 2 4-year limitations on Mr. D'Alba and Mr. Glassman, who are, I think, certainly prepared to address the go forward, but we have to see that proven. I think, I have every expectation that, should we come back here 4 years from now, everything will be fine. So it won't affect anything operationally whatsoever. But I do think we need to send that message of accountability. I had a lot of discussions with the agents on this matter, and I have to step up and for the agency and the difficulty that they had along this way. So that has to be accounted for. And as such, I would support a 4-year limitation. So with that, I will turn it over to my fellow board members for their thoughts on that.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer, and I understand the need and the background. I think it's been fully discussed. I think Mr. Glassman made a statement. He was willing and supportive of whatever privilege license level we were going to move forward with. I did just want to clarify with the DAGs, Lawrence and McGaw, whoever wants to chime in, based on what procedurally, what motion wise, what the chairman is requesting is, would this relate to simply just applications for finding of suitability as controlling shareholder, or also the application for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Blueberry Gaming Canada? Get some clarification.
You certainly are free to apply the limitation to whichever approval you wish to.
If we only did one, or do I need to do both, or perhaps maybe Chairman, I'm not sure if you specifically stated finding of suitability.
But I do believe that it probably should apply to all of them because they're all kind of packaged together. So you, rather than have a piecemeal and problems going on in the future, you probably want to tie the limitation to all the approvals today.
For those 2 individuals. In the end.
It was my understanding that we could move forward. Okay.
Yeah, you could tie it to just those individuals, and then what would happen in 4 years, they would have to reapply for that approval. If at that time they were by any chance denied at that time, they would then have to divest that interest in the other company.
I'm comfortable with that. And again, I have every expectation that won't happen. But nevertheless, respect for the process, respect for the Gaming Control Board agents who worked very hard on this. And there were delays, and that's all been well discussed for 3 hours. But I would support it just as to the 2 individuals. And my firm expectation is they will either have divested the company or alternatively reapply, and we'll be able to move forward. So I would just want it specifically as to the 2 individuals.
And if I may have one follow-up, then does that need to also apply to the application for registration as a holding company to Catalyst for the procedural legal standpoint? Or no, can I propose a motion for a limitation on just the 2 individuals?
The limitation can be just for the individuals.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the recommendation that you proposed, Chairman. I would just add too that there is a general condition on this matter as well, which I'm sure Mr. Scheer, you're aware of. Just want to make a record of that.
The revolving fund condition, yes, I'm aware.
Okay.
If I might just briefly address the limitation, if possible.
Please. Well, actually, let's do this. Let's have Judge Assad ask or give his point of view, and then Mr. Scheer, you're happy to close.
I'll go ahead and defer to you.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to raise is, and I understand your concern about the accountability, but I think there has been accountability here. I think as was noted at the beginning of the hearing, at the end of the day, all of the information was provided. There was no intent to deceive. Information was publicly available. There was significant delays. In fact, I believe what happened is, as a result of the delay in providing information, Blueberry got put behind some other applications in the queue, and rightfully so. I understand that. And so there was significant delay, and that had an impact not only on Blueberry, but on Catalyst as the owner of Blueberry. So I think they have paid a price for their inaction. And then once they realized that they were not living up to the Nevada standard, they got actively involved. And I think there came a point, and the agents will tell you, there came a point where they became very responsive. Initially, they were not, but after some period of time, and they became aware that they needed to get personally involved. And there was some things that went on during that time. So communication between the agents and myself and the people at Catalyst, frankly, went through the cyber attack on the board systems. That was early in that process. So there was some lack of communication and delay there. But again, they have paid a price in terms of the delay that has occurred in getting them on the agenda. They, as you pointed out, they needed to be accountable. They needed to pay that price, but they have paid a price, I think, already. So I think the message has been sent. This process started almost 2 years ago at this point. And so their delays or their failure to respond promptly caused significant delays over what most other applicants would have. And so I think there has been a price that's been paid. And I just wanted you to consider that in your deliberations.
I appreciate that very much. And certainly I know that there was a strong interest to move forward at every level a lot quicker. And one thing we didn't do specifically today is go through the details of all the delays and all the things that were asked for once, twice, 3 times, et cetera. We didn't go through all that because I took Mr. Glassman and Mr. Alba at their word straight up at the top of their presentation that they understood the seriousness. They understood, why this happened and why they were the cause of delay and all of that. So I didn't go through all those details, but there were a lot of details there, right? So on one hand, yes, a part of a price has already been paid vis-a-vis the fact that this is probably at least 6 to 9 months later than everybody wanted it to happen. But the other part, from my perspective, in terms of shifting the burden, I have to see now that from my perspective, and I'm only one of 3, and then ultimately the commission can decide that they can adhere to the rules and submit all of the information timely. Let me say on a personal level, I have every expectation they will do it. I said earlier on that it was determined, and we looked at this very, very carefully, as you might imagine. There was no intention to deceive whatsoever. It was explained that they're very flat and limited structure, so they didn't have a lot of hands and things were just fast and loose a bit. All well and good, but it needs to get done correctly before I am willing to shift that burden. And so I think 4 years is certainly a comfortable amount of time to be able to do that. As to the 2 gentlemen, I'm very glad Mr. Riley is involved. And again, I have to, given the feedback that I received from our agents on this in the past, we need to reach this point to have a measure of accountability. And I'm sending a message about this topic. So yes, part of a price has been paid. It's my belief that this is the way the full price is to be paid. And it doesn't interfere with the ability for this great company to move forward and do great things in Nevada, and we welcome you. So that's my perspective, but thank you. So with that, Judge Assad, anything further?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. So my understanding is that the justification for a 4-year limitation is that there was a delay caused by the applicants, Mr. Glassman and Mr. D'Alba, not providing documents and so forth to our investigators. And what I heard from our investigators is that to a person, they said there was no intent to deceive. So, and what I heard here today from Mr. Glassman and Mr. D'Alba is a lot of accountability and acknowledgement that there was some burden on them that they didn't meet, and it wasn't due to any mens rea or guilty mind or intent for deception of any kind. What I heard from both the gentlemen today and the investigators yesterday is that it was just sometimes things just happen. You know, it's just an oversight. It's the way they had performed with other applications through other jurisdictions. They had relied on subordinates and Mr. Shear himself to provide the documents or handle the situation. You get a request from a investigator and you turn it over to your lawyer or your paralegal and give them this document, give them these financials. To me, it comes down to, and there are two judges on the commission, and myself as a former judge, you know, we base things like this, it's kind of a punishment, really, this 4-year limitation on accountability and mens rea. Did they have a guilty mind? Did they have an intent to deceive? Absolutely not. And that was verified by every one of our investigators yesterday, to a man and a woman. Tina Logan specifically said, absolutely no intent to deceive. That to me is the bottom line. It's the ultimate issue that should decide whether they get a limited or an unlimited license. So if you don't have an intent to deceive, if you don't have a guilty mind, I see absolutely no reason in the world why we should put any type of limitation on the gentleman. Why put a blemish on their stellar reputation? It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And if there's something in the future that goes afoul, we can certainly call them forward for, you know, reconsideration. But at this point, I think the use of limitations on licenses should be used very sparingly for egregious situations. This is not an egregious situation. This is an oversight due to miscommunications, and Mr. Shear fell on the sword a bit. Their subordinates probably take some responsibility for it. But when it came to the applicants themselves, Mr. Glassman and Mr. D'Alba, to finally, you know, get things straight and get it ordered. When it came to their attention that this application process needed to be speeded up, they delivered 100%. In the end, the investigators said, we got everything we needed. We got every bit of information we finally requested, and we can move forward with this. So I just don't see any need for a 4-year limitation. Thank you.
Respectfully, I have to disagree. If you read through the details of all this, as I have, there were multiple instances where things were requested, re-requested, requested again, and so on. And certainly all applicants know, as has been identified, that it's on them. So I believe that this is warranted. It's something that we have to send accountability. There was a 6 to 9 month period here, perhaps even longer, where the agents weren't getting what they needed. And we have to stand by our agency. We have to stand by, if a request is made, response needs to be provided timely, full stop. And I'm not prepared to turn a blind eye to that. I very much appreciate Mr. D'Alba and Mr. Glassman's presentation today. I appreciate all of it. I appreciate Blueberry has earned the right to move forward. But nevertheless, we cannot turn a blind eye to a repeated failure on the part of anybody to provide information timely and accurately to our agents. And yes, I was the one who established certainly that what was provided was full with no intent to deceive. If that had been the case, as you all imagine, that would be a different outcome. But at the end of the day, we have to hold some accountability here. So I, as always, support that. So I'll accept a motion at this time.
I'd like to make a motion that we grant a full license to all applicants, Catalyst and Burberry, and all the individuals that are named in the application.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Nay.
Chairman Dreitzer.
I have a question. I have a question actually before I vote. Is this something that we need to vote on right now? Meaning, can I not accept this motion or modify the motion?
If the motion's been made, you have to vote on it, but obviously if it's 2 against, 1 for, the motion will fail and you can obviously then bring another motion. And it would keep repeating until some motion passes.
So if this motion is denied, what is the legal effect of that?
It just fails. The motion fails, and then you would just bring, someone would have to bring another motion, or you would have to refer the matter back to staff. So if this is just the process, the motion would have to pass by majority vote.
Understood, but there's no impact in terms of no denial or anything of that nature.
No, it's not considered a denial. There would have to be a motion to deny, and that is not the case here.
Okay, please do the vote one more time.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Nay.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Nay. I'll accept another motion.
I just want to quickly chime in a couple of my thoughts on this as well as, we have statutes and regulations in place that, require certain disclosure requirements on applications and that certain information is true and correct and shall be provided in a timely manner. And at the end of the day, reading this, what I really kind of took away and gleaned from this was just kind of a pattern, which I think had already been admitted to as a pattern of indifference and kind of lack of respect, perhaps, or not perhaps realizing the scope of what was required of the process here in Nevada. That said, I also, yes, I think Nevada does have the gold standard. We do require a lot that is front loaded perhaps and requested from the applicants. But at the same time, in this instance, as we stated, we didn't go through the details of what was provided, but there was, also instances here where there was just incorrect, inaccurate information provided the first time. So there are other details as well of this, and we're not here to belittle or embarrass anybody, but the entire fact pattern here in the report to me does support, in this instance of, as the chairman suggested, a little bit more of a penalty to, send a message that this sort of, lack of respect for the process and timely response, time again, has consequences. And you've already admitted that you've taken significant steps to fix this, and this has really done you a favor, maybe perhaps in other jurisdictions in your licensing process. So to me, that just supports the need for this. But yes, I just wanted to say that on the record before providing a motion.
Thank you. I'll accept a motion.
Okay.
Can we have a little discussion on the motion?
Before or after the motion's made?
After she makes her motion, I think I know what it's going to be.
Okay, let's start with the motion. Then Judge, if you have an interest in discussing it, we can do that.
I do. Thank you.
I do think, Dags, I'll probably have to take these some separate motions or can with the condition and everything, or how do you propose?
There would be a separate motion
Okay.
for the limitation.
Okay.
Well, you could, I think are you asking if you can vote on each set of applications separately? Or are you talking about?
If I do a proposed motion for the limitation separately, and then we vote on it and however that ends up, and then do the overall on all the rest of the applications.
So you would be taking the applications for registration as a holding company, applications for findings. The first set of applications on the agenda is what you're talking about, taking the motion on at this point, and then hold off on the Blueberry motions until a separate motion on the Blueberry set of applications.
Correct, but I did ask you earlier if I needed to, in my motion, include the application for registration as a holding company in the limitation, and I thought the answer on that was no. But if you're saying that if I propose a 2-year limitation, that I have to include everything under the first section, the Catalyst Capital Group, application for registration as a holding company, the application for finding of suitability as a sole shareholder of Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc., and the applications for finding of suitability as a controlling shareholder, for Mr. Glassman and De Alba. If that all needs to be one motion, then I can do that.
It does not need to be one motion. It's up to your discretion whether you want to include each application separately or in a bundle. It would be however you would want to phrase the motion.
Okay,
So-
great. All right, well, let me try and then you can correct me if it's not appropriate or stated properly. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval under non-restricted agenda item number 1, as it relates to the application for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc., and applications for finding of suitability as a controlling shareholder for Mr. Newton Glassman and Mr. Gabriel De Alba, subject to a 4-year limitation due to expire at midnight on the day of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in September 2029.
If that's just on its face, content-wise, that's acceptable?
I did you put the limitation on that? I'm sorry.
She did.
Oh, okay. That is acceptable. Since you're doing, well, yeah, that is acceptable.
Okay, so with that, if we have an acceptable motion as to the intent, Judge Assad wanted to raise a point as to this before we voted.
Yeah, thank you. I will support the motion because I don't want to vote against the company in any way, shape, or form. But I would hope, and it's my intent to see that the commission takes into account, there being 2 judges on there, that intent is the central issue in this decision-making process. Whether it's a criminal case or a civil case, you must examine the intent, the mens rea, the guilty mind. That's a Latin word for guilty mind for you non-lawyers out there. Whether there was an intent to deceive, absolutely not. Why do I say that? Our investigators told us that yesterday. There was absolutely no intent to deceive. That is the central issue in this case on whether there should be a limited license or an unlimited license. And I hope the commission will accept my point of view. So
Thank you,
that's
Judge.
it.
And I'll comment that we agree. There was no intent to deceive, but there was repeated ignoring of requests. And that matters. This isn't a criminal matter. Mens rea is not the issue. I respectfully disagree. The issue is respecting the regulatory process in the state of Nevada and respecting the agents and giving them what they need timely to do their job, full stop. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Okay, I'll move now for a second motion for the remaining items on non-restricted number 1. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda number 1 for all remaining items, applications as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc. shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board for compliance with the terms of this condition. The Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Blueberry Gaming Canada, Inc. and its affiliated companies.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I might just say for the record, just because it was mentioned, I fall on the sword because I was dealing with the Catalyst folks and I should have spent more time making sure that I got through to Mr. Glassman and Mr. De Alba. In terms of paralegals and others, the staff at Brownstein did a great job working with Blueberry. And so I don't want them to take that blame that belongs to me. Catalyst did have other outside law firms who were involved in their regulatory processes in other jurisdictions. So I think the reference is more to paralegals at other law firms, not paralegals at our firm, but I do bear some individual responsibility. So thank you.
Mr. Scherer, I appreciate that. And I think from today, we'll all move forward in a very positive way. And so thank you for that. And thank everybody for their patience. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then begin again with non-restricted number 2. Thank you all. Congratulations. Okay, let's continue with the agenda. I first want to reiterate the thanks to everybody for waiting this out. So thank you all, and we will try to move quicker if we can here. Madam Secretary, as the next three items are all related, please read in, if you would, non-restricted 2, 3, and 4 together.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Cord Nichols for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer and/or key executive as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of SCT Union Village LLC doing business as 76 Tavern Union Village for a restricted gaming license. Lastly, you have the applications of SCT Holdco LLC, Jeffrey Welch and Stephen Cootie for licensure as a member, manager, officer, and/or key executive as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rubenstein.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendell, Madam Secretary. I'm Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz. Pleased to be appearing on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and all of the applicants just named. With me up here is the applicant for item number 2, Cord Nichols. If it pleases the chair, we've got about a 3-hour presentation.
Perfect. Why not another one?
No, Mr. Nichols has a brief presentation on his background, after which we'll be happy to answer questions.
That sounds good, Mr. Rubenstein. Thank you very much. Mr. Nichols, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Dreiser, Judge Assad, Member Sendell, Madam Secretary. Just want to start by saying thank you to Agent Doug Lippert. He was not only patient, but ultimately was very, very professional, and want to say thank you to him and the whole investigations team. During my investigation, couldn't be more thankful to be working with that group. Great group. Want to say thank you, first of all. I was born in the state of Washington, went to University of Montana. Shortly after graduating, I moved to the great state of Nevada in 2003. I started working for insurance. I worked with Marsh McLennan. I worked with Robertson Taylor for a few years, working in personal lines insurance, ultimately looking at all aspects of finance, looking at evaluating risk, managing client profiles, and then shortly thereafter, in 2008, moved to Station Casinos. With Station Casinos, I started off as a slot project manager, worked in every single position in slots. After that, I had a role as an analyst, moved into the roles, various roles like manager of slot operations, director of slot operations at numerous properties, then moved into the role of assistant general manager at some of our properties, role of general manager, and senior vice president of operations, and ultimately to the seat I sit in today, which is chief operating officer of the company on our 19 properties. Ultimately, you'll see in my background, I spent 7 years in Northern California. We operated and managed a great resort and casino, approximately 3,000 team members, premier destination, not only in Northern California, but in the entire country. Very proud of the work we did there. Started out with an $800 million facility, moved into a $175 million expansion. To this day, very proud of what that group's doing, looking at how the tribe is running that facility. And again, look back with great pride as to that portion of my career. Taking a step back, came to after our management agreement expired, came back to Nevada as Senior Vice President of Operations, helped oversee operations for the property, and ultimately, March of last year, like I said, moved into the role of Chief Operating Officer, oversee day-to-day operations for our 19 properties, oversee gaming operations, non-gaming operations for majority of the departments, have beneath me an unbelievable team, 9,300 team members I'm incredibly proud of. A lot of my direct reports at one point in time were actually my bosses. It's pretty interesting working for great people that I worked for and now work with. So I'm incredibly proud of the properties, incredibly proud of the company. On a personal note, I've spent my time not only in Northern California, but here working with some of the food banks. Very recently transitioned to be a board member of Hope for Prisoners. It's a great organization here in this state that takes people who are about to get out of incarceration, teaches them tools, teaches them trades, and ultimately puts them back into society with tool sets that they didn't have before incarceration. So incredibly proud, even though it's a short tenure there, I'm very, very excited for years to come of what I can bring to that organization. And it's something I'm very proud of. Personal side, 2 great kids. I have a 13-year-old boy. I have an 11-year-old daughter, both go to Faith Academy and middle school. My wife and I live in Summerlin. Glad to be a part of this community. Very, very passionate about the industry, passionate about working for the company I do, and happy to be in front of you today and answer any questions you may have about my background.
Mr. Nichols, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming here today and giving your background and your long history with Stations, which these days it's a testament to you and to Stations that you're with one organization for so long. So that's quite admirable. Can you describe your duties on a day-to-day basis? I read in the materials you have 23 direct reports.
I do.
And of course, as you described, multiple departments and properties. So how do you manage all of that on a day-to-day basis?
Sure. Scaling an organization like ours, not to be funny, we oscillate from a publicly traded company to a small family in about 2 seconds. So the way we typically do things is Mondays, largely I meet with all my direct reports at corporate. We have a meeting, talk about interdependencies, talk about communication, set strategy, move through the organization in different verticals. So I have my corporate direct report meetings every Monday. Tuesdays largely are with the properties. We meet, talk about forecasts, not only in the week for the week to see how the week performed behind us, but also see our forecast into the quarter and for the balance of the year. It gives us time not only to discuss the strategies we talked about Monday, but move forward and have our arms wrapped around how the businesses are performing. Wednesdays are traditionally development days. With a company like ours, we have growth pipeline that has aspirations to put more casinos in this valley in short order. And so we have a healthy amount of time talking about the capital we're infusing, not only to our existing buildings, but what are the possibilities in terms of future expansions in this great valley. And then Thursdays largely are property time. I get out of the corporate office Thursday, Fridays, meet with my GMs and AGMs. It's important for me to get outside of the corporate office. Truth be told, it's where I came up in this great company. So for me to spend time and spend good time understanding how the strategies we set are being deployed, eat at the TDRs, walk the properties, see how the buildings are actually living and breathing with strategies that I'm setting. It's important. That's usually Thursday, Friday. On Saturdays, come back. Friday is a big day for us. We usually sit as an executive team. Probably, I would say the C-suite comes together on Saturdays, every Saturday, understanding, give insight into the principles, and make sure that we kind of inspect what we expect in terms of the forecast. How are we hitting? And then Sunday is typically a day where we're not working, and then start it all over on Monday. So scaling the organization, even with that many direct reports, it makes me highly rely on qualified individuals. Again, a lot of these individuals that are my direct reports at one point in time were my bosses. So I have a lot of trust, a lot of time, effort, and energy into developing that group, and then ultimately we scale the organization in that way. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I thank you for that. Can you talk a little bit about the outlook for the market? Much has been made in the news about what's happening in Nevada and the dichotomy between the locals market and the tourist market. What's your view on that, and then how Stations is performing?
Sure,
in this
sure. I think it takes a little bit, if I take a step back and talk about what's important to us. Again, I mentioned our 9,300 team members. I think we set ourselves apart by providing really a team member first atmosphere. Those team members, we rely on them to provide great guest service. No matter what I do, I think really the straw that stirs the drink in our company is our workforce of 9,300. They're the ones spending the time, the effort, the energy with our guests. For us, unlike some of our other counterparts at the Strip, we rely on a guest to come between 4 and 6 times a month. If you take, how does that happen? That happens by providing great guest service, making sure that our team members are getting the tools they need to be successful, providing great guest service, and then there's reliance on us to take care of our buildings. So when I think about how we're performing, I think about the service profit chain and our commitment, not only to our team members, to our guests, and ultimately to reinvesting in our properties. I think that's why if you look at the most notable, right behind us, our public quarter was the best quarter we've ever had as a corporation. And I think you see across the valley us hitting on all cylinders. And I think that's through simplification of our business, really in obsessing about the team member experience, followed by obsessing with the guest experience, and then reinvesting in our existing properties and our team members to the degree we can get repeat trips, repeat visitation by infusing that capital, not only into our team members, but into the buildings the same. So I think in terms of the outlook, how I see Vegas, we are doing extremely well. It was very public, our last earnings call, and look forward to continued trajectory. Again, I think that is us having to really have an in-depth knowledge of what our consumers are going through. So you see us in a lot of cases, whether it be on beverage prices, food prices, really sliding down in terms of the costs associated with some of the menu items that we have. So we'll lower the cost. If someone wants to have a great steak at T-Bones, at Nico's, you can do that. You can also have a burger for a couple bucks. And what we rely on is, again, people coming multiple times in a month. And I think they do that because we can provide and scale all audiences across the valley. I hope that answers your question.
It does. So you still have a focus on value for the customers.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I think you have to, again, to have that repeat visitation, I think you have to have experiences that scale all audiences. And so I think we're doing that through providing value, but we also do that through providing luxury at our properties as well. And I think we can do that, again, from steakhouses to cafes, from high limit rooms to our main pits and table games. We can do that across our enterprise.
In terms of a question about your background, you spent a couple of years at Grayton in Rohnert Park.
Yep.
7
years.
More than that. So how did that inform your role as a senior executive to have that other experience? You were in Nevada for a while, and
Sure.
you're in Nevada again.
Yeah, I look back on that experience, and it's a humbling one. You're working for a tribe that pre-opening doesn't have all the funds to really fuel their whole enterprise, and that comes from us understanding that there's a bigger goal for the tribe. Not only is that a place where they make revenue, it's a place where their citizens can work. So throughout that, it really recenters you in kind of learning your executive style and making sure that you're thinking about the whole picture. Grayton Resort and Casino is an unbelievable experience, not only just from opening, but learning to work in another jurisdiction. I was very fortunate to work close with the Tribal Gaming Commission there. I was very fortunate to work closely with the tribe there. It gives me new insight, not only to be siloed just my experience here in the Valley, but to broaden my horizons, not only on the regulation side of the business, but even into the size and scope. Grayton Resort and Casino is, again, one of the biggest casinos in the country. They do extremely well. I know I'm very proud of them right now. I think they're expanding to over 7,000 slots. There's only a couple facilities in the country that will be at that number. So again, taught me a lot, improved my executive style. You have a workforce of nearly 3,000. It changes how you scale an organization. I think it got me prepared for coming back to the Valley for a bigger role. Moving from, I ended there as the vice president and general manager of that facility, running day-to-day operations, to coming back. Again, scaling 3,000 got me ready to come back and have direct reports. Is somewhere in that neighborhood. When I came back, I helped oversee multiple properties when I returned back in the senior vice president of operations capacity.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and all my questions have been answered. I congratulate you on a very successful, stellar career, and I look forward to seeing you do bigger and bigger things in the industry, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
With that, Judge Assad.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, just kudos to Supervisor David Bradford and Deputy Chief Nathan Allen and Agent Lippert. They did an excellent job. You're eminently qualified for this position. You've got about 16 years or so with stations. You have a tremendous work history. So I'm more than happy to support your application as well.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And yeah, and I don't know if I missed it, but how did you transition into stations, into gaming?
Sure.
originally?
So my role in insurance was one that I can say in a weird way I liked. Ultimately, I had a family member, my father fell sick with terminal cancer. So I left to go help out the family. Didn't come from a family with means, so I had to return home, make sure that my dad had what he needed. And then ultimately, after he passed, I knew that I wanted to come back to Vegas. So that journey was like, okay, you have a little bit of a recentering moment. How do I put myself in a situation where I work for a company that is first and foremost like a family? It was that time in my life, and I heard about stations, and all I heard was about culture. That's all they preached. And then the interview process, it was a culture of first who, then what. They were just pedantic about who they put into their organization and how passionate they were of who came and joined the family. And I think in terms of my interview, I think they said the word family like 60 times. And I was like, I got to work for this organization. Truth be told, they didn't call me back. So I called them every day for 30 days and badgered them until I think they just got annoyed with me. So not in my documents is how annoying I can be, but I was dead set on working for the organization. And again, very proud of to work for them. And to this day, this is the last company I ever want to work for.
That's amazing. I will say in all the educational backgrounds I've seen, criminology. I think it's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah,
So
I actually wanted to be in law enforcement. I had a goal to do so. You graduate, and then you have a little bit of the grim reaper of student loans looking at you. So then you end up taking a path where insurance paid well, and I got to live in the same city as my brother. So I took that path, and ultimately fell in love with business. I think the first couple of years at University of Montana was heavy in business anyway, so it wasn't something that I had deviated too far from. So that path is kind of what got me there.
Well, yes, you have a very diverse employment background, and sounds like you've found a good fit at stations. I read, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your home in the fire.
Yeah, that was pretty tough. Managing Grayton was tough enough, but we lost our home in the wildfires of 2017. And so managing through that, it was sad, but it also wasn't just me. There was multiple people. I believe there was 17 other people who worked for me that went through the same thing. So in a tough way, brought the whole group at Grayton together. And then it was something where community came together. And I think I was really proud of how not only Frank, Lorenzo, but the tribe all contributed to get everybody back on their feet. It was a beautiful thing.
Glad to hear that, and I'm happy to support your application. And
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Before I take a motion, I just wanted to clarify one thing. How many years were you at Grayton?
I was there, I believe it may be 7 years and some change.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, with that, as to number 2, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on non-restricted number 2?
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read in the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. We'll turn then to non-restricted number 3.
Yes, Chair Dreitzer, Member Saad, Member Sendell, Madam Secretary, for the record again, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicants, Red Rock Resorts, SC Union Village LLC, SCT Holdco, and its 2 officers, Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie. With me up here is Chris Fiamora, the Senior VP of Operations for Station Casinos. I'd like to also take a moment, if I could, to introduce the rest of the representatives of Red Rock
Please.
Resorts and Station Casinos who are here for these items. You just met Cord Nichols, who's the Executive Vice President, and Chief Operating Officer. I mentioned Jeffrey Welch, who in addition to serving as an officer of SCT Holdco, has a day job as Red Rock Resorts Executive VP and Chief Legal Officer. There's also Stephen Cootie, who is an officer of SCT Holdco LLC, but better known as the Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer. John Pascalato, Senior VP of Regulatory Compliance. Michelle Flater, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance. Bobby Reel, Vice President of Small Properties, and Jason Straub, the Director of Taverns. I should note that both Ms. Reel and Mr. Straub currently have individual license applications pending.
Thank you very much.
I'd also like to take a moment, if I could, have you indulge me to introduce our firm's summer intern, who has agreed to stay on as a part-time law clerk with us while she finishes up her degree at Boyd McKenna Maddox.
To go to med school or get out of law?
Interestingly enough, her brother's interviewing this afternoon for next summer's clerkship. With respect back on this application, there isn't a lot to say about this particular application. This is the third licensing event for the new 76 Tavern brand, with 2 others currently in operation and more applications and more taverns coming down the line. If not for the need to amend the company's order of registration, the tavern license application would have been part of the restricted agenda, as you know. Mr. Fiamore is here and prepared to answer any of your questions, as are Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie.
Very good. I just had one general question about the application. How did you handle the proximity to the park and the kinder care?
So
how was that addressed?
So there's a couple things that happened. Number one, the location was approved before the kinder care came up, and it's also under their guidelines. There are no distance restrictions at all. That said, we did send a letter to kinder care inviting them to come meet with us should they have any concerns about that proximity.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that record.
Yes, and we haven't heard from them, but obviously we welcome, the opportunity to sit with them and deal with any issues.
Very good. I appreciate that. And just to make sure we're on the same page, we're both working off of draft number 1. Is that correct?
Yes, draft number 1 dated 07/24/25 is what I have.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the application. Judge Assad, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. No, nice to have you here in person. Thanks for being here. Very thorough report. Everything's pretty straightforward. I don't have any questions. I'm in full support of the application.
Thank you, Member Sendall.
Thank you. So my understanding is there's like a whole slew of these 76 taverns that are coming along, and there's already been a couple, and you have a couple more in the chute.
We
Just tell us-
have 2 currently in operation, about 7 more in the pipeline through the balance of 25 into 26 opening. So we're really excited about our product and really happy to answer any other questions you might have.
How are the ones that are open doing?
They're doing well. The first one that opened was at Centennial and Lamb, which is kind of close to Nellis Air Force Base. So it's ramping up, waiting for the housing to catch up in that area, but we're pleased with the performance. And the second one is in Aliante, right across from Aliante Casino, which is doing extremely well. So we're excited, very, very positive response by the community, and happy to keep the train rolling with the new tavern product we have.
Great. Yeah, because I understand we have other in the chute, and so you'll be back here doing the same thing all over again.
Yes, we have 2 applications currently pending.
Right.
Right.
And then Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie, they were last licensed last August is what I have in my notes as well, for probably those other 76 taverns.
Yes.
Great. And then we already put on the record, and I did want to note too for the location, there's also a shopping center there with like a Starbucks and a dentist office. So there's a bunch of other places.
Union Village, if you look at the development plan, is a kind of a unique area, and a lot of planning went into the entire development.
And I know you might not have mentioned it, but it sounds like the city of Henderson also did not have issue with this. Is that
That is correct. I mean, again, we were working in accordance with their master plan and got our approvals before a lot of other folks even joined the project.
Great. All right, well, thank you and wish you lots of success and we'll see you again in the future. I'm happy to support the application.
Before we take a motion, quick question. How do you go about the planning process of figuring out where to go next?
We work with various real estate developers within the valley, and we pay a close attention to population trends, housing permits, things like that. So we basically look at the taverns as we're in the locals market, but we kind of look at which means we draw from 3 to 5 miles for our properties. The taverns are maybe 1 to 2 miles. So we work with these developers throughout the valley to look where building permits are, where housing is going up, and we try and penetrate into those areas. And first and foremost, they have to have tavern suitability before we'll get involved. But then we work with our team to develop the project from ground up usually.
Thank you for that. We look forward to seeing where you go next.
Thank you.
I also like the record to reflect our gratitude to who we call the governor, Senior Agent Joseph Lombardo, on this application.
Very good. Thank you for that. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on non-restricted number 3?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the 13th revised order of registration dated July 24th, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Which brings us to non-restricted item number 4.
Yes, for the record again, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogats, appearing for the applicant Red Rock Resorts. This application is for the renewal for a period of 3 years of the company's approval for continuous or delayed public offering of securities under Regulation 16.115. With me for this application are Stephen Cootie and Jeff Welch, who I recently introduced on the prior item. We have distributed to you a confidential written presentation, which Mr. Cootie will take you through, after which we're prepared to answer any questions.
That sounds good. Thank you. Mr. Cootie, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dreisel, Judge Assad, Member Sendell. Cord talked a little bit about the values of the company, so I think I'm going to take you right through the presentation. If you turn to page 2, ultimately from an outlook perspective, nobody is more bullish on the long-term demographic and economic outlook of Las Vegas than we are, Station Casino. We believe that Las Vegas continues to be one of the fastest growing cities in the world, and there's good reason for it. Favorable climate, though it's a little hot in the summer. There's very favorable business climate, world-class dining, entertainment, outside activities. No state income tax, no state capital gains tax, no estate tax. This powerful combination has made Nevada the 3rd fastest growing state in the United States for the past 2 decades. The population grew 1.7% alone in 2024 alone, and we expect that trend to continue to 2030. Most notably, 40% of the new residents from the state of California. That brings a higher income profile, greater spending power, resulting in median household income of Clark County expected to rise 7.1% over the next 5 years. Supporting this population growth is a diversified job market, which is growing 2x the national average and has added over 76,000 jobs over the last 3 years. And on the supply side, we benefit from significant protection. SB 208 is in place, which limits casino resorts that can be zoned in residential areas. And then coupled with SB 208, we have one of the most stable regulatory and gaming tax environments in the world, making Las Vegas a perfect place for Red Rock Resorts to do business. Turning to page 4, Cord talked about the 19 properties. This kind of just lays the properties out. We have 19 properties strategically located around in the most desirable and fastest growing areas in the valley. Our 7 large scale properties are situated in higher income, higher growth corridors, primarily along major highways to provide convenient ingress and egress for our guests. Our 12 smaller properties, which Chris talked about, 2 of them serve as valuable distribution points and customer touch points, which help extend our reach and strengthen loyalty across the valley. What's not on the map is our 6 development properties, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. But at the end of the day, 70% of Clark County's future population growth is going to be within 3 miles of one of our existing properties or one of our development sites. Switching to page 5, we view ourselves as regional entertainment centers, really embedded into the fabric of the community. Everyone knows what a Station Casinos Resort. In fact, most of us are all right next to a Station Casino Resort, with each destination supporting an array of amenities that drive repeat visitation. As far as gaming amenities, the casinos have over 16,000 slots, 320 tables, and state-of-the-art race and sports books. And for the family and for non-gaming, we have over 3,000 rooms, 250,000 square feet of convention and meeting space, 175 restaurants, bars, and lounges, 75 movie screens, and 222 bowling screens. Switching to page 6, in addition to the real estate and locations and the assets provide a huge competitive advantage to us. This is further enhanced by our #1 loyalty program in the Las Vegas market with over 6 million members. And as Cord talked about, that drives 75% of our carded slot guests return over 4 times a month. So we are in the recurring revenue repeat business. And that's because, as you mentioned, by far our greatest asset and what makes great guest service possible is our 9,300 team members, 25% of who have been with the company for over 10 years. This is a real testament to the strength of our culture, stability, and operational consistency. It's also allowed us to win a few awards on the way. We're nominated top casino employer in Las Vegas for 5 years running. Great place to work Great Place to Work for 3 years running. America's Best State Employer by Forbes, and we're also honored top place to work in the USA Today, and recently by Newsweek, one of America's greatest workplaces in Nevada. So I flipped to a couple pages. We could turn to the assets of page 8. One distinction from a lot of our competitors, and you might see it, is we own all of our real estate. I think this provides a significant flexibility and a competitive advantage, both during a downturn, which we saw in COVID, but also it allows us to make the right long-term decisions in terms of investing in our properties and develop really high return amenities that our customers desire to drive that increased visitation and spend. At the end of the day, our properties are always and will be always well-maintained and remain best in class in the Las Vegas locals market. And currently, as mentioned on our last earnings call, we're investing in 3 major projects in the Las Vegas right now: the Durango Casino Resort, Sunset Station, and Green Valley Ranch properties. At Durango, as you probably see, we're continuing the next phase of our Durango master plan. We're expanding we're adding 25,000 square feet of casino space, including a high-limit slot room and bar. We're also introducing 230 new slot machines, as well as 120 dedicated to the high-limit room. In addition, we're building a new covered parking garage with almost 2,000 spaces. This will enhance customer access, but as you see, it will provide the logistic support necessary for really the next phase of Durango, which we'll discuss in a couple minutes. The total project cost is about $120 million. The project remains on time and on budget, with the expected open turnover in late December. And then on the next page is really the renderings of the development, if you wanted to take a look at what they're going to look like. Switching to page 11, Green Valley Ranch. At Green Valley, we've commenced a comprehensive refresh of our guest rooms and suites and convention space. Work on the West Tower is already underway, with the majority of the rooms in both towers expected to return in service by year end, with some of the remaining rooms and conventions that are coming online in the first quarter of 2016. The total investment for this room and convention center remodel is approximately $200 million. And then on page 11, you have a picture of what the regular room is going to look like. And if you kind of flip over to page 12, it's a view of one of our suite products. So it's going to be one of the best in class rooms, I think, in Las Vegas. Page 13, Sunset Station rounds out the 3 major projects. Sunset, we're continuing with our podium refresh to better position the property for the continuing growth at Henderson, in particular Cadence and Ascaya. This is a $53 million renovation that includes an all-new country western bar and nightclub, a new Mexican restaurant, a new center bar, and a fully renovated casino floor. The project remains on time, with the new amenities starting to roll in throughout the remainder of 2025 and into the first half of 2026. And not only do we have some significant capital projects in Nevada, we also have one outside Nevada. We talked about Brayton earlier. We are now looking forward to introducing our newest Native American opportunity in Northbrook, which is right outside of Fresno. Construction is progressing well and remains on schedule. So right now, in the pictures on the third page, the 2 pages later, you'll see that we completed the slab on grade, and we anticipate enclosing the facility by October, keeping us on track for an early Q4 2026 opening. Project is located on a 305-acre parcel just north of Fresno. Excellent ingress egress off a very well-traveled Highway 99. In total, the project budget is about $750 million. The project is fully financed and currently remains on track and on budget. Upon completion, the project will be approximately 100,000 square feet of casino space, including 2,400 slots, 44 tables, 2 restaurant and food and beverage outlets, as well as a food court with a variety of exciting options. Flipping to page 17, I just wanted to maybe walk through the economics, because we talk about these Native American deals and what they do mean for Red Rock Resorts. For those unfamiliar with how that works, we've been funding this project for over 20 years through a development note, which at the time of the financing, including incurred interest, amounted to approximately $180 million. We received, as previously announced, $110 million of that development note upon successful completion of the project financing back in April. And we expect to receive the remaining portion of this note upon the project's open, either through cash flow from the resort or when we put permanent financing in place at the project. The next form of economics is we receive a 4% development fee that's usually calculated on hard soft costs plus accrued interest for the project. You may have seen our financial release, but we already accrued $10 million of that development fee. I would expect going forward to the project open to accrue an additional $3 million of that revenue through the fourth quarter of 2026. The cash payment for that the development fee, most likely the majority will be made upon project open per the development agreement, but then there's probably going to be a straggling payment in Q1 of 27 as we start truing up construction costs. And then lastly, once we get the project open in 4Q, we transition to a 7-year management agreement with the tribe, which consists of a license fee plus 30% of net income, with both of these fees capped at 40% net income. And as I switched in page 18, kind of gives you a sense of where we are right now from a project. So we are really moving and quite on schedule for the 26 open. And then as I move into page 20, flipping a couple pages ahead, it's really what's next for Red Rock Resorts. And Cord talked about, we do have granted admissions, and we do. Frank and Lorenzo view us as not only an operating company, but a development company. And Durango continues to validate that long-term strategy. And I really underscores the value of our own real estate and development pipeline. Now it consists of over 450 acres within the Las Vegas Valley, and we have an additional 8 acres in Reno. This pipeline is fully owned, which provides a significantly runway, but also allows us to be patient developers. We wouldn't execute on a project only when economic conditions, our balance sheet, and then the potential return profile is there to take. We're currently working on 3, let's call it new projects that simultaneously we're going to be prepared to announce those publicly very soon. And the next 3 pages that kind of walk through these opportunities. The first one is the continued master plan development of Durango Resort. That would include what we refer to as Durango North. That would be a continuation of the podium. In effect, adding more cash registers, more casino space, more F&B, and making this look like more of a large format integrated resort. Think more bowling, think more things to do. What I refer to as Durango South would be adding more rooms, which we desperately need at the tower. Second, the other project under consideration is on our 123-acre parcel south of Cactus between Las Vegas Boulevard and I-15. That's still in the conceptual stage. That is probably going to be roughly Red Rock size, and with all of our projects would be master planned. So we'd start in phases and then build out, no different than what Frank and Lorenzo did at Red Rock, what they did at GVR, and what they're doing right now at Durango. And the third that's being worked on, and we developed the entitlements and the conceptual designs on our 63-acre site in Henderson and Inspirado, which is right next to Anthem. So those projects we're diligently working toward, as Cord mentioned, that Wednesday, and there's also Thursday development meetings. That is our sole focus, is those 2 resorts. Really, a Thursdays that these resorts are our sole focus. We should be ready to announce something with it very soon to the public. And then switching to the financials on page 25. We did report incredibly strong earnings on Q2, so I'm happy to walk through any of the numbers, but the second quarter was our strongest in our 49-year history, driven by record net revenue, adjusted EBITDA in our Las Vegas operations, and near record EBITDA margin. And to really put that in perspective, I know Chair Dreisler asked how we're doing and compared to the Strip. This would mark our 8th consecutive quarter of record net revenue. It also marked our 4th consecutive record of adjusted EBITDA, which just shows the power of the business model. And when you dig into the second quarter, gaming generated its best record revenue and profitability in the history of its coming in the second quarter, driven by robust visitation and spend per visit. Hotel delivered its best second quarter revenue and profitability by enabling us to drive ADR, increased ADR and increased occupancy throughout the facility. And food and beverage and catering, not to be outdone, while not a record, it was a near record. And then Durango continues to build momentum with increased visitation, higher spend per visit, and higher elevated net theoretical win within their trade zone, which is one of the theses for Durango, while also adding 108,000 customers to the database since its opening in December. And all this leads to page 26. This gaming-centric business model with these type of assets, coupled with strong operational discipline, continues to drive sustainable and consistently high EBITDA margin. Since the opening after COVID-19, we've generated margins of over 45% in 19 of the last 20 quarters, which really is a testament to the structural strength and stability of our business. And then in page 27, strong performance coupled with these margins allow us to convert a lot of EBITDA to actually real operating cash flow. We converted 54% in Q4, and this ability to consistently generate EBITDA to free cash flow allows us to deploy this capital to development projects such as Green Valley, Sunset Station, as well as Durango, plus our next planned expansions. And then really the foundation of all this is in 28. We couldn't do this without maintaining a real strong balance sheet. We have a very low cost balance sheet, capital structure with very flexible credit agreement, ample liquidity through an almost undrawn revolver, and no short-term maturities, which are nearest maturity being 2028. With that, I pause for any questions. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cudi, for a very impressive presentation. I wanted to ask, obviously, in those markets like GVR and stations, those are longstanding properties that have been in the market for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go about the decision of when it's time to do a refresh or an expansion or things like that? How do you make that decision?
And you're talking on the existing properties or at a new box? Yeah, okay.
Existing properties like GVR and Sunset Station, for example.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that the team as a whole has been pretty lax in terms of it's our capital program. As you can see, Sunset Station hasn't really been remodeled and refreshed in 30 years. We now have a new competitor entering the market with Joker's Wild and Boyd. We also see the massive growth in Cadence and Escaya. So Frank and Lorenzo thought it was now the time is right to actually reinvest in those properties. GVR, similar, it has not been, the room product has not been remodeled. We did remodel the high limit rooms, the slot rooms, and several restaurants. So this is really making the room product match the success we've seen, on the podium. Red Rock, a property like Red Rock is probably refreshed a little bit more, really depending on customer need and customer feedback.
Very good. And then overall, with respect to restricted locations, I know you're starting to be in that business too. How does that fit in? What sort of growth do you see for that? I know we talked about that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think this is an important point of the business from I think a customer attention and a touch point that I touched on earlier in the presentation. If Chris were to lay out a map of where all the taverns were, the potential taverns were, they're really in areas where they're either micro focus in really areas of high growth like Aliante, or they're in areas that we're not, like as he mentioned, Centennial and Lamb. So to me, it's a great capital light way to acquire customers in areas where we don't have a big box or a wildfire property. For example, over 70% of our new customer signups in those brands are new to the brand. So
okay, appreciate that. And then it seems to me Fresno's been an underserved area for a long time.
It's very underserved. It does have 3 competitors,
right.
But I think this is going to be to kind of put this in perspective. I don't think the picture does it justice. This will be a Durango-like product. So this will be a category killer, similar to Thunder Valley, similar to Great. And when you compare that and our ingress egress on 99 compared to the other 3 casinos, which you effectively have to go up a mountain, we feel that we're not only going to take share, we're going to grow share within the Fresno market.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'm happy to support this application. I really appreciate the presentation and look forward to seeing you continue to proliferate throughout the valley and elsewhere.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Cudi. It's very well done. The financials are great. The EBITDA is going up every year pretty much, except for one, where it was a slight dip, but the one in 2021 first quarter, there was a nice bump up to 53.6%. Do you attribute that to post-COVID?
Yeah, coming out of COVID was an interesting time for everyone, and we're not unique in that regard. So I would say from and what I've seen, and even going back to prior to my existence, you track station casinos for 46 years. There is a seasonal ebb and flow to this business, with Q1 being one of the best quarters, Q3 the quarter that we're experiencing right now generally being the worst quarter, and then you have your shoulder quarters in Q2 and Q4. What we saw in when we opened up in Q3 2020, if you looked at our internal financial models, we were expecting no one to come back, just because we were it was uncertain what demand we were going to have, uncertain to how the restrictions were going to function, how we were going to work within these restrictions. But on the offset, we had COVID stimulus being pumped into the economy. And I'm bringing up seasonality only because for 2020, 21, and 22, you did not really see seasonality. Everything was up and to the right, for example. We're now starting to get into a normal cadence of what's called seasonality. So you talked about outlook earlier on. We talked about it publicly on the call. A lot of the trends that we're seeing, that we saw in Q2, we're seeing in Q3. So we like what we're seeing. That said, there is going to be a seasonal adjustment to our business. So that Q2 to Q3 seasonality has returned. So Las Vegas locals have taken a vacation, so to speak, as they always do when their kids are out of school.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Palace Station, that looks a lot different than when I dealt craps there in 1977. I wouldn't even recognize that if you told me that was Palace Station today. They did a beautiful job there.
They did, Judge Assad, and I think more is coming.
Yeah, nice. And as far as, the financials, I mean, from just March of this year to today's date, I just go by the stock price, because people are a lot smarter than me. They know when to invest and when not to invest. So Fidelity and, all these other large institutional investors, they took your stock price up from, and the local retail investors too, I'm sure, from $37 a share to $63. That's almost 80-90% increase. That's phenomenal. That tells me all I need to know about the direction and the success that this company is moving forward with.
Let's just not tell Frank and Lorenzo that it's fairly valued just yet.
All right, you got it. As the chairman said, I'm happy to support the application as well.
Okay, thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendall, please.
I think we need some snacks or something. A little lightheaded. I got promoted in 6 months. Yay. I will say, just want to comment, Mr. Cootie, I've, been on the board, and this is like my 6th or 7th board meeting, and other applicants who have come up, your name gets mentioned a lot, that they have regular phone calls with you. So I was just always very impressed. Who's Mr. Cootie? Who's Mr. Cootie? So here you are. So it's wonderful to meet you. But you are definitely mentioned a lot by your employees, your GMs, or people coming in for licensing. All positive. I'm not trying to say anything
Well, that's good to hear, Member Sendall. Thank you.
The photos of all the renovations look amazing. When I lived here and went to law school, I lived over by Green Valley Ranch and Sunset Station. And similar to what the judge said, I mean, you wouldn't even recognize those entryways in some of those photos. It's incredible. So great work there. And I mirror the comments regarding the finances, and everything looks good. I guess just to ask, is there any plan to use this public offering? Or I know we're here for a shelf, or is there any plans to?
No, there's not. I think that we're planning on funding the current capital investments out of free cash flow.
Well, I appreciate all the updates and the information on the new developments and the new projects going on outside of Nevada as well. And I'm happy to support your request here today. Thank you. Chairman, that's all I have.
Very good, thank you. And again, we're working off the same order, Mr. Rubenstein.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got draft number 1 dated August 11th, 2025.
That's it. Thank you.
And if I may, before you go to a motion, just
please
extend our thanks to Senior Agent Tina Logan on this application.
Very good. We appreciate that. Thank you. With that, Madam Secretary, I'll accept a motion.
Well, now I've gone from chairman to secretary, but I'm
really
gonna,
do need a break.
I've got all the roles here today, but I'm
Someone
gonna
get
go
him a
ahead and move
Snickers bar.
Member Sendall, please provide us a motion.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the shelf order delayed public offering dated August 11th, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Yeah, before I vote on it, I just want to say, I think the shelf timing is excellent. Interest rates are coming down. As soon as the Fed chairman leaves in March, I think you're going to have a great opportunity to take advantage of the interest rates, which are going to be down, at least 1.5, maybe 2 points, I predict, by mid-July next year. So
I appreciate that.
good
Thank you.
timing. So I vote in favor. I vote aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. With that, we'll move, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted number 6, as number 5 was on the consent agenda already.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Poker Palace Investments LLC doing business as the Poker Palace for a non-restricted gaming license, including a race book and sports pool, for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race wagering, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. It is also the application of GR Regency Gaming LLC for licensure as sole member and manager.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Truckee Gaming LLC. With me today are Peter McHugh, who is Chief Operating Officer of Truckee Gaming and was licensed last year. And to my right is Kelly Moxley, who's Vice President of Finance and Administration for Truckee Gaming. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for waiving Mr. Zoni's appearance today. He's traveling back from Asia, and he will be available for the commission meeting. Before we get started on a presentation, I would like to take a moment to recognize your staff. As you know from your materials and what we'll be discussing today, this transaction timing is a little bit unique in that we needed to be able to get in front of the board and the commission quickly in order to consummate this transaction, seek a temporary closure, and commence and complete a pretty extensive planned renovation and remodel so we could get the property back open as soon as possible. Your staff was very helpful in this process, and we greatly appreciate it. Chief Rippey, Deputy Chief Doyle, Supervisor Jeff Zinn. We especially want to recognize Senior Agent Elisa Thompson. She was under a time crunch on this application investigation, and she was incredibly professional and great to work with throughout it, and we really appreciate that. By way of some background, Truckee Gaming and its direct and indirect affiliates own and operate 10 casinos in the state of Nevada, including areas like Bird Eye, Nevada, Sparks, Henderson, Dayton, Fernley, Silver Springs, and Urington. Mr. Zoni, Mr. Benninger, who are longtime licensees and the members of the board of managers of Truckee Gaming, always look for opportunities, and the Poker Palace is the type of opportunity that they're always strategically looking for, small locals casinos, and this transaction worked out well. The transaction was signed in the middle of May. It provides for Truckee Gaming or its assignee to be able to buy all the assets that make up the Poker Palace, including all the gaming assets, excess land, and there's a building on the excess land that is leased to a state of Nevada department. We formed the Poker Palace Investments LLC, which is a newly created company, and that was formed for the purpose of purchasing and operating the Poker Palace Casino. Assuming the board and commission approve the transaction, Truckee's plan is to consummate the deal as soon as possible, seek temporary closure from the chair so that construction work and the remodel can commence, and then try to complete the work by the first or second quarter of next year at the outside and get back in front of the board and commission for approvals to move forward with opening the casino. So as we discussed with staff, and we're looking at upon consummation of the transaction, sort of moving into phase 2 of the investigation with your staff, so we can be completely done with that piece of it and then monitor the construction and try to get back in front of the board and commission when we're ready to reopen. I'll touch on the financing of the transaction. It's being financed through cash on hand and a drawdown on a unavailable capacity under their credit agreement with Umpqua Bank. That credit agreement's been in place since 2023. Allows for acquisitions like this with fairly minimal documentation, that it will essentially add Poker Palace Investments LLC to the credit agreement. None of the terms of the agreement are changing. The bank will receive collateral to secure the loan in real estate and personal property assets. No pledge of equity securities was required. I want to touch on the remodel briefly, and we can obviously get into that when we come back in front of you and know how the construction is going. But in general terms, the remodel will consist of a brand new exterior with a new theme, full interior remodel, including new walls, floor coverings, ceilings, remodeling the main entrance to make it more adjacent to the main parking area, opening walls to add more casino space, full restroom remodel, creating back of house spaces in the oldest buildings for administrative offices, expanding the kitchen for quick serve restaurant, plus adding 32 customer seats. They're going to create a guest service center and existing office space, so it'll be more central to the casino floor. New lighting, new bar layout, which will be larger, and then adding marketing system and kiosks to the operation. To touch on the cost of the remodel, that's projected to be done through cash flow from operations. And then I would just like to touch on sort of the mechanics of licensing and the closing of the transaction, which we have discussed with your staff. And we discussed a limited license for some period of time that would be active until such time as it's surrendered or we get back in front of the board and commission and get a new license issued. As mentioned earlier, we're trying to be able to get back in front of the board of commission first quarter of next year with the new license once the remodel is complete. The transition, assuming that the board and commission approve this, the parties would plan to close escrow on October 1st, transition the property. We've already submitted the changeover memorandum to your staff and are waiting for any comments on that. Poker Palace Investments would then, once the transition is complete, would activate a gaming device and then be able to take advantage of the temporary closure, which we'll submit to you, Mr. Chairman, and close the property for the remodel. We worked with your staff on some conditions around the mechanics of the licensing, the activation of the new license, and the temporary closure, and we're happy to discuss those with you when you're ready. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Very good, Mr. Alonso. Thank you for the presentation. The materials were very clear about all of this, but I did want to ask, beyond the renovation, what's the vision for the property? Can you give me a sense of what you want to do with the property? I know where that location is at, and it's certainly had its struggles through the years. So what's your view for the property? What's your vision?
Yeah, I think, yeah, the view for the property is really just, it's undercapitalized. So we feel that we really need to.
Your name, she needs to.
Oh, name is Pete McHugh, CEO of Truckee Gaming. So the plan really is to bring something that has been under the same owner for over 50 years and undercapitalized for some time, to bring that into light with some refresh slots, refresh systems and technology, with also bringing back some things that would, we believe that with the food product and a better offering and a better bar product could reposition it and where it sits in the community that it sits in with the local community that we serve, which is our strong market. We can put ourselves in a position to draw more clientele to it with just a better strategy and capital reinvestment.
Is March 26 enough time to get everything done that you want to get done?
We think it's a tight timeline, but we do. We think we've done some proper planning that'll allow us to hit that timeline.
So this will now be your second property in Henderson?
This will be our second property in Southern Nevada.
Okay. And tell me what your intention is with respect to the employees when Poker Palace closes, and then reorienting them as we move forward.
Sure. Unfortunately, during the closure, we're going to not take on the employees that are non-salaried and in the management position. The people that are in the salary positions or in a key management role, we're going to keep on. We're going to keep security on to make sure we're keeping the property safe. And then the management roles that don't have jobs currently based on the closure are going to go to our other property in Henderson, Nevada, where they will maintain a role there, stay on our salary, our benefit package program. And we will train them and facilitate a position for them to start building a team, working with the current team with our Club Fortune property, and then bringing them back to the Poker Palace.
Very good. Appreciate that. I have no further questions. I look forward to seeing this project develop and having you back before us when things are closer to reopening.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Judge Saad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. It's pretty straightforward. Very good report from Senior Agent Lisa Thompson, supervised by Jeff Zinn, and Deputy Chief Matt Doyle. They've included everything I need to know. It's a very straightforward application, and I'm in full support of your application as well.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you for your affirmative presentation and good luck with the renovations and the reopening and timeline. There are some conditions that are noted along with this, and want to make sure you're aware of those and the timeline on those. All my questions were addressed through your presentation, Mr. Alonso, and the chairman's questions. So I'm happy to support and happy to provide a motion if you're ready for one, Chairman.
Thank you, Member Sindall. We are ready for a motion, I believe, on this matter.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert. Conditioned as follows, the approvals are limited to expire at midnight of the September 2026 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard. Upon activation of the limited non-restricted license, the licensee shall immediately cease all gaming operations at the establishment and shall not operate any form of gaming therein or thereon while the limited non-restricted license is active. The limited non-restricted license shall be deemed active until such time as it is surrendered, suspended, revoked, expires, or a subsequent license to operate gaming at the establishment is issued by the Nevada Gaming Commission. While the limited non-restricted license is active, the licensee shall be responsible for the timely payment of any and all quarterly slot fees and annual slot fees or taxes due for the operation of the one slot machine, as well as any other fee or tax required by Chapter 463 NRS 463 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. The manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes, such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. Last, the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, if those entities would be considered affiliated companies if located inside of Nevada.
Thank you, Member Sindall. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Sindall.
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break before we get to non-restricted number 7. We are back. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Light and Wonder, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the application of LNW Gaming, Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
Mr. Freeze, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Freeze, F-R-I-E-S, on behalf of Light Wonder.
Very good, sir.
And good afternoon again, members of the board. Connor Shea of the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. As he just introduced himself, with me from the applicant Light and Wonder is Michael Freeze, Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer of the company. We are here in connection with the company's request for a shelf approval. As the board may recall, the company received a similar approval in 2022. Since that time, the company has remained in compliance with all of the requirements of Regulation 16.115, including the filing of all required reports. The company doesn't have any present need for the shelf approval or intention to use it at this time, but would rather have it on hand for general corporate purposes should the need arise. We reviewed the draft order dated August 6th and believe that it's in proper form. We would like to take a moment to commend and appreciate the staff's work on this matter. We appreciate the board's time and are happy to hear any questions that the board may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. Could I get an update on the delist and the relist? Where that stands?
So what we have said publicly, Chair Dreitzer, is that our intent is to delist by the end of November. And that's still true. That's the update. We're working towards that.
Thank you for that. From my perspective, this is very straightforward. You said you have no immediate need for this?
That's correct, but we really appreciate the flexibility that allows the company to move quickly should the opportunity arise.
Connor Shea again for the record, and I think to Judge Assad's earlier point, we're in a interest environment that is moving quickly, and so to have that level of flexibility for corporate purposes is quite advantageous.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Judge Assad.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Yeah, excellent presentation, Mr. Shea and Mr. Freeze. Thanks for being here. And it's very straightforward. I don't have any questions. I'm in full support of the shelf order.
Very good. Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thanks. I think recently you acquired Grover Gaming charitable gaming assets. Is that correct?
That is
Can you
correct.
Give us a little update on how that's going. That
It's
was just in
going-
May.
Yes, it's going very well. We eagerly, before I say that, all of the employees that were in the Grover's charitable division came over. Every single one of them, there's not one that didn't. They're a very tight-knit group. And we're working very well with them. I'm getting to know that aspect of regulatory and that regulatory environment. We were fortunate enough to have one individual who's a lawyer and was high up in their regulatory department come over with us. And he has all the regulatory relationships in that world. And my team is slowly getting integrated into that. Everything's going really well. And we're excited that Indiana has legalized charitable gaming, and we are hopeful that that will go live by the end of the year.
Yes, I kind of read through the material. I didn't really have any major questions. Thank you for the follow-up that we received from yesterday, from our meetings. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm happy to support your request today for the shelf, and I don't have anything. I'm happy to provide a motion if you'd like, Chairman.
Very good. I too am in full support for this application and would entertain a motion at this time. Member Sendall.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the shelf order delayed public offering dated August 6, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move, madams, to restricted number 8. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record at this time.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of John Newman for finding of suitability as an officer at MGM Resorts International.
Thank you. Please state appearances for the record.
Hello, my name is Chandler Pohl, last name spelled P-O-H-L. I'm Vice President and Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. With me is John Brandon Newman, Chief Technology Officer for MGM Resorts International. And this is his first appearance in front of Nevada. So I'll let Brandon introduce himself and give a brief bio, and then we can take questions.
Sounds very good. Thank you.
Hello, my name's John Brandon Newman. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for MGM Resorts. I'll give you a short background of my career, education, and an overview of my team, then take any questions. So I started my career off straight out of high school. I joined the U.S. Air Force as an IT specialist, where I served just short of 5 years. Then I transitioned to the U.S. Army as an officer flying Black Hawk helicopters for the next 7 years. After this, I was medically retired from the Army, and I continued into civil service, where I was an IT specialist in civil service, working for Cyber Command. After doing this for a few years, that was 3.5 years, I moved to Merck Group in Germany, the pharmaceutical company, where I held a few different roles, ending as the head of information security and running the global network there. After this, I moved as the Chief Information Security Officer to Adidas, also based in Germany. I was there for 1.5 years. Then I came to MGM Resorts in 2020. I was the Chief Information Security Officer here at MGM Resorts for about the first 3.5 years. And then in March of 24, I transitioned into the Chief Technology Officer role at MGM Resorts. My education, I graduated high school in Bartlett, Tennessee, 1999. During my service time, I got a bachelor's degree in computer information systems from Park University in Missouri. And I got a master's degree in organizational security management at Webster University in St. Louis. And I hold approximately 10 industry certifications, including Certified Information System Security Professional, Certified Information Security Manager, and multiple certifications from providers like Cisco and Microsoft and other direct technology providers. I also hold a commercial pilot's license. My team is 653 people. 376 of those reside in Nevada, and 277 reside at our regional properties or in remote capacities in other states. I have 7 direct reports. They're covering a variety of data infrastructure and application type of roles. Happy to go into that if you would like, but that's my overview if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. There was an indication in the materials that you had more direct reports than that, but it's just 7?
Yes, it's my understanding that when they turned in the organizational chart, it was from a snapshot that was during one of our transformations where we were changing the organization. And whenever you don't have a leader in a position, all of their direct reports were rolled up to me. But in the current, since March of 24, I've had 7 direct reports and the rest of the organization is spread out underneath them.
That seems much more reasonable than 63 direct reports. So
I don't think I'd be able to manage 60 direct reports. I wouldn't even have time for one-on-ones.
Understood. In terms of your job, you do it mostly remote and travel back and forth?
I'm in Nevada 1 to 2 weeks out of the month, and the rest of the time I do it from my home in Florida if I'm not traveling to another location.
And so that obviously is a sufficient work schedule to get done what you need to get done. And
Yes, yes. We are very remote because of the fact that we used to drive around the strip to all the different properties if we needed to talk to people, but the vast majority of our meetings are remote now, especially in the technology function.
Could you describe then just say what a whole month would look like for you in terms of your movements and who you would be talking to and that sort of thing?
Sure. So a normal month, I would say I would have a few executive meetings where I'm out here meeting with the EC in Bellagio normally. During day-to-day, I'm working on projects with the teams or managing my teams through we do about 90 projects a year inside of the technology organization, supporting various business functions. So it's either in a strategy-based role or in operations. It's probably about 50-50 split among those.
Okay. And then
you're talking about travel-wise, or?
Yeah, just to get a sense of, your back and forth between.
So I base my travel schedule off of meetings that would be the most effective in person if I'm meeting with business units here in Las Vegas, or there's a board meeting, or there's an executive committee meeting here, then I try to be in person. Or if there's any big projects, like when we launch a new hotel management system or something, we bring most of the team here so that we can watch over that throughout the entire duration of the project.
Do you have cybersecurity within your purview?
Cybersecurity is a dotted line to me. This Chief Information Security Officer reports to the General Counsel, and I'm operationally working with him because the technology and cybersecurity is so intertwined. But due to the fact that we don't have a conflict of interest of protecting the company, he has a direct line to the General Counsel as his official reporting and performance management.
Understood. Well, I reviewed your application, and yesterday we met and got some more information, and I appreciate your presentation today. You're obviously very qualified for a very important and technologically heavy role. And so I'm in full support of your application and look forward to taking a motion here in a few moments. But with that, I'll ask Member Assad if she has any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you for your service in the military. Really appreciate that. We owe you a tremendous, and all you folks, men and women who serve in the military, we owe you guys and gals a tremendous debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Without you preserving the principles under the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, we would have no rule of law. We'd be like Russia or China, or one of these crazy countries where people don't have a voice, they don't have any rights, and they're basically subjugated to tyranny. So thank you for your service. With respect to what the chairman asked about cybersecurity, it's been happening all too frequently. Chandler, Mr. Poe will tell you, just a couple of years ago, they got hit. And are you going to activate or get engaged with a company like CrowdStrike or Okta or Palo Alto, or do you have any plans? I know it's not directly under your purview, but it's something you're probably going to be involved with to some degree.
Sure. I actually, at the time of the incident, I was the Chief Information Security Officer, so I was the one that led the group through the incident at the time. We have a large partnership with CrowdStrike and Palo Alto currently. We already had one with Palo Alto, but CrowdStrike came directly after the incident. We switched some of our technology stack over to CrowdStrike. And as you can imagine, the attention on cybersecurity is front of mind for everyone, all leadership at MGM Resorts now. So we've made a concerted effort to push forward, and we feel like we're in a good place today.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm in full support of your application. You're eminently qualified for this position.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendal.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you for your service. Very impressive. 12 years. And I guess, did you retire then? Were you required to leave? Did you just want to change, or?
I had an option. I had a medical condition that wouldn't allow me to fly anymore. So they allowed me to either not to take a different job in the military or to medically retire. So I chose to medically retire.
Understood. You live in Florida, so how, and you have a pilot's license. So I guess I was curious if you fly yourself to Las Vegas.
No, I don't fly. I don't fly much at all anymore.
Okay, but you keep it active.
It basically stays active. If you're active in the airframe that you need to fly, then I would be able to utilize the license, but I'm not active in any airframes.
Okay,
So I would have to take a few takeoffs and landings to fly any.
gotcha. So this way you can work, I guess, while you fly. You don't have to actually fly.
Now I can just ride.
And who do you report to directly?
I report to the general counsel also.
Okay, John McManus.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm. You've never been licensed in Nevada before, is that correct?
No, I had some, I don't recall what my previous, as the chief information security officer, I had to have a registration or something like this, but it certainly wasn't the
Well,
same
this level
capacity
of
of this. Yes.
licensing, correct. But you have other licensings in other jurisdictions. I think I read Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. And then I noticed you have like a consulting business, just Newman Inc. Is that
Yes.
something you still actively work at?
Yes, yes. It was a rental company and consulting prior to my time here at MGM Resorts. And I shut down the rental part because we sold the property. And I still have one pre-existing client that I keep on for 2 hours a month of up to 2 hours a month of consulting.
That was kind of my question, is how much time that took from.
Yeah, it's normally not even that, but they have the opportunity to utilize up to 2 hours a month of my time.
Understood. So you get like a retainer or something.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you like your new position?
It's a lot. I like the impact that we can have. It's somewhat of a new world to me because I've been a career-long cybersecurity person. But what you have to know in cybersecurity translates very well, and I'm looking forward to what kind of impact I can have on this side of the fence.
Well, happy to support your application, and good luck, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'd like to express our thanks to Agents Zinn and Lambert who worked on this application.
We appreciate that. Thank you. With that, we'll move to non-restricted number 9. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Golden Route Operations doing business as Gold Bar doing business at Love's Travel Stop number 978 for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to J&J. Here with me today is their Deputy General Counsel, Jamal Goodrich. We're before you today in connection with an application for a new license. This is for the Gold Bar at Love's in Carlin. The intent is to operate 40 machines within a truck stop pursuant to a space lease. There will be 7 full-time employees on hand to monitor gaming activities. The local applications have been submitted to the local jurisdictions by the company, and the company intends to activate those applications and the licenses pursuant to those in October, with opening to occur shortly thereafter. We want to thank the agent. It was Senior Agent Heather Lambert for all of her hard work on this application, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. Question about the location. What do you see there in terms of an opportunity? It's somewhat remote. Just you could give a little bit of your vision for the property. That'd be great.
Yeah, so Golden Route Operations currently already operates 4 different Love's locations. We have a similar location in Winnemucca, as well as 3 additional locations, one in Fernley, one in Wells, and one's in Ely. And so essentially we already run this type of business and establishment. And so we essentially see it mimicking our other operations there. Doing well is already open. And so, you know, it's a historical location for us, operating Love's, and we view it as, you know, continuing in that line.
With respect to the type of machines, has that been decided, meaning like a slot versus poker mix, or how do you view that?
It's going to be 40 standalone slot machines.
Real slot machines?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Beyond the application was very straightforward, and I will support it. So with that, Judge Assad, any questions for the applicant?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you, Ms. Okerberg.
Likewise.
Jamal, always good to see you.
You as well.
Where have you been? We haven't seen you in a while.
We've been blessed to have a number of items on the consent agenda, so we want to thank the board and the agents for that.
Very well. You can always drop by and say hi.
Noted.
Very straightforward, as the chairman indicated. I'm in full support of the application, so wish you guys all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Judge Assad. Member Sendall.
Thank you. So I was reading, this is like a family owned, the Loves Travel Stop, and pretty much you have a relationship. Golden Route kind of runs the slot machines in all these locations. So this is a new location. So you guys are just jumping in on this. Is that essentially it?
Yeah, we actually acquired 3 Loves during our leisure acquisition of November of 2024. And so that brought in 3 Loves. We already operated 1 historically with Sartini Gaming. This will now be our 5th Love stop.
Is this pretty much very similar setup to the other ones?
Yeah, we essentially see it being the same.
Okay. And they're all non-smoking? I noticed that.
Correct.
No, that was very interesting to me. And then I noticed something, the management and staff, they're all required to hold Nevada gaming registration. Is that accurate?
Yes, and they will all be employees of GRO, and that's the same business model that we have in our other Loves locations. And so we do require all of our employees to have Nevada registrations.
Understood. Great. Well, I think those were most of my questions. Oh, you have a player tracking system then? Is that right? The Golden Eagle? And that's throughout all your locations then?
Correct. That's the Golden Edge system, as well as Ardent R2 systems that we use.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm happy to support your application and good luck at this new site. I don't have anything further. I'm happy to oh, are you aware of the conditions that are associated with this?
Yes, we are aware of all 3 and we believe they're acceptable.
I don't have anything further, Chairman. I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you. So with that, yes,
Okay.
please offer a motion, Member Sendall.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. The operation is limited to the operation of slot machines only. Last, a full-time attendant age 21 or older must be on duty at all times. The machines are available to the public for play.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Nevada Video, Inc. for a disposition of securities as noted on the agenda, to issue securities as noted on the agenda, and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the Angela M. Hastings 2024 Irrevocable Trust, the Teresa K. Hunt 2024 Irrevocable Trust, and the Peter M. Mondas 2024 Irrevocable Trust for registration as a holding company and for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Angela Hastings, Teresa Hunt, and Peter Mondas for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Bonner. Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Chairman, Judge Assad, Member Sendell, Madam Secretary, I'm Michael J. Bonner of the law firm of Greenberg Traurig. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. I want to introduce who I think Pete Mandas, the patriarch of the family, you kindly granted his appearance by video. He's up in Reno, I think, probably trying to connect if he isn't already on. I can't see the screen, but he's with us. And I also want to note that the 3 adult children of Mr. Mandas and his lovely wife, Linda, are also behind me, Peter Michael Mandas, Kim Hunt, and Angela Hastings. So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd just like to give you a brief introduction of this matter. And I know you've got a full briefing, but we can kind of, I think, give you the encapsulated version.
Yes, I think it would be important for you to give us the briefing for the record. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nevada Video, Inc. is a family-owned company. 100% of the company is owned by the Mandas family through 4 trusts. Those trusts have been previously licensed. And what we have before us today is essentially facilitation of a change in the family's estate plan. So as we sit here today, 100% of the equity interests in Nevada Video Inc. are owned by the Mandas family through trust. At the end of this transaction, 100% of the equity interests of the Mandas family will be held also through different trusts. So the transaction that has been prepared by the companies, by the family's estate council, is to change the respective ownership such that Pete Mandas Trust, which currently owns 57.5% of the equity, with the 3 adult children owning respectively 14.2% each through their trusts. There will be a recapitalization in which the shares will be converted into 2 forms of shares, voting and non-voting. There will be a transfer among the trusts in which the net result will be, at the end of the day, the Patriarch's Trust, Peter Mandas Trust will own 25% of the company. Each of the adult 3 children through 2 trusts each will own 25%. Again, this transaction is being done to facilitate estate planning. You may be aware that there is a proposed sales transaction that will be coming before you, we believe, in December. And this transaction, the estate and tax planning element, which is being done with today's application, is to facilitate and make that transaction better from a tax efficiency model. That essentially is the explanation. And if I might, just so I get it in, so I don't forget, we want to thank again the good efforts of Agent Colin Lane and Supervisor Jeff Sen. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, but I have the 3 adult children who are the applicants, they're here as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bonner, thank you very much. This is somewhat complex, as estate planning items often are, but I do appreciate the materials that we received as well as your explanation today. And I myself have no questions, and I'm happy to support this application. With that, I'll ask Member Sindall if she has any questions for Mr. Buckley, for you.
No, thank you for being here and your presentation and kind of background on the situation and the transfer that's occurring. The materials were explained, the transaction that's being proposed, and the various trusts and the transfer of the interests. So I'm happy to support, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Excellent presentation. Thank you for that. I just have one question. Miss Angela Michelle Hastings, is she related to Judge Hastings? Yeah, I thought so. I wasn't sure. Hastings is a very common name, so I'll just disclose that I used to work next door to her husband. We were judges in the same court, and it's been since 2011, I guess, or maybe even a little earlier than that I was there. So I'll fully participate in this. I just want to disclose that fact, and that a reasonable person in my situation would not find this to be a type of conflict that would cause a recusal. So I just want to disclose and participate. And nice to see you again. It's been, what, 20 years?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Very good. With that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, that brings us to non-restricted item number 12. Madam Secretary, please read this item into the record.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Mark Worerlinger for licensure as a key employee at Crawford Coin, Inc.
Thank you.
Sorry, your microphone.
Sir, your microphone. Little button. You can start again.
Oh, I just members of the board.
If you could push it again until the light turns green. There we go.
Oh, let's start all over again.
Great.
All right, members of the board, William Ergo, the firm of Hutchinson and Steffen on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Worerlinger. Down at the far end is JT Moran of the same office. I was in a trial in August and then on vacation, and I know there were some maybe conversations, so I thought in case there was any questions that I couldn't answer, he would be here to do this. By way of a quick background, Mr. Worerlinger became the CFO of the company back in 2018. And for the record, at Midget Market, it's the Green Valley grocery stores. There's over 80 of them here. They then have this, this brother sister company. One of them is the oil company. And then they have the gaming company, the coin company, which is why we're here today. And as I said, he became the CFO back in 2018. During that period, it was being run by Mr. Crawford and his son David, and then David was no longer with the company in June of last year, and so it was decided that because of the number of stores and everything, that Mr. Worerlinger would go ahead and make an application, which he did. And I appear that we're here for any questions or any issues that you may have. And I want to thank Roger Alcandera for his time and effort in this application. It was very helpful.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Erga. I had a couple of questions. For the record, I know there was that issue around the second, third, and fourth amendments of the trust that were never filed. Would you speak to that and how that was rectified, please?
Okay, first and foremost, there were 5 different amendments to the trust. The original trust was in 2007. Mr. Crawford is the sole the trustor, trustee, and a beneficiary, so it fits the statute. Lionel Sawyer did that one, and I assume they got it approved. Then there was another amendment done in 2016, and that was by our office, and we got it approved. And then there were amendments in 2020, 23, and the most recent one in 25 by other lawyers. And apparently that they didn't get it submitted or approved, but it has been submitted and it is approved now.
That's understood. I appreciate that. I just wanted that explanation for the record. So thank you for that.
And they are now, my clients are now well aware that if they get into a situation and they're going to amend the trust again, they need to make sure they get a gaming approval for the coin trust.
Thank you.
Trust that owns trust.
Appreciate that. So Mr. Worerlinger, you've been with the company for how long?
7.5 years, March of 2018.
And so at that time, your first position was as CFO?
Yes, they have 7 companies and I was CFO for all 7 companies.
So I guess the question I would have for yourself and maybe Mr. Erga as well, at the time when you joined as CFO, what was the thought process around not filing for an application as CFO?
Well, it's a wholly owned family corporation, and that was Mr. Crawford was there, and his son David was there, and they were running the operation. And quite frankly, it's not a public company, and I never crossed mind that he needed to be approved as the CFO. But as the company got bigger and when David was no longer there, it became obvious that he should make application to be approved as the CFO.
Thank you. And can you explain how your duties have changed since you started?
Pretty much the same. I've been, involved in all the companies. The biggest one, Midget Market, which is Green Valley Grocery, and to spend a lot of time on that. We've got 700-800 employees. I have three people that report to me directly, which is the vice president of IT, vice president of HR, and the vice president of accounting. And in terms of Crawford Coin, I would do mostly the financial side of it. I would make sure, the cash is where it's supposed to be. And that was mainly what I did. Now, the past 2 years, I've been more involved in the operational side of it a little bit, meeting with the managers there on a daily, weekly basis. I see them every day, talk to them about it. If they have any questions or if something comes up, they'll come to me. Rick, Mr. Crawford isn't always in the office every single day, or he leaves part of the day or whatever it is. So they'll come to me. Any financial decision, anything they want to buy has to be approved by me. So that's probably the only thing that really changed. Other than that, I'm doing pretty much the same thing that I've been doing for 7.5 years.
When did Mr. Crawford's son exit the business?
June of 2024.
So would you say that your duties changed as you described that coincided with his exit?
Yeah, a little bit. Rick pulled me in a little bit more to help him with Crawford Coin.
Okay.
In terms of the operational side, not the financial, but the operational side.
But before Mr. Crawford's son exited the business, you weren't involved in the operational side?
No, David, his son, was more involved in that every day.
Okay, and so the need for the change here is
Yes.
that you're doing
That's correct.
those functions. Thank you. And one other area I just wanted to ask about, can you describe which employee does what with respect to the gaming employees and the location employees and how they handle gaming payouts and things of that nature?
Sure. In terms of payouts, anything under $6,000, if there is a win, somebody wins, we have a gaming controller and a dispenser at each of our stores. If somebody wins and it's under $6,000, the clerk is notified by the gaming controller, and he gets the information. If the person needs a W-2G, he gets their driver's license and puts it into the machine, and it spits out a W-2G, and then the dispenser will dispense the cash to our employee who gives it to the winner. If it's $6,000 or over, then one of our slot route technicians has to come to the store and give the money out. We usually do that within 2 hours, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I appreciate that explanation, and certainly you have a strong background and obviously familiarity with this company, so I have no trouble supporting the application. Thank you for that information. Member Sendall, questions?
Thank you. And thank you for your affirmative presentation and just clarifying that on the record with the unapproved amendments and moving forward, and also Mr. Worerlinger's involvement and kind of taking over more on the operational side. I appreciate that. So you hold a CPA, is that correct?
Yes. I don't do it publicly anymore,
Right.
but I have a CPA and I have a license.
And then how did you come to Las Vegas?
Well, I'm originally from North Dakota. Graduated from the University of North Dakota, got my CPA, worked in North Dakota for a number of years, and I had an opportunity to come to Las Vegas. So I moved my family. I have 3 kids and a wife, and we moved out a little over 23 years ago. Went to work for Trueline Corporation, and I was there for about 4 years, and they started to sell, they were going to sell half the company. And in the meantime, I got a call from a headhunter, and I guess I'm going into my whole Las Vegas life. And he told me about a Wolfgang Puck, and he said, "Are you interested?" And I said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I would be, because they're selling half the company and they might want me to move to Dallas." So I got fortunate enough. I went to work for Wolfgang and was there for 8.5 years. And again, I got another call from a headhunter, and I went to Hakkasan, which had 5,000 employees, and I was the vice president of finance there. And then they were being sold about 4 years later. And I got a call from another headhunter, and he said, "There's a company called Green Valley Grocery." Well, I didn't know too much about Green Valley. And I said, "I don't really know." He says, "Mark," and he knew me. He goes, "Mark, you really need to talk to him." And I said, "Okay, I'll go talk to him." And it worked out, and I was hired, almost 7.5 years ago. So it's been, I've been very fortunate.
No, they're lucky to have you. And yeah, I'm happy to support your application, and you have a great background in accounting, and it sounds like you're doing a great job there. And yeah, I don't have any further questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judge Assad, anything?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Urga, nice of you to be here, and I'm glad you brought the A-team with you. Just came back up.
I figured I might need some help.
There you go. And is Mr. Hutchison back in town, or is he still in Virginia?
Your microphone.
It goes off all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't touch it.
There you go.
He's back in town, and in fact, he's in a 3-week trial already.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah, he's full-time again.
Excellent, excellent. Good to hear. I have no questions. It was an excellent report by Supervisor Bradford under the guidance of Deputy Chief Nathan Allen and Agent Alcantara. Very complete, thorough report, very straightforward. I'm happy to support your application, Mr. Worerlinger.
Very good. And with that, I will take a motion.
Thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. Thank you. Good luck.
No, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay. With that, we're going to continue on our restricted agenda. So we are still on the record for our 2 p.m. calendar. Our first item of business this afternoon is a consideration of the matters on our restricted consent agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern or interest were uncovered during these investigations. And because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, with that, please read into our record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Nevada Brewworks 2 LLC doing business as Nevada Brewworks for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Jason Taylor for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 5 is the application of Golden PT's Pub Fort Apache Pebble 89 LLC doing business as PT's Pub for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Golden Tavern Group LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. doing business as Dottie's number 22 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of E.K. Barat LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 22272, and the applications of Devangi Vashi and Sneak Gandhi for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at the Cantina for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Saltwater Tavern for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at X Golf Reno for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have any discussions on these items?
None by me, thank you.
None by me either. Thank you.
So with that, would either colleague care to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, with the following condition for restricted agenda item number 10 only. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. The motion passes. Madam Secretary, as these are related, please read into the record restricted items number 1 and 2 together.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Town Square 8 LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Wesley Yu for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 2 is the application of Desert Inn Mojave LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29732D. It is also the application of Wesley Yu for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Jeff Donato. I am an enrolled agent. With me today is Mr. Yu. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the applications, give the applicant an opportunity to provide some information about himself, and then we'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. For clarification, I think is already read into the record. Item number 1 on the restricted agenda pertains to Town Square 8, and item number 2 pertains to 7-Eleven store number 29732. Since these 2 items are related, we respectfully request that my comments apply to both.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. On January 10th of 2024, Mr. Yu's wife passed away. Prior to her passing away, she owned and operated Town Square 8 through Town Square 8 LLC, where she was the sole principal owner. The restricted gaming license for this location is currently held by the company. In addition, she franchised and operated 7-Eleven store number 29732 as a sole proprietorship under her individual name. The restricted license for this location is held by Century Gaming, the slot route operator. Following his wife's passing, Mr. Yu submitted the following applications with the Gaming Control Board. Application number 1, an application for temporary licensure as administrator of the decedent's estate and to continue operations for Town Square 8. This application was administratively approved on October 7th of 2024 for a 1-year term expiring at midnight on the date of the October 2025 NGC meeting. Application number 2, and before you today is the application for item 1 on the agenda, which is requesting approval to transfer 100% interest ownership in the company, Town Square 8 LLC, from the decedent's estate to Mr. Yu. If approved, Mr. Yu would become the sole member and manager of the company, preventing any interruption in the gaming when the temporary administrative approval expires next month. Application number 3 was an application for Town Square 8 LLC to be found suitable to share in the restricted gaming revenue at Town Square 8. My understanding is this application is scheduled for next month's agenda, together with Century Gaming's application to hold the restricted gaming license for the location. Additionally, an application was submitted for item number 2 on the agenda, which is a request for Desert Inn Mojave LLC, which is request for to participate in the restricted gaming revenue under Century Gaming's restricted gaming license. If approved, the current space lease agreement for the location will convert to a share in revenue, and the business operator will commence participating in the gaming revenue under Century Gaming's license. With that, I'll have Mr. Yu provide some information about himself.
Thank you, Mr. Yu.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me present myself. I immigrated from China back in '87, and then with my parents and settled in Vegas. And after working a couple of jobs and restaurant, I ended up working Barbie Coast for a couple of years. And after that, I decided to go back to school. So I went to LA and then work and then go to school at the same time. So, and after that, I was able to obtain a bachelor degree in chemistry. So after working a year or so, then thinking computer field is better. So I go back to school and then get some certification and landed a job back in Vegas. So after a couple of places, and then I was able to get a job in Mandalay Bay for about 2 years or so. And then when there's an opening in the Clark County Water Reclamation, back then it was called a sanitation district, open. So I applied for it and I got the job, and for about almost 26 years. So that's pretty much it. And last year, my wife passed away. So I was kind of forced into the role that have to operate a store at the same time. So, but at the next March or so, I'll be retired from the water reclamation. So I can be full-time on taking care of the two stores.
In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to note for the record that Mr. Yu attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar on August 12th of 2025. Additionally, it's my understanding the Special Agent Peters spoke with the Clark County Water Reclamation District and confirmed there is no conflict of interest with his outside employment. In addition to that, it's my understanding that Special Agent Peters confirmed that the form sent over to the Water District yesterday was approved, confirming there's no conflict of interest. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval on item number 1, the transfer of interest from the decedent's estate to Mr. Yu for Town Square 8 LLC. And on item number 2, the finding of suitability for Desert Inn Mojave LLC to participate in the gaming revenue under Century Gaming's restricted gaming license. With that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Yu, we're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Our condolences. So I appreciate that, and we have received the information from the Clark County Water Reclamation District, Mr. Yu's supervisor, indicating that he's allowed to do this, do his job while also managing the two stores. The question I had for you is, it looked like you indicated you work over 100 hours a week.
Yeah, I mean, it's but to
You're
manage,
a busy guy.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, a lot of time it's just monitoring, really, not really have to do like a physical work. Physical work is more like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and like go to Costco and like get the inventory and then restocking and that kind of stuff.
So you work the day job most of the week and then focus more at the stores on the weekend.
Yeah, Monday through Thursday, I work at water reclamation. And then after hour, basically, I just go to the store and then do some order. A lot of them, it's just electronically. So it's just not really heavy duty at all.
Okay, I appreciate that. And it sounds like you'll be retiring in March.
Yes.
What exactly do you do at the Water Reclamation District?
I'm a system administrator. So basically monitor all the servers and networks and just make sure everything up. And then when there's a request from other colleagues and able to fulfill their request.
So when you retire from that job, you intend to remain as the owner manager of the two locations?
Yes. Correct.
Full-time at that
Yes.
point?
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Well, I appreciate that. And between what we were provided yesterday, as well as your testimony today, you have answered all of my questions and I am prepared to support the application.
Thank you.
So with that, I will turn it over to Member Sendal to see if she has questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I did want to note, and I don't know if Mr. Donato, if I just missed it, but, there was just noted that, there was some lapse of time from when his wife passed away, and then when the Gaming Control Board was notified. I don't know if you wanted to put anything on the record about that.
Yeah, that is correct. So upon passing, Mr. Yu reached out to 7-Eleven. There is an approval process with 7-Eleven for him to get approved. We were not, our firm and Century Gaming didn't come into contact with this until April or May. When we were notified, then we immediately notified the Gaming Control Board. So him not being in the industry and not knowing what the gaming regulations state about the passing, needed to immediately notify the Gaming Control Board. He was not aware. He is now aware, knowing if there's any changes to move forward, we need to notify the Gaming Control Board right away. But back then, dealing with the grief of the passing of the wife, working on trying to get the two stores in order, that's no justification. It's just the circumstances. So with that, there was a lapse in time.
I appreciate that explanation. And yeah, I mean, I also, that might be something that we need to look at, because that's very, the reg requiring immediate disclosure too. I don't,
And I do think it's important too to note that his application for temporary approval was filed in a timely manner. So after we did get involved, any notices moving forward, any applications required to be submitted were submitted in a timely manner. But there was that one lapse on the notification of the passing.
Understood. And then I just wanted a little clarification as to what you do at the Reclamation Center. So, because I thought your background is in, was it chemistry?
Yeah.
But then it sounds like, are you doing more like IT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, chemistry, I only did after 1 year after graduate. So after this, I found like that's not the type of job I like. So I go back to school and get certification and education in networking and computers. So after that, it's basically all computers. Yeah. So right now at Water Reclamation, it's basically manage all the servers and networking.
Do you have plans to take a vacation anytime soon or take some time off?
Well, after next March, yes, I will.
Do you have anybody that's like a backup or who supports you if you get sick?
Well, hopefully I don't get, I also haven't done it for like 20 some years. So hopefully I keep it that way. But I mean, there's all the employees that I have, they've been there a long time. So a lot of, they know they can call me anytime. So I mean, I have their personal number, they have mine. So
Just want to make sure you're supported.
Yes.
That you get some time off for yourself.
Thank you.
I'm happy to support your application. I don't have any more questions.
Very good. Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I too am sorry for the loss of your wife, Mr. Yu.
Thank
And Mr. Donato, good to see you again.
See you as well.
It's a pretty straightforward application submitted by Special Agent Peters. He did an excellent job as always. I don't have any questions. I'm in support of the application as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. So with that, we'll accept a motion.
Is it sufficient for me to combine the motions for the two?
I think that's okay.
Yeah, that should be okay.
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 1 and 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Special Agent Peters for all his hard work on these two applications.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Yu. Good luck.
Yeah.
Mr.
Thank you.
Donato, thank you. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, please read in to the record restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of ABH Ventures 6 LLC doing business as Bert's for a restricted gaming license and the application of Albert Hamika for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your appearance for the record.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Danielle Oberlander from the law firm of McDonald Carano. Thank you for having us, Chairman Dreitzer, Member Assad, Member Sindal. We're here today. And I should introduce. Next to me here is Mr. Albert Hamika. And we are here today, as Madam Secretary read on the record, regarding ABH Venture 6 LLC, DBA Bert's application for a restricted gaming license and Mr. Hamika's application as member and manager. First, we'd like to start by thanking Senior Agent Lundeen, Agent Partee, and Senior Agent Lombardo for all of their work during the investigation. It was a pleasure working with them. And now I will turn it over to Mr. Hamika to tell you a little bit about himself and the business.
Good afternoon. I want to make sure I'm not too close to the microphone. Sorry.
Sounds good.
So good afternoon. My name is Albert Hamika. I've been living in Las Vegas for almost my whole entire life. I was born in San Diego and my parents moved us over here shortly after I was about 4 to 5 months old. So now it's been almost 30 years of living in Vegas. Graduated from Bishop Gorman High School, and I also graduated from UNLV, with a bachelor's in finance. And as of right now, I am operating the 2 locations, one known as Bert's on Maryland and Desert Inn. The other location is Butch Cassidy's on Tropicana and Eastern. And currently working really hard and passionately on the 3rd location. My purpose behind these businesses and these bars is I just really enjoy working, or not working with, but seeing the locals at my businesses. I love getting to know each one of them, down to the point where we've had parties, birthday parties, and all of the locals in the area. And it's just nice to stop by the businesses on a day-to-day basis. In general, Vegas is home to me. It always will be home to me. So that's why I have no intentions of leaving it. I love it here, and that's why I want to expand my businesses to be here and grow my roots into the city. I've even gone to the point where I got married last October, and my wife tried to make the argument about Michigan versus Vegas. And I told her Michigan's not the move for me. We're going to bring you over to Vegas. And now she is a doctor at Southern Hills Hospital. So we gained another doctor for Las Vegas. That was my doing. And other than that, that's all I got for you.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much for your presentation. Tell me a little bit about what your sort of goals are. You have had success at these locations, now adding another one. What's your goal in terms of where you see yourself, say, over the course of the next decade?
My goals are, I just want to, my biggest purpose in these businesses is that I'm very passionate about getting to know the community. Like as I was mentioning, I have gotten to know so many people over the course of the businesses, and many people are always like, oh, okay, now you can open 4 or 5 locations. That's not my goal. My goal, I don't want to get so corporate where I lose touch and that familiarity with my local customers and your clients. So I just want to expand to a point where I can get to know Vegas residents more, and hopefully pass on these businesses on to when it comes time for me to have children, pass on to these businesses to them, and hopefully they're as passionate as I am about living and residing in Las Vegas.
I appreciate that. So would you look to grow, but maybe not too quickly?
Not too quickly. Right now, like I don't want to sit here and say that I would be content with 3. Like 4, I want to grow to the point where it's comfortable, where I don't become, as I was saying, like too corporate and lose touch with the locals. It just I wouldn't want to grow too quickly, is a good way to put it, but even to a point where if I think I'm starting to lose touch with my customers, then I'd probably cut it off there.
So at present, as I understand it, the 2 locations and now the 3rd one, you will remain the key employee?
Yes.
Do you see a moment as the businesses grow where you might want to rethink that?
When I when I had the 2 bars, I also had a hookah lounge for a little bit, and I was managing and taking care of all 3 of the businesses. So when I was going to all 3 of the businesses, I never ran into the issue of me being overwhelmed or running into any concerns of me, just not having enough time. Especially even now, people were saying, well, now that you're married, do you think that you're not going to have enough time for both? My wife is actually working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week right now. So I don't see her as much in regards of her work, but we always make time to see each other when she gets that off time. But the good thing is that in that time that she's working, I more than happily go to my businesses, not just because it's work, but I actually go and get excited to see what's the next step and what can grow those businesses.
Terrific. I appreciate that. And I want you to know, I also appreciate that you took care of the tax liability right away.
Yes. It was more than my pleasure. It came up as an immediate red flag and a shock when it was brought to my attention, something that I should have been on top of. Not just, I can't shift blame only to my CPA. I need to be more on top of things of like that myself. And now I'm becoming more aware of, like, I actually ended up having a phone call meeting with my CPA and said, look, when it comes time to file income taxes like this, I'm going to need you to go line by line with me, because sometimes it just looks like a blur of numbers, and I want to understand what these blurs of numbers are so that we're not making this mistake again.
I appreciate that. And as I look into your character, when we talked to the agent yesterday, she said he'll go and do it right away. I said, we can give him 30 days if need be. He said, no. She said that he will do it right away. So surely you did that. I appreciate that. I commend you for your passion and your involvement in the community, and look forward to seeing you have continued success. And I am very happy to support this application.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice for you to be here, and as well, Mr. Hamika, thanks for being here in person. I don't have any real serious questions. Senior Agent Lundeen and Agent Partee did a great job on this application. You understand though, you have to operate by January 31st of 2026 to keep the grandfather license
Yes.
active.
Mhm.
Okay, great. And the you worked, it says Layla Grill and Hookah, you own that?
That was the one I did own. I sold that back in March of last year.
What exactly does Layla mean?
Layla, it was that was what the previous ownership had called it. I kept the business going for that sake of I know I keep bringing up the word passion or the local, but the locals enjoyed that name, so I didn't want to come in there and change the name. But the previous ownership had named it Layla, and I kept it as is for that continued ownership.
Does it mean like beautiful evening or something?
Layla, if I understand correctly, it means moon.
Moon?
Yeah, and I believe that's I forgot what language it is. I know with my parents, I speak Arabic and Chaldean with them, but they told me that based on the cultures they've been around, that it comes off as moon. So I think hookah lounge moon, like a nighttime type of business.
Okay. Because I was curious, I thought it meant something like beautiful evening. Maybe, I don't know. I just got a puppy and a female puppy and I named her Layla. So I was curious because it's different. When you Google it up and try to find out exactly what it means, they have different interpretations.
Different meanings, yeah.
Yeah, so, but your application's clean and I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Yes, thanks for being here, and I appreciate the presentation and explanation and getting that tax paid off so quickly, less than 24 hours. I did want to ask about you hold a license as a salesperson with the Nevada Real Estate Division?
Yes.
Is that something you still actively do?
Yes, it was more so back when my father is he's a big influence in my life. So when I turned 18, admittedly, when I got my when I went to UNLV, I got my bachelor's in finance. And while I was doing that, my dad was telling me, what direction do you want to go? What do you want to do? By the way, he saved me from becoming an anesthesiologist, which wouldn't have worked because I have a fear of needles. So I don't know why that was my plan. But then I went with a bachelor's of finance with the anticipation of being a hedge fund manager. And he told me, he goes, why don't you kind of, like you will see with my record that he had me work in the businesses for a little bit. He goes, see if this is something that you'd be more passionate about. And it was something that was enjoyable. So regarding real estate, it was something that he liked that I would have firsthand knowledge of the market if I was to get my real estate license, which is why I did that. And I just maintained it over all these years. It was, I did it a little bit. I was active with that license for a little bit in the way beginning, but I saw it was something that admittedly I wasn't great at. I mean, there were so many other real estate agents that they were much more driven and able to do that. And maybe when I was at 18 years old, there were not a lot of people that were going to take an 18-year-old seriously in the real estate market back then. But it was something that I kept. So then that way, when I potentially end up buying a home, that I have firsthand access to the MLS and something that I would be able to review myself.
Gotcha. So it's not something you really, you just keep it active right now.
Yes.
You're not really working at it. So you mentioned your family has, they have mini marts or businesses, and that's kind of how you fell into this?
Yes.
Gotcha. And they live here in town then?
Everyone, yeah.
Well, good for you. Congratulations on getting married, and
Thank you.
hopefully you can spend more time with your wife before you have children.
Before, yeah, hopefully she's trying to fit in vacations in between that time. I said, you're trying to fit in too many things at once. We can't do it all.
And you as well. I was going to say you have quite the job duties and schedule. We were kind of provided your daily schedule and how you split your time between the different locations. But it sounds like right now the 3 locations are in pretty close proximity, so you're able to get between them pretty quickly and easily. I think that's all I had. So I'm happy to support your application, and you've been licensed before in 2016 and 2019. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. No, I don't have anything further, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I will then happily accept a motion on this matter.
And I guess real quick, you're aware there's a condition on the license or proposed condition regarding the requirement of a key employee?
Yes, we are aware.
Okay. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And a note for the record, I see Mr. Gutwald in the back there. You're a very good mentor.
Yes, I have to say that was the one thing I forgot at the beginning. We had Dennis Gutwald in the audience with us.
Very
Yes.
good. Thank you. Good work.
you.
With that, Madam Secretary, please read into the record restricted item number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Megshay 3 LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 711 store number 29645, and the application of Harsh Bemby for licensure as member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Name is Jeff Donato for the record. I am an enrolled agent. With me today is Mr. Bemby. Before we start, I think you may have these materials in your backup, but I did bring another copy just in case. If I could pass these out. What's being passed out to you is a letter of reflection by Mr. Bemby, together with some character reference letters prepared by some of the individuals that he knows.
Thank you.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the application, after which we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This location is an existing convenience store, 7-Eleven store number 29645 in the city of Las Vegas at 529 North Rancho Drive. On or about December 12th of 2023, Mr. Bemby, through Megshay 3 LLC, or the company, assumed operations of the store, which has 5 slot machines. Because of the restricted gaming licenses held by the slot route operator, Century Gaming, or CGT, the gaming at the location has been conducted under a space lease agreement. As a result, the company has only collected space lease rent since the time it took over the operations of the store. If this application is approved, however, the space lease agreement will convert to a revenue share agreement, and the company will begin participating in the restricted gaming revenue under the SRO's license. As the board is aware, Mr. Bemby was involved in a DUI accident on April 18th of 2024. I'm sorry, incident, not accident, which he promptly self-reported to the GCB on May 9th of 2024. He has been transparent and forthcoming with information, has been fully cooperative with the GCB staff throughout the investigation process. He has taken full responsibility for his actions and has complied with all requirements resulting from the matter. Since the incident, he has completed all required alcohol awareness and educational courses, taken the necessary steps to ensure it does not happen again, and has records to reflect no other prior DUI incidents in his past. Mr. Bemby has expressed genuine remorse and recognizes the seriousness of the offense, particularly given his role as a licensee in the Nevada gaming industry. Importantly, he brings nearly 2 decades of experience in gaming and has been previously investigated and approved by the GCB on 3 separate occasions, once in 2007, 2017, and again in 2019. The long history of demonstrated suitability, combined with the corrective steps he has taken following the 2024 incident, reflects his commitment to meeting the standards expected by the board. This would conclude our presentation, and Mr. Bemby is here to answer any questions you may have regarding his application and or the incident.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And let the record show we're in receipt of a letter from Mr. Bemby, as well as from multiple community individuals in support of Mr. Bemby. Mr. Bemby, we appreciate you being here. The concern, of course, is the recency of this, right?
Yes.
And so could you maybe speak to it from the perspective of, certainly everybody makes mistakes and all that, but you could speak to it from the perspective of
Definitely.
emerging from it and moving past it.
Definitely. First of all, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. To the members. This incident is one that I've not forgotten. It happened on April 17th. That evening, I was in LA for a meeting, business meeting, my dad's birthday. After dinner, I had a few drinks. I was driving home. I was speeding. I was one exit away from my house. I got pulled over in the carpool lane. I pulled over. The officer gave them the information they needed, the license, the insurance, answered all the questions. Truthfully said, "Have you had a drink?" I said, "I've had a drink." They said, "Will you do a breathalyzer or a blood?" I opted in for a blood test. I was taken to the hospital. I believe because of the nature I was complying, was not arrested or booked that night. I was released to my brother. The officers were able to call and said, "Okay, we can go ahead and release you." But over the next week or 2 weeks, what followed was just a great regret why I made something so stupid happen. I mean, I'm an educated person. I'm part of I'm in society. I have good image. And I just let my family down that day. I let my wife, my parents, especially my kids, I'm a role model to them. I've been supportive or there, and I just couldn't face myself. This went on for about a year with the trial. But at one point I was just in June, I told my attorney, "Look, I've made a realization, I did make a mistake. I don't want to continue anymore." I went in front of the judge. I said, even though the attorney had recommended we can go on trial, I said, "No, I'm just going to change my plea. And I'm just going to face this. There's no other way to get out of it, because deep down, I know what I did was very wrong." Split second, wrong decision. I could have chosen that day. I've lived that day back and back again. Why? I know better. I've done this in the past where I have given my car away. I said, "I'm not driving." Why that night? And I just, it's mind-boggling. I made that decision, but I did, and I'm facing my consequences for that. I attended the classes. I attended the programs. They were very eye-opening, eye-humbling. Like, such a small, dumb decision can have such a large impact on your life, others' life, and that was my commitment that I'm never going to have this happen again. And that was one. This is the only thing on my record that ever came up. I've been a law-abiding citizen. I have nothing else, and I'm just trying to make myself better out of that, saying that this will never repeat itself again.
I really appreciate the way you handled this. You stepped forward, you took responsibility, and you dealt with the consequences. So that, from my perspective, that means a lot. Specifically, what did the court require you to do as a result of this?
In the plea bargain, they dropped one of the charges, was driving under the influence, but they kept the other charge of driving with over the 0.08 limit. They did an informal probation. Basically, I had to attend one class, which was the MAD class, and the second was pay the fine. Third thing, the informal probation is for the next, now it's 2.5 years left, that if I'm ever driving, I cannot refuse the sobriety tests of any kind. If I'm pulled over and the officer suspects, I have to comply to those tests right away, and then I don't have a choice, like usually people can deny. In my case, I don't have that since I'm on probation. And the blood level needs to be 0. So, and that was 100% okay with me when that came with the judge, because last I drank and drive was April 17th, 2000, actually 18th, that morning, April 18th. And I have been over a 1.5 years. I've attended multiple meetings, multiple parties. If I don't have a driver, if I can't find a way home, I will not drink and get behind the wheel. And that was a commitment to myself and my kids and my family. And I said, this is the only way I'm going to change what happened, and it can never repeat itself.
I appreciate that. So the remainder of your sentence is just the remainder of the probationary period.
Yeah, it's the 2.5 years left now on that informal probation. Yes.
Right. So again, I appreciate the.
And just to add, I could have settled this last year, but it just got delayed and delayed from the LA County office. There were 2 DAs that got changed. When the final DA was assigned, the judge retired, so they brought in a new judge. So, which even the last judge said, this matter happened on April 18th. And here we are on June. It is a year and a half out. Why has this case not settled? And the judge gave the option, if you don't have your stuff ready to the other district attorney, we're gonna give either dismiss or go to trial. And my attorney, they asked for a date. That's why it got pushed to June 6th. And that's why, but at that point, I just told my attorney, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I'm just gonna take it. And the sooner I put this behind me, I can move on, because that night keeps haunting time to time. Why did I not make that right decision that night? I wish I could go back in time, but I can't.
I understand. I appreciate again the way you've handled this head on with full disclosure and full truth here. That from my perspective means a lot. And you know, it looks like if you look at your record, this is a mistake, which
A huge mistake.
which a big mistake. People make mistakes, and it looks like there weren't others before it. And from what you're saying, you will take steps to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Oh, it will never happen again.
And I believe you. I believe that you will learn from this and be able to move forward. So where I'm at is I'm prepared to support your application with a condition, which we can talk about as we move along here. But I appreciate your testimony here today. And again, I'm prepared to support your application with a condition.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. The chairman has pretty much covered my concerns regarding that DUI. So I don't have any additional questions, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And yes, I appreciate you being forward, coming and providing all the letters and addressing the DUI incident. And I, on that regard, wish you all the best in moving forward from it. And hopefully not having to deal with this again,
Never
right?
again. Yes,
So-
it's a stigma. I was in depression for a few months when this happened. I'm not making this up or lying. And my wife finally said, you get out of it, you're gonna lose it. And it took self-realization. I started yoga. I started doing some meditation. Meditation would help me get out of it, because I just couldn't face myself, my colleagues. How could I make this happen?
Well, just know that, people make mistakes, and I think it's your response, right? It's your reaction. It's not what happens in life. It's how you react to it. So I think your reaction, as the chairman mentioned, is exemplary, and hopefully, move forward from that. I did have some just general questions for you, in that I noticed your family lives in California.
Yeah.
But you have stores here. Can you tell me a little bit how you got into this business, and kind of how you spend, what a typical week looks like for you?
Basically, I got into this business in 2006. I graduated USC in 2000. I worked for about 5 years. I saved up what I could from the working. I took a home equity out at that time when the houses were going up, but I didn't have enough funds to buy a store in LA. I had just recently gotten married, and I told my wife, I think we can go to Vegas. So we all moved out here. And we'll start a family. She was very supportive. What I am today is because I give her the credit. She's been my backbone. We moved out here, started our business from one to the second. In 2016, her mom got very sick and she passed away from cancer. She moved back, and her dad's with us. She decided to her dad so that she was going to stay there, the commitment with the family. And that's how we made an agreement to make it work. So I'm usually here Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday, depending on what's needed. I go every weekend. I do go home. If I do have some meetings, I will adjust my schedule. If I have to be during a weekday, then I spend that time in weekends. Between the 4 stores, what I try to do is, it gets very challenging to go to 4 stores. So in the last 3 years now, with the schedule I made, I try to spend 2 hours, 4 hours at each store, at 2 stores. So I break it out in the morning, 1 store, afternoon, I'll go to the other store, and then I'll head home, and I'll alternate that schedule. But then if the meetings come, I sit on the board of franchisees for Las Vegas. Those meetings come and stuff. Then the then my hours vary. I have a general manager at each location who's my key employee. So but regardless, they deal with day-to-day inventory stuff, but majority of the cash analysis, what's going on, employee management, that I do myself. I don't let anybody handle that. That I've always been involved in from day one.
Well, it's good to hear that you have some key employees or someone.
For clarification, I believe he's referring to a key employee that's been approved through the local jurisdiction. I don't believe there is an approved key employee with the Gaming Control Board, just for clarification.
Okay, that was actually one of the questions I had. So essentially you have a designated employee at
Yeah, at each store,
location.
at each location. Yeah.
Should you not be able to come 1 week or you
Yeah,
get sick?
if that's why, and it's a requirement. So if that's the case, if something does happen, like if I'm out for vacation or something, so I've stores and I've just been blessed in a way that just the personality based or my employees have been with me the longest. There's a lot of turnover in my industry, but like my oldest store that I took in 2006, some of those employees are 10+ years at work and they run their stores themselves. Sometimes I don't even have to do the schedule, like I do a weekly schedule. And if they're like, oh, is it the same? They already know who's coming. And it's so,
Taken care of.
people have been really good. My
great.
people are my strongest key here. For the
Well, and
success.
that kind of segues into my question about, I noted you have an IT consulting business or work that you do as well.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that interplays with your time commitment and your duties and responsibilities with the stores?
So my IT consulting is basically from work from home as needed, what comes in. I do have monthly, every quarterly, maybe meetings with my clients that handle it. So I have a team of couple of people that handle more of the IT stuff that we do for them manage. But it's pretty much, it's not like I go into work anywhere. It's my own business. I support it and the team handles it.
Well, thank you. Those are my questions and I'm happy to support your application. I appreciate your affirmative presentation and addressing the DUI and how you're moving forward from that. And I wish you all the best. And I'm happy to propose some language, conditional language. I don't know if Chairman, you wanted to step in.
Yeah, I think at this stage, a condition is in order that you continue to adhere to the terms of your probation. Yes. Which certainly is consistent with what the court has ordered and what we would want and expect were we to approve this application.
Has Mr. Donato seen this proposed language at all, or do we want,
I'm
do you want me to just read it?
Yeah, I
and-
think if you read it.
Yeah, let's do that.
sufficient.
Okay, I'll just read it, and then if you have concern, let us know. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. In regard to Meg Shea 3 LLC's license to share in revenue and Harsh Memby's license as member manager of Meg Shea 3 LLC, Harsh Memby shall fully comply with and remain in compliance with the terms of his probation imposed by the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, on or about June 6, 2025, relating to his conviction for the charge of driving with 0.08% blood alcohol content.
Once he completes the probation, that condition falls off. Is there?
That is my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay.
Are we,
Good with that?
did you want to talk about it? Or are you good?
What is that?
Probation. So your probation, you have to follow the conditions of probation. Yeah. Yes, he accepts. You want to go ahead and say you accept it?
I accept.
Very good then. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you and good luck to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank Agent Rybold for all her work on this application. Started off with Special Agent or Senior Agent Jones. She went into maternity leave and then we got assigned to Rybold, Agent Rybold, and we appreciate all their help on this application.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Good luck.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
With that, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted item number 12.
Restricted number 12 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Grand Tiki Las Vegas for a restricted gaming license.
Very good. Please state appearances again.
Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, Member Judge Assad, Member Sindall, Madam Secretary. I am Jamal Goodrich, Deputy General Counsel of J&J Gaming, here and today on behalf of our wholly owned subsidiary Golden Route Operations application for Grand Tiki Las Vegas, which will be located here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We intend to operate gaming pursuant to a space lease pending receipt of approval. And we'd like to note for the record that the gaming application has been submitted to Clark County and the tentative license activation date is October 2025. Would you like some location details or some facts on the location, sir?
Yes, please give us some information about the location.
So for the location, the total square foot would be 7,000. The total patron square footage would be roughly about 5,000 square feet. Our gaming alcove square footage would be 150 square feet. And we intend to operate 15 bar top slot machines. The location hours would be Monday through Sunday, 1 p.m. to 3 a.m. with 40 full-time employees. And this location used to be located in the former old West Star Credit Union building, which is between Las Vegas Boulevard and Koval on Harmon.
And when would you anticipate gaming operations to begin?
We were hoping gaming operations would begin in September. There were some construction delays due to some utility issues. My understanding is that's related to all businesses in that area as a result of F1. So we understand that these delays should be cleared up by December and the business should be open for gaming and operations in December of 2025.
Okay, I appreciate you putting that on the record. So you're looking at December of this year.
Yes, sir.
Very good. I'm satisfied and I'm happy to support the application. Judge Assad.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I too am happy to support the application.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much, Member Sindall.
Thank you for your affirmative presentation. I did want to ask, my understanding is there's live entertainment at the property and that you're aware of the condition that's being recommended for this item.
Yes, I believe
It's requiring signage, requiring that, gaming patrons are not required to.
we're
have cover
aware and we
charge.
accept the condition.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't have anything further. I'm happy to make a motion.
Please do so.
I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert. Conditioned as follows: a sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location, indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to engage in gaming.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sindall,
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer.
Aye. We're going to go off the record for one moment. Very good. With that, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 13.
Restricted number 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Circle K number 2709584 for a restricted gaming license.
Very good.
Good
Please state your name
afternoon.
for the record.
Yes, my name is Debbie Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance at Century Gaming Technologies, and I'm here today to answer any questions you might have regarding our application for United Coin Machine Co. doing business at the Circle K store number 2709584, which is located at 7790 West Russell Road. I understand that there might have been some questions regarding the proximity of the Echo Trail Park as it relates to the convenience store. I would like the board to understand that the county, we have discussed this with the county does not have any issues with the proximity of the convenience store to the park. Also, I'd like to add that the location is such that the park is on the northwest corner of Russell and Buffalo, and the convenience store is on the southeast corner, and is a very, it's a very busy intersection, and it is separated with 4 lanes, which gives it a rather, a separation, a natural divide between the two locations. And I think that had something to do with the county not having any issues with the proximity of the convenience store. If we are approved, this is a standard Circle K location, nothing out of the ordinary at this location. We will operate 7 gaming machines, and there is nothing, out of the ordinary other than the proximity of the store to the park.
Very good. Well, Ms. Cornine, we appreciate you supplementing the record in that way. And I am prepared to support this application. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I too am in support of the application.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cornine. And so this is a new location, and it looks like you're projected to open about sometime next month.
Yes, that's
yeah, and
delays.
I too appreciate the need under NGC regulation 3.010 sub 1, just making that record on the location and suitability of the location due to the immediate vicinity to the Echo Trail Park. It does sound like, as you stated, Clark County Business License Department has stated that they don't have any issues with this location's proximity, and that it'll be administratively waived upon NGC approval. Is that your
Yes,
understanding?
That's my understanding.
Great. And you're aware that there's also a condition, the surveillance condition associated?
Yes, I'm very aware.
And I'm prepared to make a motion, Chairman, if you're ready.
Very good. Please do so.
I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much. And I would also like to thank Senior Agent Martirajian, always, as the agents do an amazing job, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Very good then. Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. We're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. So first, let's go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium. Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record. Seeing no one in Las Vegas, that will close our public comment section. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September 2025. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We stand adjourned. Thank you.